Chapter 685. Fang Yuan thought about it before saying to Fairy Li Shan, I want this poison breath killer move and the ancient strength path goo recipe. How many immortal Yuan stones? Fairy Li Shan answered, Poison breath needs 2 immortal Yuan stones, and group strength goo's recipe is also sold for 2 immortal Yuan stones. A total of 4 immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing to Fairy Li Shan's price. Poison breath killer move was extraordinary. It was indeed worth 2 immortal Yuan stones. Group strength goo might only be a rank 5 mortal goo, but it was already extinct. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. It was normal for the goo recipe to cost 2 immortal Yuan stones. Fairy Li Shan offered 3 things, but this unremarkable group strength goo recipe was the most attractive to Fang Yuan. However, even though the price was fair, Fang Yuan was tight on money. He still wanted to bargain and save as much immortal Yuan stones as possible. Thus, he said, this group strength goo recipe might be rare, but it is an ancient goo recipe. The goo refinement materials are ancient. They are not easy to find now. Fairy Li Shan smiled. Oh, Fang Yuan, I expected this. I had originally prepared this group strength goo's recipe for Little Lon. The reason why I am selling it to you now is because the main material to refine this goo, stone monkey hair, has appeared recently. Hey, Lulan added. That's right, recently, a goo immortal in jewel yellow skies, Shirley, known as the Immortal Monkey King, produced stone monkey hair in his blessed land. This goo refinement material had been extinct for countless years, but it reappeared in his hands. It has already caused quite a commotion in jewel yellow skies. Among the goo recipes of group strength goo, the rarest material is the stone monkey hair. The other materials might be rare, but as long as you have the heart, you can buy them. You can find them, or use your refinement path foundation to exchange them. Her meaning was that she would not accept a counteroffer. Fang Yuan was not discouraged. Stone monkey hair? This ancient goo refinement material, although it has reappeared, it is monopolized by Immortal Monkey King Shirley's family. Its price should not be cheap. There's an old saying that goes, there's nothing good that's cheap. Fang Yuan, I saw your immortal killer move myriad self with my own eyes. Its power is truly shocking. Even now, it is deeply engraved in my heart. A straightforward person did not resort to insinuations. Group strength goo's value to you, Fang Yuan, is much higher than ordinary goo immortals. 2 pieces of immortal Yuan stone are already sold very cheaply. He Lulan said. She refused to budge an inch. The other party had seen through him. It was indeed not good. However, He Lulan was right. The price of 4 immortal Yuan stones was not high. It was very fair. Fairy Li Shan did not earn any profit from Fang Yuan's immortal Yuan stone, but she did not sell it at a loss either. Fine. Fang Yuan assessed the situation and no longer insisted. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were not the land spirit of Langya. Haggling over the price would be insulting the other party's intelligence. Soon after, both sides completed this transaction. Fang Yuan obtained the poison breath killer move, as well as the ancient group strength goo's recipe. There were also 4 immortal Yuan stones. As for movement killer move Kong Sheng Tian, it was not suitable for Fang Yuan. Kong Sheng Tian opened all the pores on his body, breathing out air currents to move his body forward. This killer move's speed was not bad, and it was very agile. But the opening of all the pores on his body caused Fang Yuan's defense to fall greatly. At the same time, Fang Yuan's defensive killer move hair armor covered his body, leaving no gaps. If he used Kong Sheng Tian, he could not use hair armor. If he used hair armor, Kong Sheng Tian would be useless. The two were not compatible. Because of these reasons, Fang Yuan gave up on using Kong Sheng Tian. He now had 19.5 immortal Yuan stones, but he had to convert them into green grape immortal essence. And he also had to bear the huge pressure of feeding immortal goo. Fang Yuan was still tight on money. He could not casually spend it on useless killer moves. When leaving, Fang Yuan did not use fixed immortal travel extravagantly. He used a stargate. Before leaving, he took a look at He Lulan's luck. He Lulan was rank 5 peak stage. Her luck could be sensed by rank 5 luck inspection goo. He Lulan's luck had already recovered from the low point of dealing with Ma Hongyun. Her luck was like a huge pillar. It had the color of a blue cloud, giving people a feeling that it would last for a long time. He Lulan's luck is clearly at the level of Han Li and Hong Yi. I can deduce that her immortal ascension has a higher chance of success. But luck cannot be relied on alone. Otherwise, why would He Lulan die so suddenly in my previous life? It can be seen that although luck is good, it also depends on whether one can grasp it or not. Now it seems that He Lulan's sudden death might have been caused by He Chung. Although He Lulan's luck was strong, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a detailed rule. Allies could not be harmed. Fang Yuan was plagued with bad luck. If he tried to connect his luck with her, he would indeed have the intention of harming her. Moreover, according to Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, he was not optimistic about He Lulan's future. Fang Yuan did not have break luck goo. He could not randomly connect his luck. He had to choose his target carefully. After returning to her immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan first took out 8 pieces of immortal yuan stone and converted them into his own green grape immortal essence. He had used fixed immortal travel many times to return to Western Desert, Central Continent, Southern Sea, and also used worldly wave trace immortal goo to fight He Chung, consuming a total of 6 green grape immortal essence beads. Out of the 17 green grape immortal essence beads, only 11 were left. Due to the recent frequent battles, after Fang Yuan refined 8 pieces of immortal yuan stone, his total green grape immortal essence beads increased to 19. This way, Fang Yuan's immortal yuan stone fell to 11.5. Looking back at the battle with He Chung, Fang Yuan was very satisfied. The result of victory or defeat was of no concern to Fang Yuan. He would not be angry or feel humiliated simply because of defeat. He would not feel proud or happy because of victory. He cared more about the gains and losses. In this battle, Fang Yuan had expended 4 green grape immortal essence beads, but he had gained more trust from He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. At the same time, he had obtained 4 immortal yuan stone, the killer move poison breath, and the group strength goose recipe. Evidently, he had made a huge profit. However, in terms of losses, I have to remember worldly wave trace immortal goo. Fang Yuan took out the immortal goo worldly wave trace. Right now, the immortal goo's aura was not as stable as before. It gave off a feeling of weakness. The goo worm also did not have a healthy luster. It looked dark and lifeless. Fang Yuan understood. Worldly wave trace immortal goo was originally an imperial court blessed land. It would starve and eat until it was full. Under the wind veil of assimilation, Mo Yao's will used water pavilion to fight. After I obtained it, I also used this immortal goo many times. It has already reached some sort of bottom line. It needs to be fed. If I don't feed it and use it too much, it might starve to death. Worldly wave trace immortal goo was the first hungry immortal goo in Fang Yuan's possession. It could be foreseen that as time passed, Fang Yuan would have even more immortal goo that were hungry and needed to be fed. However, to feed worldly wave trace goo, he needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Fang Yuan asked, "Little, who immortal land spirit?" After Tai Bai Yunsheng left, the land spirit took over Tai Bai Yunsheng's work and often paid attention to Jewel Yellow Skies' movements. But even though Fang Yuan took the initiative to buy them in Jewel Yellow Skies, there were few responses. This was not the commercial society on Earth. The economy here was not developed. One could not buy anything they wanted. Fang Yuan used moving perspective cup Gu to send a letter to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng brought him good news. He had already arrived at Haishur Blessed Land. He had smoothly come into contact with some Gu immortals. He even saw someone selling underworld jellyfish in Haishur Blessed Land. It was just that deep-sea lightning eels were not commonly seen. Gu immortals needed to go deep into the sea to capture them. Not only was it dangerous, the sea areas that produced lightning eels were already controlled by Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of the 5 regions zombie alliances. It was a powerful force, even stronger than Eastern Sea's local superforces. Thus, Eastern Sea immortal zombies acted in a domineering and arrogant manner. They sealed off several large sea areas and kept a vast amount of resources for themselves. This way, they maintained and increased their battle strength, making them even more domineering towards outsiders. Tai Bai Yunsheng's letter suggested Fang Yuan to directly join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance and purchase deep-sea lightning eels from within Zombie Alliance. This was not only convenient, the price inside Zombie Alliance would also be much lower than selling to outsiders. Although Fang Yuan was moved, he had ascended to a mortal realm in Northern Plains. His immortal aperture was formed from the heaven and earth chi of Northern Plains. The heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions were all different. As long as one tested it, it would be clear at a glance. One's origin could not be concealed. If he was a Northern Plains immortal zombie, it was not impossible to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. But joining Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was related to one of Fang Yuan's great plans. This plan had huge expected profits, to the extent that even if Fang Yuan did not become an immortal zombie, he would have taken the risk to disguise his identity and sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Now that he was an immortal zombie, joining Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was no doubt more convenient. Joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance might make it easier to buy lightning eels, but if I give Tai Bai Yunsheng some time to socialize, I will be able to buy them. At most, the price will be higher. If I do not use worldly wave trace immortal goo as much as possible, I will be able to last for some time. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up on his plan. He rejected Tai Bai Yunsheng's suggestion. After resting in immortal blessed land for a while, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel again, rushing to Central Continent. Universal Life Academy was located in a valley under the night sky. It was lit up with many lights. It was tranquil and peaceful. Hong Yi sat cross-legged on his bed, ending his daily cultivation of nurturing his aperture. He opened his eyes. They were shining brightly, revealing a look of anticipation and excitement. In today's competition, I have already entered the top 10, but I have not shown my true strength. This is heaven helping me. I coincidentally got a bye and was treated as a lucky person. Tomorrow is the competition of the top 10. They will underestimate me and will not be able to guess my true battle strength. The day after tomorrow is the battle of the top 10. As long as I use this goo, it will not be a problem to break through their defenses. Thinking of this, Hong Yi took out a rank 2 goo worm. This was a time path goo worm. It was extremely rare. It could be used for both offense and defense. It could make the opponent's goo worm return to before it was activated. For example, if the opponent condensed a fireball under the power of the fireball, the goo worm would return to before it was activated, and the fireball would vanish. Chapter 686. Hong Yi had already decided to use passable goo to deal with the enemy's defensive goo. As long as the enemy did not activate 2 defensive goo at the same time, Hong Yi would be able to land a light hit on the enemy's body and heavily injure them before defeating them. If the enemy activated 2 defensive goo at the same time, Hong Yi would not be in a rush to attack. He would use a battle of attrition. If the enemy activated 2 defensive goo at the same time, his primeval essence expenditure would definitely be faster than Hong Yi. It could be said that Hong Yi had a huge advantage with this goo. He would most likely get first place in this competition. As long as I get first place, I will be able to move Mother's memorial tablet back to the ancestral hall. Suddenly, Hong Yi frowned. In an instant, he felt as if his heart had become empty. It was as if something precious and important had been stolen by someone. Could it be that my wish of many years is about to come true, causing me to feel anxious? I am alone. Other than passable goo, I have nothing else. What can I have that is worth others seizing? Hong Yi shook his head and laughed bitterly. He had forgotten about the uneasiness he had felt earlier. Far away in the valley, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. The luck connection succeeded. For this luck connection, he had made good use of his time. He had rested into a mortal blessed land for a while before rushing over. Thus he did not encounter any unexpected disturbances. Fang Yuan used luck inspection goo, observing Hong Yi's luck. His luck was milky white. It was very special. It gave off a feeling of vitality. His luck gathered into a lump, forming the posture of a scholar sitting down and reading. The scholar's appearance was somewhat similar to Hong Yi. He was in high spirits. But after connecting his luck with Fang Yuan, this white scholar's luck immediately shrunk. It was less than 30% of its original size. Moreover, the scholar's robe that was flowing like silk had become tattered, become ragged and patched here and there. It was like a young master of a rich family had become a poor man's son. His younger brother was a poor scholar. His face was no longer in high spirits. Instead, his face was thin and his expression was gloomy, as if he was talented but had not been recognized. It seems that the luck connection is beneficial. There are benefits indeed. When I connected my luck with Han Li earlier, he almost choked to death. This time, Hong Yi's luck did not bring him death. This shows my own luck. It has improved a lot. It has indeed improved a lot. Fang Yuan was secretly pleased. Just as he was about to leave this place, he suddenly had a thought. He found two sneaky goo masters moving stealthily in this valley. Fang Yuan had been in the Universal Life Academy's valley in order to connect his luck. He arranged many goo worms. On one hand, it could conceal the aura of a mortal goo connect luck. On the other hand, it could scout the surroundings and give an early warning. It could be said that the whole valley was under Fang Yuan's surveillance. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and sensed. These two sneaky goo masters were not weak. They were both rank 5 goo masters. They were on the other side of the valley, sneaking forward and whispering to each other. Sect Master Fan E, are you sure there's an G forest and an earth horse beneath this valley? Valley Lord Yuan Bai. I can't be wrong. I saw it with my own eyes. Don't worry. Follow me into the cave. When you see it with your own eyes, won't you be convinced? Humph, this is the territory of the Universal Life Academy. If Universal Life Academy's principal Hong Xianji discovers us, we won't be able to walk away unscathed. Although Hong Xianji is strong, his investigative methods are lacking. Otherwise, he would have discovered this great resource right in front of him. We are scheming against him. How can he discover us? Sai, if we are discovered, our 2 sect leaders will investigate Universal Life Academy at night. Our reputation and face will be ruined. Fang Yuan listened to the entire conversation between the two. Ji Forest, Earth Horse? His heart jumped. This Ji Forest grew in underground caves, often spanning tens of li. Each Lingji was as big as a tree. Its flesh was fat and plump. It could be used to feed goo worms or be sold as goo refinement materials. Earth horses were mutated beasts that grew in the Ji forest. There were usually only 2 or 3 of them in a forest. They lived in families. Earth horse hooves were one of the main materials of rank 5 earth escape goo. Earth horse eyes could be used to refine X-ray vision goo. Earth horse tail hair could be used to refine smoke, dust goo. Earth horses could be said to be full of treasures. It was no wonder Valley Lord Yuan Bai and sect leader Fan, these two rank 5 goo masters, coveted them. But to Fang Yuan, earth horses, and Ji Forest did not have much attraction. Earth horses were mutated beasts. They were at most equivalent to myriad beast kings. An earth horse family only had 2 or 3 myriad beast kings. Ji Forest was sold by many people in jewel yellow skies. They were ordinary goods. Fang Yuan did not need to use immortal yuan stone to buy them. However, for the Universal Life Academy, the large underground Ji Forest is an important resource that involves enormous benefits. It is a pity that they are still in the dark. Fang Yuan thought about it. He followed behind the 2 rank 5 goo masters, entering the underground Ji Forest. Just like he estimated, this was an ordinary Ji Forest. It was about 10 li in size. 3 earth horses. It was a family of 3. They lived in the Ji Forest. Such a large Ji Forest. Sect leader Yuan Bai sighed as he walked in the Ji Forest. This is a boundless land of treasures. Why did it not appear in my valley? Sigh. Valley Lord Fan Yi affectionately caressed the branches of the Lingji, speaking with a tone of jealousy. Fang Yuan walked around them, arriving at the center of the Ji Forest. There was the largest Lingji here. It was over 6 meters tall, directly supporting the cave wall. The leaves of the Lingji were like a huge umbrella covering a huge circle. This was the Lingji king. Fang Yuan lowered his head, arriving in front of the Lingji king. Beside the Lingji king, there were 3 earth horse guards, as well as a group of metal-devouring ants. There were many metal path wild goo in the ant group, and there were even wildwood path goo worms on the Lingji king. But these were all mortal creatures. Fang Yuan did not conceal his immortal zombie aura, directly coming here without any obstruction. Fang Yuan took out a monstrous claw, aiming at the position. He ruthlessly scratched the trunk of the Lingji king. The Lingji king shook intensely, causing the rocks on the ceiling to fall. The earth horse guards were intimidated by Fang Yuan's immortal zombie aura. They did not dare to get close. They could only whimper from afar. Fang Yuan dug for a while before retracting his zombie claw. Inside the monstrous claw, it was holding a heart. This was the heart of the Lingji king. It was tender and warm. The surface was milky white, formed from pure Lingji flesh. It let out a trace of meaty fragrance. As long as I plant this Lingji king heart, not long later, a small Ji Forest will form. Fang Yuan could be considered to be stealing, who immortal blessed land soil was not suitable for planting a large-scale Ji Forest. But it was not hard to survive in this small area. Of course, there were not many benefits involved. Fang Yuan was purely playing around. As for this large Ji Forest and earth horses, Fang Yuan did not care about them. He wanted to move into immortal blessed land. It would be very troublesome when he needed it. It was most convenient to buy it from jewel yellow skies. Even if it lost its heart, the Lingji king would not die. It was just that the Ji Forest would not grow. It would have to rest for at least 10 years. What does that sound? Far away, Yuan Bai and Fan Yi looked at each other. Fang Yuan took away the Lingji king heart. It caused quite a commotion. There was even the earth horse's whimper. But when Yuan Bai and Fan Yi arrived before the Lingji king, Fang Yuan had already disappeared. He had left. The remaining earth horse guards vented their anger on Yuan Bai and Fan Yi. Sounds of intense fighting could be heard. Soon, Universal Life Academy was alerted. Hong Xuanji led a group of goo masters and arrived. They were surprised and happy. Yuan Bai and Fan Yi sighed inwardly at their bad luck. After a round of fighting, Hong Xuanji chased Yuan Bai and Fan Yi away. He ordered the academy elders, who were in ecstasy. The matter of the Ji Forest is very important. From today onwards, we will stop the sect competition and gather all the disciples and elders who are out on missions. It will be a difficult period from now on. Yuan Bai and Fan, you will gather more sects to pressure us. We must defend this Chi forest. This is the foundation of Universal Life Academies. Rise. Yes, Lord Principal. The Gu Masters responded. On the other side, Hong Yi, who was sleeping soundly, was still in the dark. He did not know that the sect competition he was looking forward to had been cancelled due to the sudden change. The realization of his dream of moving back to his mother's tablet would have to be postponed again. Swish, 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 water waves surged. Moist winds blew on Fang Yuan's face, but such a light force did not give Fang Yuan any feeling. This was not Central Continent, it was Southern Border. The river in front of him was Southern Border's second largest river, Jade Dragon River. There were 3 great rivers in the Southern Border. The first was the Red Dragon River, the second was the Jade Dragon River, and the third was the Yellow Dragon River. Red Dragon River's water was red like blood, Jade Dragon River had green waves, and Yellow Dragon River was the river that Fang Yuan had drifted on in this life. It was yellowish-brown and had the most silt. Fang Yuan played with the Lingji King heart in his hands. After taking this heart, he did not use fixed immortal travel to leave. Instead, he moved to a corner of the valley. Before activating fixed immortal travel, he left behind many goo worms. These goo worms would self-detonate after he left, getting rid of the aura left behind by fixed immortal travel. It would be done without anyone knowing. Right now, he was waiting for a person. This person was one of his targets. He had great luck. He had many fortuitous encounters and went from a lowly existence to a legend during the 5 Regions Chaotic War. He was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, an influential person on the same level as Han Li and Hong Yi, but different from Han Li who joined a clan or Hong Yi who joined a sect. This person had always been a lone cultivator. He had several friends and relatives, but he had never joined any force. Before Fang Yuan self-detonated, there were rumors that Central Continent's Celestial Court was preparing to recruit him. As for whether this was true or not, Fang Yuan had no way to verify it. But since Fang Yuan had reborn, this was not important anymore. In my memories, this person was ostracized by lowly people after his clan was banished. He wandered here. Beside this river, he obtained the inheritance of a rank 4 Gu Master. It was enough for him. With this inheritance, he made a living and defended against the dangers of the wilderness. He grew stronger step by step, and by a huge fortuitous encounter, he obtained the black yellow Mother Chi Gu and the Heavenly Teacher inheritance. He succeeded in rock gambling and swept through all of Southern Border's rock gambling dens. Fang Yuan recalled, the reason why he knew of this place was because of biography of Yi Fan. Every biography of an important person was filled with pictures and text. Yi Fan was Fang Yuan's target this time, and this was Yi Fan's starting point. He obtained his first fortuitous encounter tonight. Chapter 687. The stars were like diamonds decorating the night sky. Wind blew from the river. Occasionally, there would be the cries of beasts and birds. It made the surroundings even more tranquil. Fang Yuan waited patiently, but Yi Fan did not appear that night. As time passed, the second day, the third day, Yi Fan did not appear. Is there a mistake in biography of Yi Fan? Fang Yuan could not help but think, but soon he denied this thought. No, the Gu Master inheritance is still there. Yi Fan did not take it away. Let's wait and see. Fang Yuan did not know that 1,000 li away, Yi Fan was in trouble. Huff, huff, huff. Yi Fan breathed roughly. He looked at the huge beast at the entrance of the cave with fear and trepidation. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? I was just chased out by the clan. I hid in a cave, but when I woke up, the cave entrance was sealed. Yi Fan cursed internally. He was nervous and helpless. This cave only had one exit, but it was blocked by a ferocious beast. Yi Fan did not have the ability to dig holes in the ground, and his strength was still very low. However, this ferocious beast's body was enormous. It was actually a beast emperor. This beast emperor, why is it alone? There are no beast groups guarding it. Could it be an old emperor that was chased out by the new emperor? Yi Fan looked at the beast in front of him nervously as he analyzed the situation in his mind. As he observed, he soon found that this beast emperor was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. This dog-shaped beast emperor was covered in injuries. It was not big. It was lying on the ground. Its eyelids were drooping. It was weak. On its snow-white fur, there were colorful patterns. It was like a pink flower petal in the snow. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Yi Fan listened carefully. He could hear that the dog emperor was whimpering softly. Its voice was very weak. Looking at its shriveled body, looking at its ribs, Yi Fan finally understood. Even though this is a beast emperor, it is very hungry. It has no battle strength left. After coming to this conclusion, Yi Fan let out a breath of air. He relaxed, but also felt pity for it. They were both in the same predicament. This beast emperor was in a similar situation as him. Yi Fan carefully got close to the dog-shaped beast emperor. The beast emperor did not react. It allowed him to get close. Yi Fan did not even dare to breathe loudly. Squatting down beside the beast emperor, he slowly extended his hand and placed it on the beast emperor's forehead. The fluffy fur made Yi Fan feel soft and comfortable. At the same time, it was wet and hot. The beast king was having a fever. His whole body was drenched in sweat, and his fur was wet. His bodily functions were at rock bottom. Beast Emperor, you're about to die. Maybe one day I'll be just like you. But you're lucky to have met me, who told me to be the most famous veterinarian in the village. Yi Fan muttered to himself as sympathy welled up in his heart. He began to heal the dog beast king. He activated a goo worm to heal the beast emperor's injuries, to alleviate its condition. Then he took out precious food and water and fed them to the beast emperor bit by bit, allowing it to slowly recover its strength. Yi Fan was no longer in a hurry. He stayed in the cave for 7 days until the dog-shaped beast king finally recovered. Although it was still weak and did not have a single wild goo on it, it could not even defeat 1,000 beast king. But at least it was out of danger. It was no longer feverish and could run freely following Yi Fan's legs. Yi Fan had saved it, so it treated Yi Fan as its closest friend. Every time Yi Fan returned to the cave with food and water, it would greet him and run around Yi Fan's legs, wagging its tail happily. Later on, it recovered some battle strength and started to hunt with Yi Fan, helping him obtain food. One man and one dog, they quickly established a deep friendship. When Yi Fan decided to leave the cave and travel far away, the dog-shaped beast emperor chose to follow him. It's already the 8th day. Why has Yi Fan not appeared yet? Beside Jade Dragon River, Fang Yuan was getting anxious from waiting. There were 5 to 6 days left until He Lolan's tribulation. By then, Fang Yuan would have to guard her. Not only would he have to bear the brunt of the heavenly tribulation and earthly tribulation, he might also have to face the joint attack of rank 7 Gu Immortal He Chung and rank 6 Shui Songzi. To estimate a Gu Immortal's battle strength, there were many factors to consider, but there were only 4 main ones: Immortal Essence, Killer Moves, Immortal Gu, and the Gu Immortal's battle attainment. During the trip to Northern Plains, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who had just advanced to Gu Immortal, had bottom-tier rank 6 battle strength. Tai Bai Yunsheng had Immortal Essence and Healing Immortal Gu, but he did not have Killer Moves or sufficient Mortal Gu. And most importantly, his battle attainment was very low. Thus, he was suppressed by He Lulan, who had the great strength true martial physique. Right now, Fang Yuan had little immortal essence. Even though he had many immortal goo, they were all waiting to be fed, he could not use them. But he had the killer move Icy Drill Stardust, Light Illusion Bat Wings, and Hair Armor. Normally, his battle strength could reach upper tier, rank 6. If he used the immortal killer move Myriad Self, his battle strength would immediately rise to the peak of rank 6. Fong Yuan defeated the Western Desert Goo Immortal Plump Lady, who had fled. Her battle strength was also upper tier rank 6. She had 3 kinds of powerful mortal killer moves, especially the last movement killer move. Fong Yuan could not catch up to her, but Fong Yuan had an immortal zombie body, with light illusion bat wings and hair armor, and most importantly, Fong Yuan's abundant and ruthless battle talent. Plump Lady lost all her fighting spirit and could only escape. Xue Songzi's battle strength should also be upper tier, rank 6. He was a wealthy Goo immortal. Even though he had failed to sponsor Ma Tribe and suffered a huge loss, he still had a foundation. He definitely did not lack immortal essence. According to Fairy Li Shan's information, he had already purchased many killer moves in his early years. As a demonic path cultivator, he paid attention to battle strength. His battle attainment was also extraordinary. Xue Songzi was an experienced Goo immortal. If Fong Yuan did not use Myriad Self or Immortal Goo to fight him, the victor would only be known after a battle. And He Cheng's battle strength was upper tier, rank 7. He Cheng was older than Xue Songzi, and He Bai, his rank 7 blessed land, was already on the right track. The immortal essence it produced was Red Date Immortal Essence. It was a grade higher than Green Grape Immortal Essence. He was a Goo immortal of the Huangjin tribes. He did not lack killer moves. He had immortal Goo Dark Arrow for a long time. According to Fairy Li Shan's information, several months ago, He Cheng seemed to have seized an immortal Goo somewhere in northern plains. But as for what it was, He Cheng had not exposed it yet. He Cheng's battle achievements were also not bad. He had openly sparred with some righteous path Goo immortals and also fought to the death with demonic path Goo immortals, killing several demonic path Goo immortals. He Cheng did not lack immortal essence or killer moves. His battle attainment was also not bad, but he lacked immortal Goo. If he had 1 or 2 Goo that could be used in battle, his battle strength would rise to upper tier rank 7. Fong Yuan had fought with He Cheng before, but the battle was very short. Fong Yuan did not fight head-on, instead retreating with He Lulan. In all fairness, even though Fong Yuan had many immortal Goo, he did not have any immortal Goo for offense or defense. When the dark arrow attacked, Fong Yuan could only dodge. He could not take it head-on. Fortunately, Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo was the core Goo of Myriad Self killer move. Because of this, Fong Yuan had an immortal killer move. Because of this trump card, Fong Yuan had the strength to fight He Cheng head-on. Fong Yuan was very clear about the difference in battle strength between him and the enemy. He Lulan was about to undergo tribulation. Fong Yuan felt a lot of pressure. Yi Fan has not arrived yet. The less time I have to prepare for He Lulan's tribulation. Maybe I should give up on waiting and return to Hu immortal blessed land to make preparations and raise my battle strength as much as possible. After waiting for so many days, Fong Yuan's heart could not help but waver, especially when he thought of the previous 2 luck connections. There were accidents that caused the luck connection to fail. When Han Li appeared, when Plump Lady appeared, Fong Yuan had no choice but to fight and show his fierceness, scaring Plump Lady away. When Hong Yi appeared, He Lulan was being chased. Fong Yuan was forced to put down what he was doing and save her. Could it be that my attempt to connect luck to Yi Fan also met with an accident? It was not because of me, but because of Yi Fan? Fong Yuan's guess was right on the mark. Luck was constantly changing. It was like the tide, rising and falling at times. One who survives a disaster is bound to have good fortune. After Fong Yuan escaped from the wind veil of assimilation, his black coffin luck had already dissipated by half. Next, he connected his luck to Han Li and Hong Yi. They were all people with strong luck that were only inferior to Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan's luck thus changed greatly. This time, he connected Yi Fan's luck. The contest of luck between the two was no longer Fang Yuan facing trouble. Instead, Yi Fan's luck was faintly evading, giving Yi Fan a chance to avoid danger. Yi Fan grabbed this chance and delayed for 7 days and 7 nights, successfully subduing a beast monarch. Unfortunately, when he neared the Jade Dragon River, Fang Yuan's heart only wavered, but he did not leave. Isn't the dog monarch beside Yi Fan, the Yingming I met in the Three Kings' blessed land? It did not die, and even followed Yi Fan. Fang Yuan recognized the dog monarch and was astonished. This matter was not recorded in the biography of Yi Fan. The process of connecting Yi Fan's luck was very smooth, and nothing unexpected happened. It could also be said that Yi Fan's lateness was already an accident. Yi Fan's strength was low, and from start to finish, he did not discover that Fang Yuan had plotted against him. This proved once again that good and bad luck were not decisive factors. As long as one was strong enough, they could resist bad luck and seize opportunities. Yi Fan's luck was also very special. There was actually a coffin in his luck. However, this coffin was not the black coffin that Fang Yuan had before. Instead, it was bronze in color and looked simple and mysterious. Around the coffin, there were 9 spiraling dragons of luck protecting it. After connecting with Fang Yuan's luck, the 9 dragons of luck immediately shrunk to 4, and the bronze coffin also shrunk to half its original size. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this result. Yi Fan's luck had shrunk by more than half, but there was still a large amount left. Han Li, Hong Yi, and Yi Fan have all connected their luck to me, and the luck of the 4 of them has been evenly divided. Yi Fan's luck is also the same as mine. Han Li's luck and Hong Yi's luck are equally dense. After working hard to this point, Fang Yuan finally resolved the second drawback of the spring-autumn cicada. Not only did he no longer have the bad luck from before, but he also had extraordinary luck. He could barely be considered a person with good luck. It is a pity that it is not easy to find a suitable candidate. Although there are still a few in my memory, they have not been born yet. Fang Yuan inwardly felt that it was a pity that there were very few people with strong luck. At this stage, Fang Yuan could only find these 3. At this point, the matter of connecting luck came to an end. As Fang Yuan watched Yi Fan continuously approach the treasure by the river, he could not help but smile. Chapter 688. He Lolan's tribulation made Fang Yuan feel that a huge battle was about to happen. He Cheng was an experienced rank 7 Gu immortal. His battle strength surpassed Fang Yuan's. Xue Songzi had Snowy Mountain's 7th peak. He was not an easy opponent. Even without He Cheng and Xue Songzi's interference, the great strength true martial physique's tribulation was far more severe than normal people. After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan immediately started preparing for battle. He wanted to raise his battle strength in a short period of time. He had to start from 4 aspects: immortal essence, killer moves, immortal Gu, and personal battle attainment. Fang Yuan's personal battle attainment was already very high. It was hard to raise it in a short period of time. To raise his battle strength, he could only start from the other 3 aspects. Fang Yuan first checked his capital. Because of Yi Fan, Fang Yuan went to southern border. This trip had used up 2 beads of green grape immortal essence. He had 17 beads left. Evidently, this amount was far from enough for a huge battle. According to Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, it was normal to expend dozens of beads of immortal essence in a huge battle, sometimes even hundreds. Fang Yuan had many immortal Gu he needed to replenish his green grape immortal essence. To replenish his green grape immortal essence, there was only one way for Fang Yuan. That was to refine immortal yuan stone. And Fang Yuan only had 11.5 immortal yuan stone left. Fang Yuan went into the underground cave and saw Wisdom Gu again. "Wisdom Gu, I brought you something fun this time." He greeted. Even though in the Legends of Renzu, Wisdom Gu could communicate with Renzu normally. However, legends were not without their exaggerations. Fang Yuan could not figure it out. No matter what, Wisdom Gu remained silent, but the light of wisdom flickered a few times. Fang Yuan smiled. With his previous experience of dealing with Wisdom Gu, seeing the light of wisdom flicker, he knew that Wisdom Gu had agreed. Therefore, he planted the Lingji Ganoderma King's heart that he had conveniently stolen on the spot. In just a few breaths of time, the ground split open. Mushroom-shaped Ganoderma grew at an observable speed, growing to the height of benches and tables. There was no other way. Who immortal blessed land's soil was different from the Universal Life Academy's valley's soil. It was not suitable for the growth of a mushroom forest. This was already the limit of the mushroom forest growth. Fang Yuan did not feel it was a pity either. He was just casually sitting on a stalk of Ganoderma. The Lingji violently trembled a few times. It was actually able to withstand the enormous weight of Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. This cave was originally empty, but now it was no longer monotonous. Wisdom Gu was like a new baby. It circled and danced in the short mushroom forest. At first, it was cautious, but soon its flight path revealed a cheerful mood, like a child who had discovered a new toy. "Wisdom Gu, it's time to get down to business," Fang Yuan said after watching for a while. Wisdom Gu stopped at the top of a stalk of Lingji, once again emitting the light of wisdom. It enveloped Fang Yuan within. Fang Yuan silently activated delight in water and mountain goo, deducing the immortal goo remnant recipe. 7 days later, he succeeded completely, once again perfecting 3 immortal goo remnant recipes. Using the Stargate, he completed the transaction with the land spirit of Langya, obtaining 40 immortal yuan stones. According to the previous price, perfecting a 90% immortal goo remnant recipe required 10 immortal yuan stones. Perfecting an 80% immortal goo remnant recipe required 20 immortal yuan stones. Fang Yuan completed 2 immortal goo remnant recipes this time, while one was 89% immortal goo remnant recipes. The immortal goo remnant recipes in the land spirit of Langya's hands were not all 90% immortal goo remnant recipes. Most of them had lower completion rates. Although Fang Yuan obtained a lot of immortal yuan stones each time, deducing immortal goo remnant recipes with lower completion rates also expended a lot of green grape immortal essence. All in all, every time he transacted with the land spirit of Langya, his net profit was around 26 immortal yuan stones. After returning to Who Immortal blessed land, the land spirit Little Who Immortal sent good news. A Gu Immortal in Treasure Imperial Heaven seemed to have accidentally found the corpse of a 6-headed snake. The corpse had already been sorted and was being sold in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan heard this and immediately activated Divine Sense Gu to communicate with jewel yellow skies, using the identity of 8 Arm Immortal to contact the Gu Immortal who was selling the corpse. Calamity beckoning immortal Gu in his possession required the black blood of the desolate beast 6-headed snake. But after Fang Yuan took a look, he found that this stall had skin, meat, bones, eyeballs, snake tendons, but there was no black blood of the 6-headed snake. When I accidentally found this desolate beast corpse, close to 100 years had passed since the 6-headed snake died. Thus, the snake's black blood had already flowed out. "I'm sorry." The Gu Immortal, who was selling the corpse, replied. Fang Yuan inspected the 6-headed snake's corpse and found that the Gu Immortal was not lying. It was as he said. But Fang Yuan was not discouraged. he still decided to buy this six-headed snake's corpse. The six-headed snake was a desolate beast with battle strength comparable to a rank 6 goo immortal. Its body was filled with treasures that could be used to refine goo. Fang Yuan spent a large sum of money, directly buying the entire skeleton, spending 3 immortal yuan stones. The bone marrow was hidden in the skeleton. It could produce blood. Fang Yuan was a blood path expert in his previous life. He was most proficient in extracting blood. With this skeleton, calamity beckoning immortal goo's food would be settled. After buying the skeleton, Fang Yuan went to immortal Monkey King Shirley's stall in jewel yellow skies. As expected, the divine sense activity here was booming, business was booming, everyone came for the stone monkey's hair, a goo refinement material. Shirley did not personally pay attention to jewel yellow skies. He left behind pride to guard it. Wisdom path inheritances were hard to come by, but wisdom path goo worms were not rare in jewel yellow skies. Almost every goo immortal had one. It was mainly for the convenience of buying and selling in jewel yellow skies. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would not have been able to buy so many wisdom path goo worms here back then. How much are you selling this stone monkey hair? Fang Yuan used his divine sense to ask Shirley's will. Shirley's will said in a stiff tone, 100 hair for 1 immortal yuan stone. Even though Fang Yuan was experienced and knowledgeable, he was shocked by this price. Why is it so expensive? Shirley proudly raised his head. If you think it is expensive, you can buy it elsewhere. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly. This stone monkey hair had only been developed by Shirley. How could he sell it elsewhere? This was the advantage of a monopoly. The price could be set at will. But even with such a high price, many goo immortals still bought it. Which goo immortal did not have goo recipes? Immortal goo remnant recipes. Maybe they just happened to have 1 or 2 and needed this stone monkey hair as the material. There was also a portion of goo immortals who had other ideas. They wanted to buy the stone monkey hair to try and research the secret of its production. If their blessed land could produce it, then they would be able to get a share of the huge profits. Don't say I didn't tell you. If you want to research the production of this stone monkey hair, you need to buy at least 1,000 hair. If you don't buy enough, you won't be able to research it. Shirley proudly knew the goo immortal's intentions and directly shouted. He was not worried that the secret of the stone monkey hair's production would be researched by others. Fang Yuan tried to bargain, but Shirley proudly refused to budge, saying impatiently, "Go away, go away. Don't cause trouble if you don't want to buy it. There are plenty of people who want to buy it. A pauper. He also wants to buy ancient goo refinement materials." Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was a rank 7 goo immortal. He had a fiery temper and was arrogant. Not only did he manage his blessed land well, he also had outstanding battle strength. He thought highly of himself, but he did have the capital to be so. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he dominated an area. Afterwards, Feng Jioga attacked Lang, Ya blessed land, and died. He had no one to suppress him, and his forces expanded rapidly. Even the 10 great sects of Central Continent could not suppress him. He was arrogant and unruly, unwilling to submit to others. He disrupted Central Continent's order, and even openly declared that he wanted to attack Immortal Court. Fang Yuan was facing a huge battle now. He urgently needed the stone monkey hair to refine group strength goo. Thus, no matter how arrogant Shirley was, he could only buy the stone monkey hair. Eventually, he spent 5 immortal essence to buy 500 stone monkey hair. With the stone monkey hair in hand, Fang Yuan started to refine group strength goo. Group strength goo was extinct long ago. It belonged to the strength path and could gather the strength of a group. If it was combined into the killer move Myriad Self, it would greatly raise Fang Yuan's battle strength. Fang Yuan did not want to refine 1 rank 5 group strength goo, but the more the better. At this time, the old hairy men that Fang Yuan bought finally showed their use. These old hairy men could not live for long, but they were all experts in goo refinement. Fang Yuan broke down the steps of group strength goo, handing the unimportant steps that had a high success rate but were complicated to them. As a goo refinement master, he specialized in the crucial steps. After 3 days and 3 nights without rest, Fang Yuan obtained a total of 45 rank 5 group strength goo. Goo worms were hard to refine. The higher the rank, the easier it was to fail. If he succeeded every time, 500 stone monkey hair would be 500 group strength goo. But Fang Yuan expended a large number of goo refinement materials. He used up all the stone monkey hair and only obtained 45 in the end. This success rate was because the group strength goo recipe was easy to refine and had a higher success rate. Of course, Fang Yuan could also use the light of wisdom to improve the group strength goo recipe or find a replacement material for the stone monkey hair. But Fang Yuan did not have the time to slowly deduce now. Even if he had the time, he might not have the refinement path foundation. After all, this was an ancient strength path goo recipe. It was different from the current refinement path system. Even if he had the foundation and time, he had to calculate the expenditure and gains. Don't forget, during the entire deduction process, he needed to expend green grape immortal essence, and he could not estimate the amount of green grape immortal essence. After refining group strength goo, Fang Yuan did not stop. He used the light of wisdom to think of the killer move myriad self. This took him a day, but he finally perfectly fused the 45 group strength goo into the killer move myriad self. During the goo refinement period, Little Hu Immortal completed the construction of the blood pool at the western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The blood pool was like a huge lake. In the middle of the lake, the 6-headed snake skeleton was floating. The pungent smell of blood spread for 100 li. In the pool, there were large numbers of goo worms, forming a goo formation to continuously expend the skeleton to create black blood. The core of the goo formation was the rank 5 battlebone wheel goo that Fang Yuan obtained from Northern Plains. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time flow was 5 times slower than the outside world of Central Continent. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan could prepare as much as he could with only 5 to 6 days left in Northern Plains. As time passed, the day of He Lolan's tribulation approached. Tai, by Yunsheng, returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land through the Stargate. Chapter 689. Underworld jellyfish, deep-sea lightning eels. You actually collected all of these ingredients? Fang Yuan inspected them and looked at Tai by Yunsheng in astonishment. Tai by Yunsheng, with his own strength, had actually obtained the food of the worldly wave trace goo without anyone noticing. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. After I displayed landscape as before immortal goo, I was welcomed by many goo immortals. They took the initiative to befriend me, and there are already goo immortals inviting me to join Haishur Blessed Land. But this matter can only be approved by more than half of the elders in Haishur Blessed Land. Tai by Yunsheng said. Fang Yuan nodded. Haishur Blessed Land was the #1 lone cultivator force in Eastern Sea. The goo cultivators who joined Haishur Blessed Land were mostly lone cultivators, but it was different from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the headquarters of the demonic path and was in opposition to the righteous path forces. Meanwhile, Haishur Blessed Land was a mix of righteous and demonic. It had more goo immortals than Snowy Mountain. There were many factions, and they jointly controlled the largest market in Eastern Sea. Precisely because of this, Haishur Blessed Land became the best place for goo immortals to dispose of stolen goods. Tai by Yunsheng was a lone cultivator, and most importantly, he had landscape as before immortal goo, which many goo immortals needed. But goo worms were hard to snatch, and Tai by Yunsheng could self-destruct landscape as before with just a thought. It was completely understandable that Gu immortals wanted to recruit Tai by Yunsheng as one of their own. Tai by Yunsheng continued, I bought a sufficient amount of underworld jellyfish in Haisher Blessed Land. After receiving Junior Brother's letter, I left Haisher Blessed Land and prepared to find a secluded island to use Stargate Gu. Coincidentally, I met an immortal zombie on the way. He called himself Shark Demon. He was a member of Zombie Alliance and was bringing a large amount of goods to Haisher Blessed Land to sell. He had a large amount of deep-sea lightning eels. If these eels reached Haisher Blessed Land, there would definitely be many buyers. I stopped him and wanted to buy them in advance. Shark Demon was unwilling at first. However, after knowing that I was Tai by Yunsheng, he immediately changed his mind. He was willing to sell all the deep-sea lightning eels to me, but he wanted me to help him repair a secret blessed land. So I agreed, and without wasting any Xian Yuan stone, I managed to get this deep-sea lightning eel. This Shark Demon actually trusts you that much. Fang Yuan frowned. Tai by Yunsheng chuckled. He said lightly, Oh, he has a rule path, Immortal Gu. It is called Death Date is Coming. I took the initiative to cooperate and accepted the exposure of death is coming in exchange for his trust. Death Date awaits. This is a rank 7 Immortal Gu. It is a rule path Gu worm that can determine the time of death of others. Once death arrives, even Gu immortals will die. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. Not bad. This Shark Demon is a rank 7 immortal zombie. Tai by Yunsheng chuckled. Oh, Bai, you are giving him a weakness. Actually, even without food to feed the immortal Gu, it is not a problem for now. Fang Yuan looked at Tai by Yunsheng, sighing. Tai by Yunsheng laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's thigh. He could not reach Fang Yuan's shoulder. He purposely explained, You think I am doing this for you? That's not it. That's secret blessed land. It is not owned by Shark Demon, but Yulu Blessed Land. Fairy Yulu is Paradise Earth, Immortal Venerable's second disciple. Unfortunately, Yulu Blessed Land's entrance is already destroyed. Shark Demon needs my landscape as before. To repair the entrance, by gaining his trust, I will be able to obtain the qualifications to explore Yulu Blessed Land. Fang Yuan looked at Tai by Yunsheng deeply, not continuing on this topic. 2 days later, the 6-headed snake skeleton in the blood pool melted. Fang Yuan obtained a large amount of black blood. He used this black blood to feed calamity-beckoning immortal Gu. Then he used the jellyfish and eels that Tai by Yunsheng brought back to feed worldly wave trace immortal Gu. Tai by Yunsheng had indeed helped Fang Yuan greatly. In an intense battle, worldly wave trace immortal Gu was indispensable. After Fang Yuan fed this Gu, he no longer had to worry about it. He checked his assets. Fang Yuan had 29.5 immortal Yuan stone, 17 green grape immortal essence. Without any hesitation, he used almost all the immortal Yuan stone he had. He refined them all into green grape immortal essence, obtaining 46 green grape immortal essence beads. Only half space immortal Yuan stone was left. 46, it is still not enough. Fang Yuan borrowed from Fairy Li Shan and Land Spirit of Langya. Fairy Li Shan lent Fang Yuan 30 immortal Yuan stone without saying a word. Land Spirit of Langya, on the other hand, took a long time to persuade him, and finally obtained 15. He had made 3 transactions with Land Spirit of Langya, but their relationship was not deep enough. Fang Yuan had wanted to borrow immortal Gu, but seeing this situation, he no longer fantasized. He refined the 45 immortal Yuan stone into green grape immortal essence. This way, his green grape immortal essence reached an unprecedented number of 91. The power of the river of time could not be stopped by anyone. Time passed. It was finally the day of He Lolan's immortal ascension. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng went through the Stargate according to the agreement, arriving in northern plains. Looking around, all he could see was the spread of frost and silence. In the world of ice and snow, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were already waiting. This is... Fang Yuan's gaze was hesitant. Tai Bai Yunsheng had already answered. This is the extreme ice battlefield at the north of northern plains. Legends say that reckless savage demon Venerable fought a strong enemy here, destroying this place and turning it into nothingness. After the battle ended, he turned into the immemorial desolate beast Ice Phoenix and spat out extreme frost-profound ice, freezing this place again. That's right. Fairy Li Shan nodded. Thus, this place's little life force, and the heaven and earth chi is not as dense as normal places. Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan and chuckled. You purposely chose this place to undergo tribulation. Were you worried that the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be too fierce? However, the lack of heaven and earth chi will affect the foundation of your immortal aperture blessed land, and your potential to advance to go immortal in the future. Fairy Li Shan opened her palm, and a handful of goo worms appeared in her palm. If there is not enough heaven and earth chi, we will use these goo worms. Fang Yuan looked over, and his heart jumped. Oh, it is actually an ancient chi path rank 5 goo, small family chi goo? This is the first time I have seen it. Legends say that this goo worm can absorb all kinds of chi in heaven and earth and store them. If it advances further, it would be the immortal goo great family chi. The Qi Dao appeared earlier than the Strength Dao, and also declined earlier. Fairy Li Shan was about to explain, but to think that Fang Yuan actually knew about it, she could not help but praise. Fang Yuan, you are very knowledgeable, not bad, not bad. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this, and his eyes brightened. This goo worm is good. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities are formed when the heaven and earth chi is too dense. With this goo worm, can't we indirectly control the heaven and earth chi and influence the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? During the 10 extreme immortal ascension, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities are very terrifying. Sigh, if not for this small family chi goo, I would not have the confidence to let little Lon advance to go immortal realm. Fairy Li Shan sighed, looking at He Lulan with a gaze full of worry. Shortly after, she turned her gaze towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, if He Lulan passes the tribulation successfully, you will only need to return half of the immortal Yuan stone I borrowed from you, and I will also give you the recipe of the small family chi goo. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes shone with joy, while Fang Yuan nodded expressionlessly. What I am worried about now, other than the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, there is also that old ghost He Chung. The last time I went out to northern plains, that old ghost immediately found me. Evidently, he left a tracking method on me, but I could not find him no matter how hard I tried. After pausing for a moment, He Lulan continued, We need to plan for the worst. He Cheng's tracking method is not simple. If he attacks at the crucial moment, the possibility of me diverting my attention to deal with him is very small. But if I can endure the Qi intake step, my body will be cleansed by the 3 Qi, strengthened by the Dao Seal, cleansed and purified. Even He Cheng's immortal tracking method will be cleanly removed. As long as we pass the second stage, we can directly leave. I understand. Go ahead, Fang Yuan said. He Lulan nodded, slowly closing her eyes. The first step of immortal ascension, shattering the aperture. The 10 extreme aperture was different from ordinary apertures. The latter required the Goo Master to continuously use primeval essence to attack the aperture walls, while the 10 extreme aperture walls were already unable to endure it. He Lulan undid the seal of the goo worms on her aperture, and the 10 extreme aperture shattered on its own. Her originally flawless body now had a hole, and a huge suction force towards the heaven and earth chi suddenly erupted. Clouds started to form in the originally blue sky. The icy plain under her feet slightly shook, and cracks started to appear on the thick ice surface. Hei Lulan relaxed her body, allowing the formless force to form between heaven and earth to lift her delicate body up into the air. Her skin was as white as snow, her black hair casually drooped down, and she wore a black warrior robe, making her body look even more graceful and graceful. The wind started to blow. In just a dozen breaths of time, the wind became fiercer. From a small breeze, it turned into a fierce gale. The clouds in the sky connected into a huge patch, covering the entire sky above Hei Lulan's head. On the cracked ice layer, there were many cracks from which smoke and dust rose. This was the sign of earth chi being drawn out from the depths of the ice layer. Soon, snow started to fall from the sky. The cloud layer became thicker, and the color changed from gray-white to dark black. Everything within 1,000 li was dark and gloomy. The wind howled, causing bone-chilling ice and frost to fill the entire world. At the same time, earth chi erupted, and with puffing sounds, the earth chi spread out like a fountain. Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fairy Li Shan retreated, concealing their figures. Only Fang Yuan was left standing on the spot, looking up at the sky. His tall body was like an unchanging stone statue. Even the fierce wind and snow could not move him at all. This was the ordinary wind and snow. No matter how big it was, it could not pose any threat to an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. Snow covered the sky and covered the earth. The intense wind continued to howl, becoming louder and louder, like the cries of ghosts and deities. As expected of the tribulation of one of the 10 extreme physiques, the heaven and earth chi here is so thin, but it can still attract so much of it. If this were in other parts of northern plains, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tai Bai Yunsheng was hiding far away. His figure could not be seen, but seeing this situation, he could not help but feel shocked. In the wind and snow, the heaven and earth chi became denser. Hei Lulan started to sprinkle small family chi goo. Chapter 690. With small family chi goo, I have a way to influence heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations. Fang Yuan observed quietly at the side. The wind howled, the snow swept, and the hail that was as hard as iron continuously smashed onto Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan did not move at all. His immortal zombie body did not suffer any damage. Bang, bang, bang. Hei Lulan continued to throw out small family chi goo. When these ancient chi path goo worms reached their limit in absorbing heaven and earth chi, she immediately retrieved them. During this process, many small family chi goo self-detonated. The absorbed heaven and earth chi returned to heaven and earth. When a goo master becomes a goo immortal, heaven and earth chi will fluctuate intensely, be it mortal goo or immortal goo, they will suffer backlash. Even though Hei Lulan had prepared small family chi goo, it could only affect the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamities slightly. It could not control it. As time passed, it was inevitable that the chi of heaven and earth would become denser and denser, reaching the point where the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would occur. In the howling wind, Hei Lulan's black hair danced in the wind. The ends of her hair and the snow slapped against her face. Clothes made from goo worms were much more durable than ordinary clothes. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, but they were still tenacious. Fang Yuan secretly felt strange. Why haven't there been any natural disasters and earthly calamities at this time? His eyes shone with a strange light as he activated his goo worm to observe carefully. Even the snow and wind could not obstruct his vision. Fang Yuan was extremely vigilant. There were many types of heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. Some were grand and powerful. Some were strange and terrifying. No one knew what would happen. Goo masters could only rely on their luck and prepare as much as they could. Counter every move. Woo woo woo, and the sound of the wind grew sharper and sharper, almost piercing his eardrums. Fang Yuan felt annoyed and irritated as he listened. Suddenly, he was jolted awake, forcefully activating the investigative goo and looking into the clouds. Suddenly, a violet-colored chime took shape. It rotated slowly, emitting a humming sound. As it turned out, the natural disaster had already quietly formed. The whimpering grew louder and sharper. Mixed with the wind, it spread for hundreds of miles. Even if Fang Yuan covered his ears, he couldn't block out the sound. Even though he had prepared some sound path mortal goo, but his sound path attainment was extremely low, he could not effectively defend against it. His heart was beating rapidly along with the sharp whistling sound, and all the blood in his body began to flow in reverse. The other side. He Lulon grunted. His mouth and nose were bleeding, and his condition was even worse than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan squinted as cold light flashed in his eyes. This is a heart-shocking sound tribulation. Once a goo master hears it, their blood will flow backwards, and their heart will beat faster. Over time, the blood would rush to the 7 apertures. The heart exploded. I have the body of an immortal zombie. My corpse blood is cold. It hardly flowed, so it was less affected. However, He Lulon had the great strength true martial physique, so her chi and blood were the most vigorous. Thus, she was restrained by the shocking sound tribulation. We must destroy the source of the sound tribulation, the purple chime. When he thought up to hear, Fang Yuan didn't hesitate any longer. He activated his light illusion bat wings and soared into the sky. The closer he got to the purple chime, the more shocked he became. When he was 300 steps away from the tribulation cloud, his heart was beating at an extreme speed. Even the muscles in his body were twitching. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body froze. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green zombie blood. Just now, his heart could not take it anymore and exploded. But Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie. His heart was no longer his weakness. Such an injury instead aroused his ferocious nature. He laughed strangely, raising his 8 arms and activating a killer move. Icy drill stardust. 8 starlight lumps quickly formed and shot towards the tribulation cloud. They drilled into the tribulation cloud and hit the purple chime. The chime was not sturdy. It shattered instantly. The heart-shocking demonic sound stopped, and Fang Yuan's pressure was lifted. But at the next moment, the tribulation cloud rumbled, heaven and earth gathered, and a purple chime was about to form again. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with cold light. How could a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity be destroyed so easily? This change was not out of his expectations. Icy drill stardust. He gathered his 8 arms and activated an offensive killer move again, creating a huge icy drill stardust lump. Within the deep blue starlight, stardust sparkled like diamonds, colliding with each other. Fang Yuan gave a light shout. His 8 arms pushed the starlight lumps deep into the tribulation cloud. The larger the starlight lumps, the slower their speed. But after destroying the purple chime that formed again, a large number of starlight lumps remained at the spot, emitting cracking sounds as they self-detonated. Heaven and earth gathered, forming the purple chime, but they were instantly destroyed by the starlight lumps. The starlight lumps melted at a visible speed, but the heart-shocking demonic sound did not enter Fang Yuan's ears again. Fang Yuan successfully suppressed the heavenly tribulation, but he did not let his guard down. How could it be so easy for a 10 extreme physique to advance to go immortal? He continued to use icy drill stardust. Although this killer move was a mortal killer move, it had extraordinary power, and after fusing with Do Min Jun's inheritance, it was worth 4 immortal Yuan stones. The icy drill stardust was continuously replenished, and the purple chime was constantly being destroyed. Fang Yuan took some time to look down at He Lulan. The latter's breathing stabilized again. Her eyes were still shut. Her expression was resolute as she sat cross-legged in the air, unmoving. On her fair and beautiful face, there were traces of dried blood. But the great strength, true martial physique's recovery speed was astonishing. It could be said to be number one among the 10 extreme physiques. He Lulan's injuries had already healed completely. Her hands moved continuously, scattering small family qi goo with one hand and retrieving them with the other. She had clearly changed her battle strategy, scattering small family qi goo on the ground and rarely flying into the sky. From this, it could be inferred that there were not many small family qi goo. After all, they were ancient qi path goo worms. Even with the goo recipe, the goo refinement materials were very hard to find. Even though He Lulan had prepared for a long time, she did not have many left. Fang Yuan had just retracted his gaze, when at this moment he heard a sobbing sound. The sound was mournful and pitiful, like the crying of a resentful woman in the palace, or the murmur of a young girl thinking of her lover in her dreams. The voice was suppressed, full of tenderness, but also resentment and resentment. When Fang Yuan heard this sound, even with his immortal zombie body, he felt waves of weakness. It was as if he could not exert any strength. He was a hero who was short of breath. He fell into an endless land of tenderness. His lofty ambitions could not be fully unleashed. His sturdy fists and legs felt like they were stuck in cotton. It was like he had just recovered from a serious illness. He felt weak and powerless. Fang Yuan cursed inwardly. He activated investigative goo and looked up, seeing that not far away from the purple chime, there was a pink chime. The chime continued to vibrate, emitting a sobbing sound. This was decadent sound tribulation. Before Fang Yuan could activate his killer move, after breaking the pink chime, a demonic sound pierced his ears. Dong, dong, dong. The sound was like thunder. It was like a giant beating a drum. Every sound seemed to strike the depths of Fang Yuan's mind. In Fang Yuan's mind, his thoughts could not circulate. They were shattered by the thunderous sounds. Thought, tremor sound tribulation. Immortal zombies had rigid thoughts to begin with. This heavenly tribulation countered Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt an intense dizziness. He was unable to think. His body shook intensely. He almost fell from the sky. At the moment of danger, he activated delight in water and mountain goo with just a trace of clarity. 3 beads of green grape immortal essence were poured into delight in water and mountain goo. The majestic joyful will gushed out and spread throughout Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan had just stabilized his body. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sound entered his ears. It was rapidly approaching. Fang Yuan subconsciously stretched out his hand to block it. At the next moment, his 5 fingers were directly cut off. The 5 fingers were engulfed by the wind and snow, vanishing in the boundless snow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sharp sound did not stop. It approached Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He focused his gaze and used 3 investigative methods. Finally, he could vaguely see transparent threads mixed in the snow. They were extraordinarily sharp. They formed a huge net that enveloped Fang Yuan from all directions. These transparent threads were not tangible. They were formed from sound. Fang Yuan's hairs stood on end. This is flying blade, sound tribulation. Hair, armor, light illusion bat wings. He activated a defensive killer move before activating a movement killer move. Fang Yuan continued to move. The black armor broke into pieces. After leaving the hair armor, the pieces turned into black zombie hair. Fang Yuan moved left and right. He finally found a gap and broke through the sound net. But the transparent threads continued to attack him. The hair armor lasted for another 3 breaths of time before it reached its limit, shattering loudly. Fang Yuan snorted. he quickly activated a defensive killer move, forming a new hair armor that barely covered his body. He dodged left and right. His body was like a phantom. At the same time, icy drill stardust rained down on him. When the stardust came into contact with the sound net, it was completely intercepted and cut into pieces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Yuan's fingers quickly grew back, and his shattered heart also formed back together. Howl, howl, howl. Without the stardust to replenish him, the first purple chime finally grew out. Ghostly cries resounded again. Fang Yuan's blood flowed in reverse. His heart that had just recovered started to beat wildly again, heading towards self-detonation. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn. Be it icy drill stardust, light illusion bat wings, or hair armor, they were all activated to their limits, but they could not resist this danger. This was only He Lolan's heavenly tribulation. The earthly calamity had not completely formed because of the small family Qigu's suppression. In Fang Yuan's mind, a huge amount of joyful will was expended in just a short period of time. A tenth of it had already been expended. My current battle strength is already at upper tier, rank 6, but I can't do anything to this heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity of the 10 extreme physiques are truly terrifying. It is several times that of ordinary Gu immortals. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's expression changed. His heart sank. He found that in the depths of this tribulation cloud, there were 4 chimes of different colors slowly forming. Earlier, the 4 chimes had already made Fang Yuan tired of dealing with them. Now that there were 4 more, Fang Yuan could only use the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Tai Bai Yunsheng was speechless as he watched from the dark. It seems that the difficulty of the 10 extreme physiques is not just several times, it is at least 10 times that of ordinary Gu masters. He had thought that his tribulation was already very difficult. To think that He Lolan's difficulty was even higher than his by a lot. Oh no, this is not an ordinary heavenly tribulation. It is one of the 10 great catastrophes, the 8-layered demonic sound tribulation. 8 sounds are emitted at the same time. They can spread over 880 li, shaking heaven and earth and killing gods and immortals. Far away, Fairy Li Shan, who had been hiding, also saw the 8 chimes and recognized them. She almost wanted to help them. 8-layered demonic sound tribulation. If all 8 sounds are emitted at the same time, the power will be overwhelming. This tribulation will fail prematurely. There is no hope of success. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold. The more difficult the situation was, the more his battle intent surged. Crack, crack, crack. Throughout the process, the mortal Gu he used were exploding continuously. The backlash of heaven and earth caused him to lose a large number of mortal Gu. But Fang Yuan had made ample preparations. He had more than enough spare Gu worms. His killer moves never stopped. Chapter 691. From He Lolan's eyes, a dazzling light burst out. The light condensed into a solid pillar of light that pierced through the tribulation clouds and shot towards the 2 chimes. With a loud sound, the chimes shattered and vanished, unable to be formed again. The pillar of light flashed as He Lulan closed her eyes. The entire process was extremely short. It only lasted for a breath of time. This was the light of divert disaster. He Lulan used immortal Gu divert disaster. The power of an immortal Gu was truly extraordinary. It was a clear contrast to Fang Yuan's mortal killer move, icy drill stardust. He Lulan calmed down for a while before opening her eyes. 2 beams of light shot out in a flash, extinguishing 2 more chimes. Fang Yuan was shocked. Such power is not a simple use of divert disaster immortal Gu. It is a combination of mortal Gu. Through the attack of her gaze, the light of divert disaster is more solid and precise. In other words, This is an immortal killer move that He Lulan has already developed using Divert Disaster Immortal Goo as the core. He Lulan was extremely talented. Not long after obtaining Divert Disaster Goo, she had already developed an immortal killer move. This made Fang Yuan feel incredulous, but the facts in front of him spoke louder than words. At this time, He Lulan opened her eyes again and destroyed 2 chimes. But this time, when she closed her eyes, 2 streams of blood flowed out from the corners of her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled as her body shook. In her hand, the Divert Disaster Goo that she was holding had cracks on it. It was emitting a faint sound. This immortal killer move that was developed in a hurry was not complete. It had a strong weakness. 2 chimes left. He Lulan did not care about anything else. She gritted her teeth. She forcefully opened her eyes again and destroyed the final 2 chimes of the heavenly calamity. G-U-H, G-U-H. Her beautiful eyes shattered at this moment. 2 streams of blood flowed out. Blood gushed out from her empty eye sockets. With a loud sound, Divert Disaster Immortal Goo in her hand also exploded. The fragments turned into specks of light that leaked out from the gaps of her fingers before vanishing completely. He Lulan was completely blinded, although she had the great strength, true martial physique, and her recovery ability was astonishing. She was unable to withstand it, but his eyeball was injured. He forcefully used Immortal Goo Divert Disaster. Luck Path Dao marks remained in her eye sockets, preventing her from recovering. The rank 6 Divert Disaster Immortal Goo was also destroyed. It became a masterpiece. He Lulan was extremely resolute. She had the heart of an ambitious person. She paid a huge price to eliminate the heavenly calamity. Now, only the earth tribulation was left. At this moment, Fang Yuan couldn't help but praise in his heart, decisive. When the 10 absolutes ascended to immortality, the heavenly tribulations and earthly disasters were extremely terrifying. What was worse was that there might be powerful enemies who would disturb them. The huge pressure of survival forced He Lulan to give up Divert Disaster Immortal Goo, as well as her eyeballs. This was a decision that ordinary people would find hard to make. This kind of abandonment allowed He Lulan's ambitious and ruthless heart to be completely displayed. The sky hung down like a clear waterfall. Earth chi surged upward. It was like a golden fountain. The deep foundation that He Lulan had turned into a huge wave of human chi. Suddenly it exploded. This is the human chi of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Tai Bai Yunsheng was dumbfounded as he watched from afar. He Lulan's human chi was several times that of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng's combined human chi. The human chi of one of the 10 extreme physiques was extremely abundant. The main reason for this was the 10 extreme apertures. Even though they were mentally prepared, the spectators were still shocked. The 3 chi were separated, forming a huge chi cocoon that enveloped He Lulan. At this point, she entered the second stage, taking in chi. He Lulan focused on balancing the 3 chi. She recalled the small family chi goo. She could not fight the enemy for the time being. Crack, crack. The glacier cracked. Heaven and earth shook. Right at this time, a thunderous roar resounded. A huge violent ape jumped out of the glacier. With a loud sound, the violent ape landed on the ground, creating 2 deep pits. The edges of the pits were covered in ice shards. The violent ape patted its chest, raising its head and roaring. Its voice was so loud that even the rumbling tribulation clouds froze. Its body was white as snow. Its eyes were red like blood. Its fur were like icicles that pierced towards the sky. It was hundreds of feet tall, as large as a mountain. It had an overwhelming aura and was extremely ferocious. Compared to it, Fang Yuan was like a tiny beetle in front of a cat. The earthly tribulation has appeared. It is actually an ancient desolate beast tribulation. This is an earthly tribulation that only rank 7 Gu immortals can face. Tai, by Yunqing's heart sank. Fairy Li Shan's mind was echoing with a name, Icefall Divine Ape. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. The Icefall Divine Ape's huge shadow was cast down. This was rank 7 battle strength. If it still had immortal Gu on it, it would be even worse. It would be even more difficult to fight against it. He Lulan was focused on balancing the 3 qi. He Cheng had not appeared. Fairy Li Shan and Tai Bai Yunqing were hiding far away. The situation was extremely dangerous. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light. He patted his chest, activating his trump card in advance. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Fist Qi burst out. It was vast and majestic, like a gushing river or a raging sea. In a few breaths of time, over 10,000 Fang Yuan strength path phantoms appeared, surrounding Fang Yuan's main body from all directions, in the sky and on the ground. They formed into a spherical formation. To prevent the battle from getting too intense and not having enough time, Fang Yuan had activated the immortal killer move Myriad Self many times before coming to Northern Plains. The strength path phantoms were stored in his immortal aperture. The strength path phantoms could be maintained for some time. They were not living beings. They were not affected by the death energy in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan released a portion at this moment. He immediately regained his momentum. The Icefall Divine Ape had been itching to attack, but seeing the army of strength path phantoms hovering in the sky, it immediately opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. Its muscles tensed up, and it chose to confront them. Wind and snow howled. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. His body was like a rock as he pointed at the Icefall Divine Ape. Immediately, the 3 armies moved together. Battle cries resounded in the sky. An army of tens of thousands of strength path phantoms surged towards the Icefall Divine Ape like a tidal wave. Such power! Tai Bai Yunqing's mind was shaken. This was not the first time he had seen the killer move Myriad Self back in Langya Blessed Land. He had seen it once when Fang Yuan was beating up the desolate beast swamp crab. But back then, Fang Yuan had only expended 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. 10,000 phantoms shot out. Yet now, an army of tens of thousands had charged over in unison. As the might of the army spread out, it naturally carried a vast aura that covered the heavens and the earth. The army charged towards the Icefall Divine Ape, splitting into 4 groups along the way. One went to the left, one went to the right. One went to the left, one went to the right. The Icefall Divine Ape became ferocious. It advanced instead of retreating. It charged forward. Fang Yuan's strength path phantom army moved like an extension of his body. Under his will, they spread out with a loud rumble. It was like a huge net. It trapped the Icefall Divine Ape. Kill! Kill! The strength path phantoms roared. They were like ants as they attacked the Icefall Divine Ape. The Icefall Divine Ape charged left and right, destroying countless strength path phantoms, but it could not break through Fang Yuan's army's blockade. There is actually such a powerful killer move in this world. Together with his enslavement path master attainment, no wonder Little Lon values Fang Yuan so much. Seeing this, Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed. Strength path phantoms flew out. They continued to fly out of his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had over 100,000 troops in his immortal aperture, but only 80,000 came out. These strength path phantoms. The most ordinary ones had 2 arms, followed by 4 and 6. The more arms they had, the stronger their battle strength. The Icefall Divine Ape roared angrily. It fought fiercely. Its huge body and monstrous strength, as well as the icicles all over its body, caused injuries to the strength path phantoms. If they touched them, they would die. But when the fist chi dissipated, a portion of it would be expended, while the remaining portion would condense into strength path phantoms again. This change greatly slowed the rate at which Fang Yuan's army was being expended. During this process, the joyful will in Fang Yuan's mind was being expended rapidly. Commanding an army of tens of thousands, the joyful will expenditure was terrifying. In just a few dozen breaths of time, Fang Yuan had already used delight in water and mountain immortal goo close to 10 times. Strange, this icefall divine ape is an ancient desolate beast, but it has no immortal goo. It does not even have a single mortal goo. Where did this earthly calamity come from? Fang Yuan could see the icefall divine ape's weakness. It did not have an immortal goo or even a mortal goo. This ancient desolate beast's threat was greatly reduced. In that case, it is time to get rid of you. Fang Yuan's lips curled. A fierce light shined in his eyes. He personally went up, pouncing. Light, illusion bat wings flickered on his back. Fang Yuan's speed rose sharply. He was like a meteor. Along the way, sonic booms could be heard. In a few breaths of time, he crossed a huge distance. Like a demon god descending, he arrived above the icefall divine ape's head. Come, group strength boost. Fang Yuan screamed in his mind. Immediately, the 45 group strength goo in his immortal aperture activated at the same time. Group strength goo had already been incorporated into Fang Yuan's myriad self system. Now that it was activated, myriad self underwent a new change. Hundreds of strength path phantoms dissipated. Their strength was gathered on Fang Yuan's body under the effect of group strength goo. Fang Yuan raised his right arm, smashing it down on the icefall divine ape's head. There was a loud bang. His entire forearm smashed on the divine ape's head with unparalleled force. The huge rebound caused Fang Yuan's forearm to explode. His bones broke into pieces, his flesh and blood turned into powder. And on the icefall divine ape's head, there was a huge hole. Soon, cracks spread out from the hole, affecting the ape's entire head. The icefall divine ape's head exploded. Seeing this scene, be it Fairy Li Shan or Tai Bai Yin Sheng, both of them were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. Even Fang Yuan was shocked. What happened? The entire ape's head exploded? Impossible. This is an ancient, desolate beast. Myriad self was perfected by him. He was the one who added group strength goo. He was clear of the amplification of group strength. At most, the icefall divine ape's head would bleed, but the ape's head would not explode. Be careful! Right at this time, Tai Bai Yunsheng could not help but appear, warning loudly. Fang Yuan turned around. His pupils shrunk. Without Fang Yuan noticing, the icefall divine ape's fist had silently approached. Like a venomous snake, it smashed down at lightning speed. Chapter 692. With a loud bang, Fang Yuan was like a fly that was swatted away, flying back. He flew through the air like lightning before smashing onto the hard ice. Rumble! Ice shards splashed. The enormous force caused Fang Yuan to shoot through the ice layer like a cannonball, only stopping after a few thousand steps of distance. Fang Yuan was heavily injured, lying on the ice. Even with his immortal zombie body, he could not move. His body was like a tattered sack. Green corpse blood flowed out. He was covered in wounds. His bones were broken. Some were embedded in his flesh. Some were protruding out of his body. 8 arms. Only 3 were left. A severed arm fell on the ice path not far from Fang Yuan. This long ice path was created by Fang Yuan using his own body. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Yuan kept coughing. His eyes were wide open as he looked in disbelief. The icefall divine ape that had lost its head was still standing upright. What the hell is this? According to common sense, even if it was an ancient desolate beast, it would immediately collapse after its head was smashed. But this icefall divine ape not only did not fall, it even gave Fang Yuan a powerful counterattack. Fang Yuan thought back to that huge punch earlier. According to common sense, such a huge force should have created a sonic boom. However, the entire process was completely silent. This was not something an Icefall divine ape could do, because there were no signs of goo worms on its body. Fang Yuan tried to move his body. His immortal zombie body shook, but he was still lying on the ice. His efforts were in vain. But Fang Yuan could feel it. His body was rapidly recovering. Zombies use death energy to replace life energy. As long as they were not instantly destroyed, they would be filled with death energy. He would always recover at a strange and fast speed. Fang Yuan. Tai by Yunsheng flew over. At the same time, rays of black light shot out from his hands and landed on Fang Yuan. These pitch-black lights were specially prepared for Fang Yuan by Tai by Yunsheng. They were not ordinary healing goo worms. Ordinary healing goo worms. It brought life force and stimulated life force, but it was useless against an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wanted to strengthen the aura of death. The stronger the death qi, the faster his recovery speed. Therefore, zombies were also known as the living dead. With the help of Tai by Yunsheng, Fang Yuan's recovery speed soared. Very good. Fang Yuan grinned. Soon, he regained his mobility. He stood up from the ice. With a bang, the Icefall divine ape suddenly underwent a shocking transformation, and it self-detonated. After the explosion, a large group of Pegasi took the place of the Icefall divine apes. These Pegasi were definitely not ordinary. They were not the current winged Pegasi. They were larger, 2 to 3 times the size of the winged Pegasi. On their backs, there were at least 2 pairs of wings. Some even had as many as 3 pairs. These were ancient Pegasi. The more wings they had, the stronger their battle strength. For winged Pegasi were beast emperors. 6 winged Pegasi were desolate beasts. In the current 5 regions, ancient Pegasi were already extinct, and right now, most of these Pegasi were 4-winged Pegasi. There were even a few with 6 wings. The Pegasi group roared as they collided with Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army. As the battle unfolded, Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army was forced to retreat, suffering heavy casualties. This is not a beast calamity. What in the world is this? Tai by Yunsheng flew rapidly towards Fang Yuan, and seeing this, he could not help but stare with wide-opened eyes. The ancient Pegasi group and the Strength Path Phantom Army fought each other, creating a chaotic situation. Fang Yuan was at a great disadvantage, because the originally loose formation of the Strength Path Phantom Army was to deal with giant beasts like the Icefall divine ape. Now that it was the united Pegasi group, because their forces were scattered, the Pegasi group could easily cut through them. Even though the Strength Path Phantom Army cooperated well with each other and formed small battle formations, they still lost more than they won, suffering heavy casualties. The massacre continued, and there were no corpses. The Strength Path Phantom Army was formed from fist force, so it was fine. The key was that the Pegasi group did not have physical bodies. After killing them, they turned into nothingness. Don't tell me. Fang Yuan's crimson eyes suddenly shone with a bright light. He racked his brains, searching for answers in his memories, and finally, a thought flashed in his mind, making him think of an indistinct possibility. This possibility made him turn back to look at He Lulan. He did not see He Lulan. He Lulan was wrapped in a huge, 3-colored ball of air, and she was nowhere to be seen. As long as she digested this 3-colored ball of air, her potential after becoming an immortal would definitely be extremely deep, and her future would be bright. Fang Yuan turned back to face the Pegasi group. His eyes narrowed into slits. He smiled and waved his hand behind him. At the same time, he sent a message to stop Tai by Yunsheng, who was rushing over. Old Bai, retreat to the side. Help me control the formation. Then, he gritted his teeth and charged forward again. He actually charged all the way, charging into the chaotic battle between the Pegasi group and the Strength Path Phantom Army. Immediately, countless ancient Pegasi swarmed over, charging towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt like he had poked a hornet's nest. He activated his hair armor, raising his arms to protect his head. After identifying his target, he suddenly shouted and pounced forward, forcefully pressing an injured four-winged Pegasi from the sky to the ground. With a bang, the man and the Pegasi fell heavily to the ground. The ice surface shattered, and a deep pit was formed. Fang Yuan's body was covered in wounds, many of his bones were fractured, and his flesh was torn. His body that had just been repaired was shattered again. When he charged into the chaotic battle and pressed down a four-winged Pegasi, he was attacked by countless Pegasi. These Pegasi, naturally, would not let him go. A large number of Pegasi gathered into a white stream, charging down from the sky. Their target was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used all his strength to suppress the struggling four-winged Pegasi below him. On the other hand, his will was surging like boiling water in his mind. It was being consumed intensely. In the sky, two strength path phantoms coordinated with each other, cutting the charging Pegasi group in half like a pair of giant scissors. At the same time, inside Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, a large number of strength path phantoms appeared and quickly spread, forming a circular formation above Fang Yuan's head. They disregarded the sacrifices and defended against the Pegasi group's attack. The four-winged Pegasi below Fang Yuan was not obedient. It neighed and struggled intensely. The immense strength was shocking. Even Fang Yuan, an 8-armed immortal zombie, a strength path Gu immortal, could not hold back. Time was pressing. There was no time to lose. Fang Yuan raised his fist and smashed down, immediately destroying the Pegasi's head. But the headless Pegasi continued to struggle, as if it was not affected at all. Fang Yuan punched with his 8 arms. Punches landed on the Pegasi's body, on the thick ice surface underground. It could not hold on. It shattered into pieces. Ordinary four-winged Pegasi were equivalent to beast emperors. They had rank 5 battle strength. But against Fang Yuan's ferocious might, even a powerful wild Gu would be smashed into meat paste. This strange four-winged Pegasi did not have any Gu worms on it. It dissipated after being smashed by Fang Yuan. No fur, bones, or blood was left behind. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. His eyes opened wide. Following the destruction of the four-winged Pegasi, a formless will entered his mind. His eyes were filled with shock and joy. At once, he half knelt on the broken ice surface. His movements paused like a statue. He ignored the attacks above him, as if he was in a nightmare. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunsheng saw this, and was extremely worried. He flew over again. Come back, don't disturb him. To him, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fairy Li Shan suddenly transmitted. Tai Bai Yunsheng squinted his eyes, replying angrily, "It seems you know what this tribulation is. Fairy Li Shan, we are allies. We are here to protect He Lulan during her tribulation. You have been deceiving us all along. What are your intentions?" "This is not deceiving. Don't forget the Snowy Mountain Alliance. If I had deceived you, I would have died long ago. This was only a guess. It has been verified now." Fairy Li Shan quickly explained. She had only concealed this crucial information, but that did not mean she was deceiving them. Even if they were allies, they could not share every secret. Fang Yuan would not be able to do this. Tai Bai Yunsheng's breathing paused. He flew as he questioned angrily, "Then why are you still not telling me? What bullshit guess is this?" Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of turbid air, speaking quickly. "Tai Bai Yunsheng, you know the origin of this icy plain. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable destroyed a corner of northern plains, turning this place into nothingness. To make up for it, reckless savage demon Venerable turned into an immemorial ice phoenix, spitting out extreme frost-profound ice to freeze this place, forming a huge icy plain. Get to the point. Tai Bai Yunxing shouted. Fairy Li Shan understood Tai Bai Yunxing's emotions. She did not blame him, continuing to explain. As everyone knows, reckless savage demon Venerable is a strength path gu Venerable, the ancestor of strength path. He also created transformation path. Any rank 9 Venerable is the child of the great Tao. They are the closest to the truth of heaven and earth. Not only does their words follow the law, their every action contains true meaning. Even their gaze contains the profundities of nature. Even if they die, their trump card killer moves will be engraved in heaven and earth, forming a type of heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but think of formless hands. Yes, I knew this long ago. Fairy Li Shan continued. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable turned into an ice phoenix, spitting out profound ice to create our current icy plain. Don't forget, Ice Phoenix is a transformation path killer move. Thus, as the creator of the icy plane, reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning towards strength path and transformation path is engraved in this world. Among a few Gu immortals, there is a guess, or more accurately, a rumor. As long as a strength path or transformation path Gu master ascends to Gu immortal in the icy plane, Tao marks will resonate and draw out reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning towards strength path and transformation path in the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yunxing's body shook. Then doesn't that mean? That's right. The Icefall Divine Ape is only an illusion. The ancient Pegasus is also the same. They are only the true meaning of strength path and transformation path, manifested through the earthly calamity. Completely shattering these external manifestations, the small portion of true meaning contained within will burst forth and pour into the body. What is true meaning? It is the understanding towards heaven and earth, the great Tao, and laws. Fang Yuan has just shattered the Pegasus and received the true meaning pouring into his body. In other words, Fang Yuan is receiving reckless, savage demon Venerable's teachings. Fairy Li Shan said these shocking words, but at the same time, she also revealed a strong feeling of envy. Obtaining the teachings of a rank 9 Venerable, what a great opportunity this was. Chapter 693. Fairy Li Shan continued, sighing. The rumor of reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning is said to have originated from Northern Plains rank 7 domination immortal Chu Du. It is said that when he became a strength path Gu immortal 300 years ago, he underwent tribulation in this icy plane. But after so many years, Gu immortals have become rare. Among these new Gu immortals, transformation path is rare, and strength path is even rarer. Thus, this conjecture has always been hard to prove. Tai Bai Yunxing snorted coldly, no longer approaching Fang Yuan. Although Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had deceived him and Fang Yuan, he had obtained such a huge benefit. Tai Bai Yunxing's resentment had mostly dissipated. He turned around and looked at He Lulan with a profound gaze. He Lulan was wrapped in the 3 qi cocoons. Everything was progressing smoothly. The qi cocoons were shrinking in an orderly manner. This woman's ambition is really huge. She is not satisfied with becoming a 10 extreme true immortal. She still wants to learn from reckless savage demon Venerable. She is not afraid of not having enough strength and bursting her belly. Speaking of which, this adventurous style is very similar to Fang Yuan. They are both lunatics. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed inwardly. As expected, these are true unexpected manifestations. Ah! Fang Yuan laughed heartily. His expression was in high spirits as he slowly stood up from his half-kneeling position. He looked at the ancient Pegasus group in front of him again. This time, his gaze had already changed. His gaze had become extremely passionate, like a pervert who had endured for thousands of years seeing a peerless beauty. He was like an insatiable thief who had seen the greatest treasure in the world. I have advanced to a strength path Gu immortal, but my strength path foundation is still shallow. My strength path attainment is only at quasi-grandmaster. Every slight increase in my attainment is extremely difficult. I need to trigger a qualitative change from the accumulation of quantitative changes over a long period of time. But now, as long as I kill these true meaning manifestations, I can rapidly raise my strength path attainment to true Grandmaster realm. With 500 years of hard work and experience, Feng Yuan was extremely clear about the difficulty of raising one's attainment level. Realm represented one's understanding of the great Tao. Strength path realm was a Gu master's understanding of strength path. They were roughly divided into normal, quasi-master, master, and quasi-grandmaster. Master level, great grandmaster level. Most Gu masters in their entire lives. They were all at normal rank. Quasi-master level were those geniuses or experienced Gu masters who were old and experienced. Master level was already 1 in a million. For example, in the Imperial Court Contest, the huge northern plains, heroes gathered. Only Feng Yuan and Tai by Yunsheng were master pilots. Enslavement path masters were Jiang Baoye, Yang Puing, Ma Zun, Cheng Shanin, Feng Yuan, and New Air Tuesday. In terms of refinement path great grandmasters, in the entire history of the human race, there were only long-hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan, and old immortal Kongju. Every time one's realm increased, it would result in an earth-shattering increase in one's battle prowess. This was because a higher cultivation level meant a deeper understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. It could allow Gu masters to refine even better new Gu, create even more killer moves, and display the greatest advantage of their path. Feng Yuan's understanding of the various paths. The highest was blood path. In the 500 years of his previous life, he was a famous blood path grandmaster. Thus, his battle strength was outstanding. He created many new blood path Gu. These new Gu even surpassed Blood Sea Ancestor in some aspects. He also created many blood path killer moves. Even though these were mortal killer moves, they were extremely powerful. Feng Yuan now had the immortal killer move Myriad Self. It was a killer move created by squeezing out all of his potential, learning from nature, and using Wisdom Gu. It was a new starting point for the fusion of enslavement and strength path. But even with such a killer move, in terms of battle strength, he was not the match of the blood path peak in the 500 years of his previous life. Feng Yuan could suppress the immortal killer move Myriad Self just by using the combination of his blood path killer moves from his previous life. He even used his Grandmaster attainment level to create some remnant recipes of brand new blood path immortal Gu from scratch. Of course, the completion rate of these remnant recipes was very low. This was the world of Gu worms, and also the world of Gu masters. The nurture, use, and refinement of Gu worms, the main body was still the Gu master. Generation after generation of Gu masters innovated and used their abundant creativity to research new Gu worms and create new paths. Only then could there be a splendid Gu path that encompassed all aspects and was full of splendor. Only then could there be stars shining brightly, heroes appearing in large numbers, and the grand history of humanity. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. The sages of the past had created many pinnacles. Even if people looked up to them, it was a great achievement that the later generations could not surpass. But all in all, the overall strength of the 5 regions was constantly improving, becoming more profound, surpassing the immemorial antiquity era, olden antiquity era, and so on. Gu masters nurture, use, and refine Gu. In the end, they are all the exploration and learning of nature, heaven and earth, and the great Tao, be it a xianxia world, a magical world, or a scientific world. They are all the same They are all exploring and learning the whole of nature. It is just that, according to the laws of the world, the methods of exploration are different. Only by constantly exploring could one learn. Only by learning could one accumulate. Only by accumulating could one transcend. And in this world, the step-by-step result of learning the great Tao of heaven and earth is the attainment level of each path. The great Tao is a wordless heavenly book. Gu masters explore and learn the world. They need to use Gu worms to probe around. They need to constantly summarize, comprehend, and need inspiration. They need sufficient experience and experience. But right now, I have obtained the true meaning infusion. It is like standing on the shoulders of a giant and looking at the world. It is to let reckless savage demon Venerable translate the wordless heavenly book into words that I can understand, and then let me read it directly. This is such a wide shortcut, an extremely rare opportunity. It will save me a lot of hard work in the future. The more Feng Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became. Hey, Luan, you are a lunatic. You actually want to learn from reckless savage demon Venerable and obtain the true meaning infusion while learning from nature. Humph, aren't you afraid you won't be able to comprehend it and become flustered, causing your immortal ascension to fail? But I like your greed. I'll accept all of your generous gifts without hesitation. Feng Yuan shouted in his heart. With such great benefits in front of him, he decided to not leave anything behind. Myriad self, myriad self, myriad self. He continued to activate immortal killer moves. For the first time, disregarding the cost, he activated them crazily. Countless strength path phantoms were created by him, instantly forming a strength path phantom army in his immortal aperture. The scale was much larger than before. At the same time, the mortal Gu used to form the immortal killer moves were destroyed in large numbers. This was the backlash of heaven and earth. This was also the result of Feng Yuan's crazed activation. But Feng Yuan did not feel any heartache. As long as his core cleanse soul immortal Gu was fine. He had made ample preparations for this trip. He had a large number of substitute mortal Gu. Come. Feng Yuan opened his chest. Countless strength path phantoms shot out from his immortal aperture. The strength path army was like a flood pouring down on heaven and earth, sweeping over mountains and rivers. The sparse army was immediately replenished. Soon, it surpassed its original limit and reached a new height. A large number, no, a vast number of strength path phantoms filled the entire battlefield. There are at least 300,000. This scene stunned Tai by Yunsheng and Fairy Li Shan. The ancient Pegasus group was tightly surrounded by the strength path phantom army. At this moment, the battle between the two armies had reached a climax. Feng Yuan walked calmly. He walked on the icy surface of the battlefield. In his mind, joyful will was produced and expended rapidly. Under his command, the army formed a tacit understanding and cooperation. Waves of military power, like giant hands, beat down the four-winged heavenly horses one by one without caring about the losses. Next, dozens of strength path phantoms worked together. The four-winged Pegasus were forcefully pressed down on the icy surface. After that, Feng Yuan slowly walked over. He raised his 8 thick, giant arms, creating a curtain of fist shadows as he ruthlessly attacked. Amidst the cries of pain, the Pegasus were smashed into pieces. True meaning poured in. Feng Yuan's mind was shaken by the impact. The profundity of the great Tao was quickly absorbed by Feng Yuan. His movements were stiff for a few breaths of time, but he soon regained control. Like this, Feng Yuan slaughtered the ancient Pegasus crazily. This feels good. After receiving another true meaning infusion, he excitedly raised his head and roared. His gaze was like blood. One could not look straight at him. His strength path realm, that had been slowly rising for several years, was rapidly rising with each true meaning infusion. Fang Yuan felt incomparable pleasure and enjoyment. Tai Bai Yunxing did not speak. Fang Yuan's craziness caused him to feel a chill in his heart. Fairy Li Shan's side also became silent. After half of the Pegasus group was destroyed, the earthly calamity changed again. The Pegasus group fused together, turning into 33 giant snakes. These giant snakes were covered in hard black armor that looked like shields. Their defense was very strong. The snake heads were as big as houses. When they landed on the ground, they occupied the terrain to defend. They became shield snakes again. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. His body did not move, but the Strength Path army in the air pressed down like a dark cloud. After occupying the ground, these shield snakes only needed to defend from above. It was no longer like flying in the air, where there were openings to attack from above and below. Fang Yuan's killing efficiency fell sharply. After a long time, he finally commanded a large force to move a shield snake. Fang Yuan laughed maniacally, pouncing forward. The shield snake was covered in injuries, but before it could raise its head, it was attacked by Fang Yuan's 8 arms. The enormous strength of 45 group strength, Gu, directly smashed the shield snake's head into pieces. An enormous true meaning that far surpassed the previous one charged into Fang Yuan's mind. Half of the snake's body that had lost its head suddenly split into small snakes, forming a sinister and slippery snake sea in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan comprehended the true meaning of the great Tao. His body could not move. He fell into the snake sea. The snake sea attacked crazily, quickly submerging his huge body. Fang Yuan's comprehension this time was different from before. Earlier, when the true meaning infusion was used, Fang Yuan was like a Pegasus from birth to death, from small to large. His forehooves galloped on the solid ground, his wings flapping as he soared in the vast sky. He sensed the unique body structure of the Pegasus. He sensed the usage of all kinds of strength and the ingenuity of exerting strength. And now he had turned into a snake. From the moment he broke out of the snake egg, he started to devour his prey like a glutton. He could feel the twisting of the snake's body, the strength of the snake's coiling body, the rhythm of the snake's muscles as it swallowed its prey, the movement of the snake's head as it attacked, like lightning. Not only did his strength path attainment rise, his transformation path, and even his flying master attainment rose. Chapter 694. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing's shout could be heard from afar. Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, waking up from the sea of snakes. There were snakes everywhere, from head to toe. Countless snakes coiled around his body, trying to kill him and gnawing at him. If not for Fang Yuan's hair armor's protection, he might have already been devoured by these snakes. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He was not shocked, but happy. He stretched out his 8 giant hands and clenched, instantly crushing dozens of snakes. Dozens of true meanings assaulted his mind. His consciousness blurred for a moment before recovering. As he gradually adapted and his attainment level increased, the speed at which he absorbed the true meanings also became faster. In a state of intoxication, he even removed his hair armor and opened his mouth. Inhaling deeply, immediately, countless snakes slid into his mouth. He opened his mouth and chewed, his sharp teeth crushing the snake's body. Then he swallowed. The snake's body parts vanished into nothingness as soon as they entered his mouth. Waves of true meaning unceasingly filled his mind. Strength path, true meaning, and transformation path, true meaning, were rising bit by bit. At the same time, these advancements also gave Fang Yuan a deeper understanding of other domains, as if he had a deeper understanding of them. For example, flying attainment. After Fang Yuan killed the 3rd shield snake, his strength path attainment finally broke through from quasi-grandmaster realm to grandmaster realm. Strength path grandmaster. That was to say, as long as Fang Yuan was given some time, he could reach his previous life's blood path attainment. because his blood path attainment level was Grandmaster. Right now, his mind was filled with countless thoughts and inspirations. His understanding of strength path had risen to a whole new level. He could create many brand new strength path goo worms. He could create many mortal killer moves related to strength path. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. The slaughter continued. The earthly calamity could not transform into Icefall Divine Ape, Ancient Pegasus, or Shield Snake Group. Finally, it transformed again into a group of rockmen. Fang Yuan commanded the army to kill the rockmen, crush their skulls, devour their bodies, and experience the power of honesty. The earthly calamity turned into a swarm of bees. Fang Yuan continued to self-destruct his strength path phantoms to experience the power of craftiness. The earthly calamity then turned into a rhinoceros. Fang Yuan killed it and comprehended the power of collision. His strength path realm slowly rose. After stabilizing the Grand Master level, he was sprinting toward becoming a quasi-Grandmaster. Right at this moment, two rays of light, one black and one white, tore through the sky and descended. I finally found you. It really is the ice plains. The rainbow dissipated, revealing He Chung and Xue Songzi. The enemy had finally arrived. So many strength path phantoms. What's going on? Xue Songzi's pupils first shrunk, then immediately emitted a scorching light. This was actually, it seemed like the rumors were true. Transcending tribulation in the northern ice plains might really attract reckless, savage demon venerables' true intent. He Chung scanned the battlefield with his spectral eyes. Then, it stopped on the three-colored cocoon. After such a long time, He Lulan had yet to completely absorb the three chis. Her human chi was simply too high. He Lulan, you have nowhere to run this time. Why don't you obediently submit? He Chung laughed heartily, opening his right hand and revealing an immortal goo. This immortal goo shone with eerie blue light. It was a rank 6-time path immortal goo. The immortal goo's aura surged, causing the 2-time path immortal goo in Tai by Yunqing's body to vibrate at the same time. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. She appeared and blocked He Lulan, saying coldly, "Immovable blink." This was the rank 6-time path, immortal goo immovable blink. It could stop the target's time for 6 moments. With this goo, He Lulan did not need to worry about Fang Yuan using fixed immortal travel to escape. He Chung saw Fairy Li Shan, and his gaze slightly focused, saying with deep meaning, "To think that the true mastermind was you, Fairy Li Shan? What is your intention in sowing discord between us father and daughter? Indeed, which goo immortal would not covet the yin-yang life extension method in my possession?" At the end, He Chung chuckled. His laughter was filled with mockery towards Fairy Li Shan, as well as full confidence in himself. Fairy Li Shan had a solemn expression. Her voice became louder and louder, gradually resounding in heaven and earth. "He Chung, you are destined to fail today. Don't even think of touching a single hair of Little Lands, because the one stopping you is me." Saying so, Fairy Li Shan no longer concealed herself. She erupted with the surging aura of a rank 7 goo immortal. At the same time, the ice surface shook and shattered. Countless tree roots grew rapidly like thick pythons, coiling around each other and slithering around. The trees grew rapidly, becoming verdant and lush. In a few breaths of time, pear blossoms bloomed. The pear blossoms were like snow. The fragrance of the flowers permeated the surroundings. Several leaf Fairy Li Shan stood under the tree. Her figure was covered by the lush leaves, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, He Lulan was still mediating the 3 chi, floating above the pear tree. Battlefield killer move, pear orchard. To think that 3rd leader's cultivation level had actually reached rank 7 without anyone noticing. "He Chung, you need to be careful. 3rd leader cultivates both earth and wood. She set up this battlefield in advance." I am also a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Due to the alliance agreement, I cannot fight against Fairy Lishan. Shuesongzi immediately reminded. Fairy Lishan normally traveled in northern plains, showing her rank 6 cultivation level to others. There were very few people who knew her true cultivation level. He Chung had a calm expression. His gaze paused on Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and Fairy Lishan before finally stopping on He Lulan, an immortal zombie, a rank 6 Gu immortal, and a rank 7 Gu immortal. He Chung muttered. He snorted coldly and said to Shuesongzi, "Go deal with that immortal zombie and that rank 6 Gu immortal. After I kill Fairy Lishan, I will capture He Lulan." His words were filled with determination and confidence. Even though Fairy Lishan was rank 7, her battle strength was at the lower tier of rank 7. There was still a gap between her and He Chung. Okay. Throwing the hardest bone to He Chung, Shuesongzi immediately agreed. He flew down towards the earthly calamity. He was a knowledgeable person. He knew that the earthly calamity contained the demon venerable's true meaning. Even though he was not a strength path or transformation path Gu immortal, he wanted a share. Gu immortals would study a wide range of paths to supplement their main path, who would complain about their own attainment level being too high. You are courting death. Fang Yuan saw Shuesongzi charging towards him. He shouted angrily, a fierce light shining in his eyes. A mere rank 6 immortal zombie dares to boast so shamelessly. Shuesongzi snorted in disdain, getting closer. Earlier, when Fang Yuan fought with He Chung, he only focused on retreating and escaping. Thus, he did not expose his true battle strength. He Chung and Shuesongzi analyzed and felt that Fang Yuan's 2-movement immortal Gu were likely lent to him by other Gu immortals. Even though Fang Yuan's strength path Phantom Army was fighting intensely with the earthly calamity, but firstly, the earthly calamity was mostly destroyed. Secondly, killer moves of a large scale were very common. Thirdly, most immortal zombies had lower battle strength than ordinary Gu immortals. And fourthly, Fang Yuan had rank 7 and 6 Gu immortals with him. Shuesongzi subconsciously underestimated Fang Yuan's threat. Shuesongzi was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was above Fang Yuan's head. "I will let you have a taste of my power," he shouted as he pushed with both hands, using killer moves. Wind and snow swaying, iceberg drill, snow sparrow crisis. He actually used 3 killer moves in one go. Shuesongzi's extraordinary control over Gu worms was displayed. These 3 killer moves were all offensive killer moves. In an instant, intense winds blew. Snow filled the sky. Countless snowflakes turned into flying birds. They were like fish in water in the wind and snow. They were full of spirituality. There were thousands of them. Icicles were the size of small mountains. 20 to 30 of them were covered in sharp icicles. They crashed towards Fang Yuan, looking like they were going to pierce through Fang Yuan and crush him. Fang Yuan sneered. He waved his hand. The myriad army moved. Myriad self raised their heads bravely. Their battle cries shook the sky. Everywhere they went, icebergs shattered, snow sparrows cried out, and romantic scenes stopped. Shuesongzi's expression changed. Only in a true battle could he truly sense the power of myriad self. Seeing the myriad self army charging towards him, Shuesongzi shouted angrily. His hair and beard fluttered as an icy aura burst out. In an instant, the icy aura expanded rapidly, forming a crystalline land in the air. Battlefield killer move, snow domain, everlasting pine tree, ice hair dragon flow. Shuesongzi shouted again, activating 2 defensive killer moves. Immediately, the pine trees in the snow domain grew from nothing. From small to large, the pine trees grew thicker, the branches intertwined, forming thick walls. His snow-white hair that could reach the ground suddenly grew longer. Dragon roars could be heard in the air. His long hair turned into dozens of dragon-shaped ice dragons, coiling around his body and forming a castle protecting Shui Songzi at the center. However, when the myriad self army charged over, the pine trees fell, the ice dragons crumbled, the snow domain lasted for a while before collapsing. It is an immortal killer move. Who in the world is this immortal zombie? Shui Songzi's face was pale. His eyes were filled with fear. He retreated towards the sky. Even faster than when he came, he was in a pathetic state. At the same time, He Cheng and Fairy Li Shan were already fighting intensely. The battle between the two had just started, but it had already reached its climax. He Cheng activated Dark Arrow Immortal Goo to the limit. 3 dark arrows shot into the pear orchard, moving around and searching for Fairy Li Shan's true body. In the pear orchard, there was a dense forest. Pear blossoms were falling. Tree roots intertwined and grew. Suddenly, hundreds of sunflower king lotuses appeared. The lotuses bloomed, shooting out pillars of hot light towards He Cheng. He Cheng's body shook. Black liquid flowed out of his black robe, occupying a part of the sky. This was also a battlefield killer move called Night Veil. In the Night Veil, black balls shot out, raining down like rain. The black balls smashed into the pear orchard and expanded, forming a huge dark vortex. It was the killer move that He Lulan had once used in the Imperial Court contest, Dark Vortex. The dark vortex expanded, corroding the surrounding trees and flowers, forming huge holes in the pear orchard. Rays of hot sunlight tore holes in the night veil. Both sides fought. The light pillars became sparse, but the dark vortexes increased in number. He Cheng soon gained the upper hand. Chapter 695. Found her. He Cheng's eyes suddenly shined. He laughed sinisterly. He had an investigative killer move. He found Fairy Li Shan's figure in the pear orchard. He immediately activated Dark Arrow Immortal Goo to the limit. 3 dark arrows flew out, shooting towards their target. The pear orchard erupted. Countless tree roots extended out like dragons, moving and moving, trying to block these 3 dark arrows. At this crucial moment, Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, her eyes shining brightly like lamps. She shouted in her mind, "Earth Flower Consecutive Vault." The ground exploded with a bang, and a huge man-eating flower drilled out at lightning speed. The man-eating flower opened its mouth and swallowed the dark arrow. Immediately after, the whole man-eating flower shrunk to less than half its original size. It actually trapped the dark arrow. He Cheng snorted. His gaze shined. The swallowed dark arrow was about to be shot out, causing a sharp protrusion to form on the surface of the man-eating flower. But more and more man-eating flowers came out of the ground. The second man-eating flower swallowed the first man-eating flower. Its size shrunk. Next, the third man-eating flower swallowed the second man-eating flower. This cycle repeated. After 17 or 18 man-eating flowers, He Cheng's senses towards this dark arrow had weakened by 30%. He Cheng knew that this dark arrow would not be able to escape in a short period of time. Thus he focused his attention on the remaining 2. Fairy Li Shan's expression was pale. She shouted, "Heavenly flowers darken." The sky was filled with pear blossoms. They were white like snow, fluttering in the air and turning into specks of light. The dark arrow was extremely fast, but there were many specks of light. They were densely packed. As they flew, they were contaminated. These specks of light landed on the small dark arrow. Sparks were produced, and white specks were left on the dark arrow. Be it speed or power, they were falling. He Cheng snorted. He knew that the other party was prepared. He was out in the open, while the other party was in the dark. His immortal goo dark arrow was widely known, thus he was targeted. But he was not easy to deal with. Even though he did not create an immortal killer move with Dark Arrow Immortal Goo as the core, he had already tried many times, and the result was that he obtained several mortal killer moves. They were specially used to guide the transformation of the dark arrow. He Chung stared, activating a set of mortal goo in his immortal aperture. The two arrows suddenly flew towards each other and collided in midair. They fused together and became one again. After the fusion, the dark arrow was pitch black and deep, without a single speck of light. He regained his speed and power. The black arrow was as fast as lightning. It fiercely shot into a huge tree trunk in the pear garden. In He Cheng's vision, Fairy Li Shan was hiding in this tree trunk. But at the next moment, Fairy Li Shan's voice actually resounded from the other side. "You have been tricked, He Cheng." The trees and flowers shed tears. A fresh flower bloomed on the tree trunk, and a rich nectar flowed out from the center of the flower, filling the air with fragrance. The dark arrow had only hit a wooden puppet that looked like Fairy Li Shan. The honey fluid spread from all directions and enveloped the dark arrow. Shortly after, the honey solidified like amber. It firmly sealed the dark arrow inside. "He Chung, you will definitely lose today." Fairy Li Shan's true body stood proudly on the crown of a tree. Although her face was pale and her forehead was covered in sweat, her eyes were bright, and she was full of vigor. A large part of He Cheng's strength was due to dark arrow immortal goo. This was an offensive killer move. Fairy Li Shan only had one mountain pledge goo. She could not defend against it directly. She could only think about it and use 3 mortal killer moves to temporarily imprison the dark arrow. With the dark arrow blocked, He Chung lost his strongest offensive method. "Is that so? You really think this is all I can do?" He Chung stood in the night sky, looking down at Fairy Li Shan as he showed a mocking smile. Under Fairy Li Shan's gaze, he stretched out his hand and slowly opened his palm, revealing a black pearl. This black pearl was the size of a rice bowl. It was black and shiny like a black crystal. Through the translucent surface of the pearl, one could vaguely see that inside this black pearl there was a pig-shaped beast that was sleeping soundly. Fairy Li Shan saw this pearl, and her eyes widened, showing a look of shock and fear. "This is Dark Prison?" He Cheng nodded. "That's right, this is my He tribe's rank 6 immortal goo house, Dark Prison." His voice was plain, but there was pride in it. He Cheng was not He tribe's first supreme elder, but to ensure this trip, he had already borrowed this item from He tribe's first supreme elder without caring about the price. "This is bad." Fairy Li Shan's heart sank to rock bottom. Dark Prison was a beast pen. Inside it was the ancient, desolate beast sharp tusk boar. If it was released now, Fairy Li Shan's side would be doomed. Be it pear orchard, earth flower vault, dim heavenly flower, or tree flower weeping, they were all mortal killer moves. To deal with He Cheng's dark arrow immortal goo, Fairy Li Shan had racked her brains, using 3 killer moves to barely seal the dark arrow. But because of this, she was mentally exhausted and had a splitting headache. Even though she occupied the pear orchard battlefield, she was already at a disadvantage against He Cheng's dark veil. She could only hold on, hoping that He Lulan would succeed her tribulation and come to reinforce her. However, Sharp Tusk Boar was an ancient, desolate beast. Destroying pear orchard was as easy as destroying a vegetable garden. Once pear orchard was destroyed, the 3 tricks attached to pear orchard would have their power greatly reduced, and the dark arrow would be able to break free. This way, all my previous efforts will be in vain. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth. Right at this time, she heard Tai Bai Yunqing's warning, "Be careful." Be careful of what? Fairy Li Shan turned around and saw a dark arrow shooting towards her silently. It was less than a foot away from her. "How can this be? I set up the surroundings." Fairy Li Shan was shocked, but it was too late. The dark arrow pierced through her forehead, piercing through her skull and coming out from the back of her head. "Little ant!" He Lulan shouted. She had finally digested the 3 qi and regained her mobility. But when she opened her eyes, she saw the pitiful scene of her family member, who had always taken care of her, being pierced through by a dark arrow. It's over. Hei Chung stored the spherical dark prison indifferently. Fairy Li Shan had only sealed 2 dark arrows, the moment the 2 arrows merged together. Hei Chung had secretly shot out a 3rd dark arrow. Using dark prison to attract Fairy Li Shan's attention, he secretly used several mortal killer moves to coordinate with the dark arrow. Fairy Li Shan's defenses quietly crumbled, but at the next moment, a ray of light shone. Fairy Li Shan returned to the previous moment. All her injuries were gone, and her head was intact. Immortal Gu-man as before. Far away, Tai. Bai Yunsheng breathed roughly. That was close. I almost missed it. Hei Cheng's pupils shrunk. His anger surged. He was not angry at Tai, Bai Yunsheng, for destroying his battle results. It was because Xue Songzi did not use his full strength. They had agreed that he would be in charge of killing Fairy Li Shan, while Xue Songzi would be in charge of killing Tai Bai Yunsheng and immortal zombie Fang Yuan. But the result? Tai Bai Yunsheng could actually interfere in his battle. Xue Songzi. Hei Chung gritted his teeth. He looked at the other battlefield in the distance. Next, Hei Chung saw that Xue Songzi's robe was in tatters. He was fleeing with a panicked expression. His long hair was now shaved short. He almost went bald. His face was covered with bruises. It was swollen. His whole body was covered in blood. One of his arms was hanging down. It was clearly fractured. Hei Cheng's pupils shrunk. Xue Songzi naturally had healing goo. To Gu immortals, a fracture was not a serious injury. But the crucial thing was the enemy's attacks did not even give Xue Songzi time to heal his fracture. How strong was he? As if to answer his question, the 200,000 strength path phantom army. Battle cries shook heaven and earth. It was a huge field, even thicker than the tribulation clouds in the sky. They chased after Xue Songzi alone. This was too much of a bully. Thus, this rank 7 Gu immortal, Hei Chung frowned deeply. What's going on? Why haven't these strength path phantoms been exterminated? And there are even more of them. Next, he saw that the strength path phantom army split into half and charged towards him. Hei Chung snorted coldly. He willed and activated several sets of mortal killer moves. Thousand Demon Rampage, Dark Fire, Black Wind Break. Kill. The myriad self-army charged forward. After a few breaths of time, the demons screamed in pain, the dark fire ignored them, and the black wind whimpered. Hei Chung, who had been calm and composed, had a change of expression. This power is an immortal killer move. This unremarkable immortal zombie is actually the strongest. The myriad self-army surged forward, charging into Hei Cheng's dark battlefield without any politeness. The dark battlefield that occupied one side of the sky was quickly scattered. It was like a beggar's clothes were hanging in the sky, ragged. Hei Cheng's eyelids twitched. He could only retreat. He was handsome and elegant. Even when retreating, he still looked outstanding. His hands moved like butterflies, unleashing mortal killer moves one after another. But this could not stop the myriad self-army's advance. It was like a torrential flood. No matter how outstanding the mortal killer move was, it was like a fragile reef in front of this flood, or a lowly fish. They were swept away and devoured. Hei Chung squinted, his expression turning dark. He finally understood Xue Songzi's feelings. Facing the myriad self-army, he was a grand rank 7 Gu immortal, a famous Northern Plains expert, but he actually felt a sense of helplessness and powerlessness. The army had already formed an overwhelming momentum. It was simply unstoppable. This immortal killer move, even if I used Dark Prison and released sharp tusk bores, I might not be its match. Hei Chung was forced to retreat by the army. In this situation, If He Chung wanted to turn the situation around, he would have to use a dark arrow to kill Fang Yuan's main body. But two of the dark arrows were already trapped by Fairy Li Shan. The remaining one could not do anything to Fang Yuan, who had worldly wave trace immortal goo. This lunatic, how much immortal essence did he use? He Chung cursed in his heart, his gaze fixed on Fang Yuan, who was on the ground. Fang Yuan absorbed another demon venerable's will. He sensed He Cheng's dangerous gaze. He turned around and smiled at He Chung in disdain. At the same time, an army on the ground charged towards He Chung. This guy. He Chung finally showed a trace of nervousness on his face. Being attacked by two armies, he could only dodge and retreat in the air. He used countless mortal killer moves, but they only managed to slow down the army slightly. Thus, the battle became, two Gu immortals were being chased by Fang Yuan alone. Junior brother, good job! Tai, Bai Yunshan, clenched his fists in excitement. Fairy Li Shan stood on the tree crown. Her expression froze as she saw this. She did not expect the situation to turn out like this. On the other side, Fang Yuan's main body had finally gotten rid of the earthly calamity. He obtained all of the true meaning infusion, but his strength path attainment level was still Grandmaster. He had not broken through to the next level, but his transformation path attainment level had risen instead. He had reached transformation master level. Furthermore, his flying attainment had also risen greatly. He broke through master level and became quasi-grandmaster. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. He shouted at He Lulan, "Quick, don't you have small family Qi Gu? Release all of the earth Qi you collected. You might be able to attract even more earthly calamities." Everyone heard this and were speechless. He Lulan immediately rolled her eyes. The infusion of 3 Qi had elevated her life essence. She had transcended mortality and become a Gu immortal. Her body had been purified completely. Thus the injuries to her eye sockets had completely healed. I still need to keep these small family Qi Gu to refine immortal Gu. Time is limited. Let's retreat first. He Lulan rejected Fang Yuan's suggestion, shouting. Fang Yuan licked his lips. He had not had enough, but he could not do anything about it, since she did not agree. Everyone gathered together and entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan looked at the icy plain battlefield reluctantly before activating fixed immortal travel. 3 breaths of time later, he vanished, returning to snowy mountain-blessed land. We are letting them leave just like that. Shui Song Zi also gathered with He Chung. He Chung raised his brows, saying coldly, "Even if I have instant movement, can you break through the defense of this Strength Path Phantom army?" Chapter 696. Snowy Mountain's third peak, in a quiet room. The weather outside the window was perfect, the sky was clear, and the air was cool. The white snow on the mountain combined with the vast blue sky formed a tranquil and distant scene. In the quiet room, the fragrance of tea gradually spread. Fang Yuan was half lying down. His body was covered in injuries as he breathed roughly. Small streams of corpse blood flowed down from the wounds on his body, forming a puddle on the ground. But he did not care. He did not feel any pain at all. He had been resting with his eyes closed for almost 15 minutes. Other than him, there were 3 other people in the quiet room. Tai Bai Yunxing stood beside Fang Yuan. His hands were moving rapidly as black lines shot out, healing Fang Yuan's injuries. Fairy Li Shan sat at her usual spot by the window, absent-mindedly brewing tea, but most of her attention was on He Lulan, who was beside her. He Lulan sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, her expression solemn like a jade statue. Immortal Ascension had 3 steps, shattering aperture, taking in Qi, and releasing Gu. She had completed the first 2 steps in the icy plain. After returning to the quiet room, using fixed immortal travel, she proceeded to the 3rd step. With her foundation, It was certain that her immortal aperture would explode. Right now, she was probably refining immortal goo in the newly formed immortal aperture, resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity in the immortal aperture. It seemed that she wanted to complete this step and did not want outsiders to help her. But if things went wrong, He Lulan would immediately ask for help. At that time, Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and Tai Bai Yunsheng would quickly enter He Lulan's immortal aperture to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. When the new tea boiled, He Lulan let out a breath of turbid air. She slowly opened her eyes. This action immediately attracted the other three's gazes. Fairy Li Shan immediately stopped, not caring about the teapot. She asked in concern, "You succeeded?" He Lulan nodded. Fairy Li Shan took a deep breath. Her eyes were red. Her face was filled with excitement and gratification. She choked with sobs. "Xiaolan, you have the great strength, true martial physique. Now it has become the extreme immortal physique. You have a top-grade blessed land." His potential was extraordinary. This is really like seeing the blue sky after the clouds have parted. If my sister knew this in the underworld, she would definitely be very happy. Ordinary goo masters ascending to immortal. There were 3 grades of blessed lands. The 10 extreme physiques risked a great deal of danger in ascending to immortality, so naturally there would be greater benefits. Once they succeeded in their immortal ascension, their blessed lands would all be top-grade blessed lands. The top-grade blessed lands had 7 to 9 million areas, drawing upon a large-scale tributary of the River of Time. With over 30 beads of green grape immortal essence, he could use the remaining heaven and earth chi in his immortal aperture to raise his vital goo and core goo to immortal goo. As for the special grade blessed land, it was even more vast. It had an area of more than 10 million mu, and it could draw upon a huge tributary of the River of Time. The amount of green grape immortal essence required was more than 50 beads. If there were no accidents, he would obtain at least 2 immortal goo. He Lulan had a calm expression. "Even though I became a goo immortal, I did not kill that old scoundrel." In a calm tone, it contained a bone-deep hatred. "He Lulan, forgive me for speaking bluntly. If we want to kill He Chung, with the 4 of us working together, even if we deal with him alone, the chances are slim." Tai Bai Yunsheng coughed and said, "That's right, defeating a goo immortal is easy, but killing one is difficult." Fang Yuan also sat up, sighing deeply. His injuries had basically healed. Last time, when he fought with Western Desert goo immortal Plump Lady, he had the upper hand, but Plump Lady ran away. This time, when he fought with He Chung and Shui Songzi, even though he had the upper hand, he could not trap the goo immortals. They had to retreat safely. Myriad self might be strong, but if the enemy did not fight you head-on, there was nothing you could do. Goo immortals were astute people. They knew the logic of avoiding the enemy's attacks. In fact, Fang Yuan's battle with He Chung could only be considered a draw. It was true that Fang Yuan had the upper hand, but he could not maintain it for long. After a long time, the strength path phantoms would dissipate on their own, and it would be He Cheng's turn to counterattack. Immortal killer moves could indeed create a huge advantage, but they could not turn into an absolute victory against He Chung. Thus, when He Lulan asked to retreat, Fang Yuan did not object. He knew when to stop. He activated fixed immortal travel and brought them back here. He Lulan looked at Fang Yuan, smiling. "This time, I was able to resist the enemy and pass the tribulation. It was all thanks to Fang Yuan's strength. Since we are allies, we naturally need to help each other." Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. This time, he helped He Lulan. Next time, Crane Gate attacked to immortal blessed land. Due to the alliance agreement, they had to help Fang Yuan. Both sides were mutually beneficial. According to the agreement, this is the recipe of small family Chi Gu. Also, You only need to return half of the 30 immortal yuan stones that I lent you. Fairy Li Shan said. She now knew some of Fang Yuan's nature. Only genuine benefits suited Fang Yuan's taste. Fang Yuan received the small family Qigu's recipe on the spot. He pretended to sigh. In this battle, although I won, I lost. I spent over 60 green grape immortal essence beads. As for the 15 immortal yuan stones, I owe you. I'm afraid I will need some time to return them. Fairy Li Shan was in a good mood because of He Lolan's immortal ascension. She immediately said, No rush, no rush. Fang Yuan, when you have enough money, you can return them to me. I will not charge you any interest. Also, didn't you want us to inquire about the wisdom path inheritance on your behalf? Don't tell me you have some clues? Fang Yuan was inwardly joyful. Fairy Li Shan slowly said, There is a clue. You also know that several months ago, the #1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, Dongfang Naganori, passed away. He left behind a complete wisdom path inheritance for his successor, Dongfang Yuliang. But Dongfang Yuliang was only a mortal. He could not protect the Gu Immortal inheritance, especially when it is a wisdom path inheritance. According to the information, this wisdom path inheritance was set up by Dongfang Naganori in a secret location. Even Dongfang tribe's other Gu Immortals do not know the exact location. Only Dongfang Naganori has a crucial clue. Before Dongfang Naganori died, he had made an agreement with the Huangjin tribes and super forces not to attack each other. But he did not make an agreement with the demonic path Gu Immortals. His influence was not at the level where he could devour both sides. Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance had already attracted the covetous eyes of many demonic path Gu Immortals. Even Dongfang tribe's other Gu Immortals had thoughts of it. Thus, Dongfang Naganori set up these methods to completely conceal his wisdom path inheritance, leaving it to his acknowledged successor, Dongfang Yuliang. Fang Yuan could not help but think, although I have the wisdom path, immortal Gu delight in water and mountain, I can only use it crudely. I cannot display the essence of wisdom path. Although wisdom path Gu worms were sold in jewel yellow skies, they had never sold a complete wisdom path inheritance. Wisdom path Gu worms are easy to obtain, but wisdom path inheritances are hard to come by. If I can obtain the complete wisdom path inheritance, I believe I can deduce even more things with fewer wills and thoughts. When Dongfang Naganori was alive, he was publicly recognized as the #1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. His inheritance naturally moved Fang Yuan. But in front of Fang Yuan was the colossal superforce, Dongfang tribe. Although Dongfang tribe had lost Dongfang Naganori, they still had several Gu Immortals to maintain the situation. In contrast, Fang Yuan had just fought He Cheng. He had expended most of his green grape immortal essence. He could not display the might of the myriad self army again. Right now, many demonic path Gu Immortals have already secretly gathered together to scheme for Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. Back then, when Dongfang Naganori was alive, Northern Plains' righteous and demonic paths suffered losses from him. Many fell into his schemes and fell into his hands. It is said that his successor, Dongfang Yuliang, has greater talent than Dongfang Naganori. Most Northern Plains Gu Immortals do not want a second Dongfang Naganori to appear. Fairy Li Shan continued. A few days ago, some demonic path Gu Immortals found me, hoping to use my mountain pledge Gu to form a temporary alliance for the wisdom path inheritance. But I have already made an alliance agreement with Dongfang Naganori. I cannot attack Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan, if you need it, I can help you to join this alliance. They have more detailed information. It will be of great help to you in the fight for the inheritance. Fang Yuan heard this and did not refuse, but also did not immediately agree. Let me think about it first. This matter is not urgent. He Lulan said, Right now, The biggest matter in Northern Plains is that Qin Baisheng has captured Ma Hongyun, and Zhao Lianyun, he has grasped the essence of the luck path true inheritance. This matter has already attracted most of the Northern Plains' righteous and demonic path Gu immortals. Even those rank 8 old monsters are rumored to be coming out of seclusion. He Lulan revealed a mocking expression. Qin Baisheng is a rank 7 Gu immortal, an expert among lone cultivators. His wood path battle strength is strong, even slightly stronger than that old scoundrel He Chung. But this luck path true inheritance is too troublesome. Almost all of Northern Plains Gu immortals want to deal with him. Right now, Gu immortals are running around everywhere, trying to make connections. With Qin Baisheng's strength alone, even if he occupies the blessed land, he will not be able to resist them. His days will not be easy. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He said, "You and I are lucky survivors of the wind veil of assimilation. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are insiders. They are involved in this. Even though they escaped early, they know our information. They will be a hindrance to us in Northern Plains in the future." Ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed. Formless hands brought many immortal Gu to all parts of Northern Plains. The whole of Northern Plains Gu Master World was in chaos. There was unrest. Battles of all sizes occurred. Later, most of the immortal Gu that were left in the wild were captured. The situation calmed down. But now, news of Qin Baisheng capturing Ma Hong and Zhao Lianyun had spread. Northern Plains' current situation was surging. It revolved around Qin Baisheng and the luck path true inheritance. As time passed, it would definitely develop into a huge storm that would affect the whole of Northern Plains. Compared to other Gu immortals, Fang Yuan had a greater reason to get involved in this. But to get involved in such a huge storm, Fang Yuan's current strength was still too weak. Not long after, Fang Yuan took his leave and returned to Hu immortal blessed land alone. Chapter 697, He Tribe, Iron Eagle Blessed Land. This was He Tribe's headquarters. The blessed land was huge. It was big at the top and small at the bottom. Thanks to He Tribe's first-generation sages' unique elites, Iron Eagle Blessed Land was only a small area. The higher one went, the larger the space. In the vast sky that far surpassed ordinary blessed lands, there were countless spherical wooden eagle nests. These eagle nests were on small mountains. Countless iron eagles were resting in them. Eagle cries resounded. When the eagles flew, there were millions of them covering the sky. It was a magnificent sight. At the top of the blessed land, there was a courtyard floating in the air. On the fake mountain in the courtyard garden, there was a pavilion. In the pavilion, He Tribe's 4 supreme elders sat around a square stone table. They had different expressions. First supreme elder had a solemn expression. Second supreme elder was resting with his eyes closed. Third supreme elder was frowning in deep thought. Fourth supreme elder was sweating profusely. The atmosphere was oppressive. It was like the calm before the storm. "My lord third supreme elder, how long do you want to consider?" Fourth supreme elder urged impatiently. Urge. Don't you know this is a crucial moment? If I make a mistake now, my decades of hard work will go down the drain. Third supreme elder chattered on. He was getting more and more anxious. He looked at the first supreme elder on the opposite side, then looked at the second supreme elder on the left side, but the expressions of the two did not change. The third supreme elder could not see any clues, and could not help but feel the pressure in his heart increase. At this time, a figure slowly rose from below, quickly getting close to this pavilion. He Tribe's second supreme elder opened his eyes slightly, saying leisurely, "Oh, so He Chung is back." He Chung entered the pavilion, greeting the 4 supreme elders one by one. These 4 grand elders, whether it was in terms of qualifications or cultivation, were higher than his. As for their battle strength, they would need to fight to know. But in the tribe, Gu immortals would at most spar. How could they fight for real? And among righteous path forces, other than Central Continent sects, the other four regions' clans had always looked at bloodline and seniority, even if He Chung had higher battle strength. When he saw these four Supreme Elders, he still had to pay respects to a junior. Grand Elder, this is the Black Dungeon. He Chung bowed to each of them, before returning the rank 6 Immortal Gu House to First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder received the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison and said, "You did not use Dark Prison. It seems that this operation went smoothly." During the conversation, the gaze of the First Supreme Elder, he was still staring at the surface of the stone table, asking He Chung casually. He Chung smiled. "Thanks to the four seniors, this trip was smooth sailing, and I successfully suppressed the Qiao family." Qiao tribe was a large-scale tribe. He tribe's entire tribe perished in Imperial Court-blessed land. Qiao tribe, which was originally He tribe's vassal, immediately became restless, attempting to leave He tribe. Humph! Qiao clan's Gu immortal Qiao Dong became an immortal under my guidance. A few decades passed. Have you also developed disloyalty? The second Supreme Elder's tone was indifferent. So, this time, I made a move and taught Qiao Dong a good lesson. Within 5 years, there shouldn't be any accidents. He Chung smiled calmly. The so-called suppressing Qiao tribe was naturally an excuse that he had prepared long ago. He Chung wanted to deal with his own daughter. He Lulan, it was an act that went against the righteous path. He could only do it secretly. He borrowed Dark Prison to suppress He Lulan and prevent her from self-detonating. But to the First Supreme Elder, he could not say this directly. Thus, he used Qiao tribe's excuse and said, to ensure that he could suppress Qiao tribe, he borrowed Dark Prison. 5 years. Second Supreme Elder chuckled, shaking his head. Right now, Northern Plains is in chaos. True Yang Building has collapsed, and the culprit has not been found. Wild immortal Gu are popping up one after another. All sides are fighting. Especially with the commotion caused by Qin Bai Shang, it is getting bigger and bigger. It concerns Giant Sun's true inheritance. Those rank 8 old monsters are getting restless. Fourth Supreme Elder sighed. True Yang Building has collapsed. Imperial Court Blessed Land is also gone. That means there is no need to hold the Imperial Court contest anymore. What should we do next? It is hard to say what the Huang Jin tribes and super forces will do. He Chung understood his intention, nodding. Junior understands. I will definitely look after the tribe, especially Qiao tribe, Hui tribe, and Zhou tribe, these 3 vassal tribes. That's right. This time, He tribe's entire tribe died in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Northern Plains cannot be without He tribe's reputation. He Chung, go to the other blessed lands and choose a portion of the tribesmen, send them to Northern Plains, and rebuild He tribe. Third Supreme Elder thought hard about the problem as he instructed. Yes, Third Supreme Elder, don't worry, I have already arranged it. Half a month later, Northern Plains He tribe will be rebuilt. He Chung replied, All right, we can be at ease handing the tribe's matters to He Chung. Third Supreme Elder, you still have the heart to care about these matters. Why don't you quickly think of a solution? Which card do you want to play? Fourth Supreme Elder urged. Third Supreme Elder's gaze flickered. He was hesitant, but he gritted his teeth and made up his mind, playing 1 card. At the same time, he shouted, 3 cards. In an instant, the other 3 Supreme Elders had different expressions. First Supreme Elder could no longer maintain his solemn expression. He laughed loudly and pushed his card down. Ha! I won! Ah! Third Supreme Elder slapped his thigh and scratched his snow-white beard, feeling annoyed. If I knew this, I would not have played 3 cards. I would have played 60,000 instead. Hearing this, it was the second Supreme Elder's turn to glare. He pushed down his cards and said to the third Elder, Then you should play 60,000. This card of mine is really a pity. 40 or 60,000 each. It would be fine. All right, stop arguing. Quickly make the deal. I am still waiting to win back my losses. Fourth Supreme Elder said impatiently. Here, this is a goo recipe that I spent over 30 years to research. Third Supreme Elder admitted his loss. He slammed an East Window goo on First Supreme Elder's table. First Supreme Elder kept the East Window goo. All right, let's move on to the next round. Good rules. You cannot use any goo worms to cheat. Give your wager first. I have 2 immortal Yuan stone here. Ancient goo recipe, crescent moon goo, 20 gray heart stones. A dragon eye fish group with a mermaid emperor. Swish, swish, swish. 8 hands rubbed the stone table as they started to shuffle the cards. Hei Chung stood at the side silently. He was already used to the gambling of these 4 Supreme Elders. This game they were playing was called 4 Sparrow Battle Method. It was invented by a mortal genius in Hei tribe in the early years. It was mainly to suck up to First Supreme Elder. Since the First Supreme Elder obtained it, he and the other 3 Supreme Elders would take time out every day to spar with each other, fighting to their heart's content. Hei Chung was in charge of almost all of Hei tribe's external affairs. Elders, this junior will take his leave. Hei Chung said. Go, go. The Supreme Elders waved their hands and started to draw their cards, replying perfunctorily. A group of iron eagles flew outside the pavilion, flying around and crying. Suddenly, the eagle group dispersed, revealing 3 rank 6 desolate eagles. One was a dragon eagle. They had a grand aura. The 2 iron-crowned eagles were extremely powerful. Go, go, go. Third Supreme Elder waved his sleeves in displeasure. So noisy. He. First Supreme Elder had a benevolent smile. He waved his sleeves and threw out a lot of food that scattered in the sky. The eagle group cried out happily, fighting in the sky for food. Hei Chung left Iron Eagle-blessed land, flying towards the southwest direction. After a few minutes, he saw Shue Songzi. Shue Songzi had rested. He was no longer in a sorry state, but after seeing Hei Chung, he sighed. Things have become troublesome. I just received information. Do you know which force controls fixed immortal travel immortal goo? Hei Chung said. You want to talk about Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects Crane Gate. You already know? When? Shue Songzi's tone was slightly unhappy. Hei Chung snorted coldly. Not long ago. Earlier, Dongfang Naganori deduced that the case of 88-point Jinyang Tower is related to Central Continent. Right now, that mysterious immortal zombie beside Hei Lulan also has fixed immortal travel. They are likely to be the same group. Shue Songzi squinted, falling into silence. Honestly speaking, he did not expect this news. He had thought that he was only dealing with a mortal girl, but to think that a huge entity like Crane Gate was involved. Even though he joined Snowy Mountain, it was only a loose alliance. Demonic Path Goo immortals were usually selfish. They were not as united as the righteous path. Hei Cheng's situation was also awkward. Even though he was a Hei tribe Goo immortal, how could he expose such a vile matter like dealing with his own daughter? Even though many righteous path Goo immortals would act one way in public and another way in private, they would at least look righteous. Hei Cheng's matter could not be exposed, thus he could only act alone. Even using dark prison, he had used other excuses. Humph, I only wanted to slap a cat to death, but to think that I provoked a tiger. Hei Cheng, I don't care. Anyway, I have your weakness. I want 500 immortal Yuan stone. Give me a copy of the Yin Yang Life Extension Method as well. Shue Songzi broke the silence with a ruthless expression. He was not cooperating with Hei Chung to begin with, and now that he realized that Fang Yuan and the rest had deep backgrounds, he wanted to retreat. Hei Cheng's eyes flickered with a dangerous cold light. He stared at Shue Songzi and said slowly, "You are clear of my situation. If you force me into a corner, I will have a life and death struggle. You won't get anything. Aren't you afraid? I can't capture He Lulan. I can't absorb her lifespan. I am about to die. Why would I care about my reputation? Xue Songzi was shaking from anger at He Cheng's shameless behavior. His eyes were bloodshot. To think that the great lord He Cheng would have such an attitude. He Cheng shrugged indifferently. Think whatever you want. Xue Songzi, you are too naive. Do you think you can extricate yourself now that things have come to this? He Lulan is extremely vengeful. She also has Fairy Li Shan's support. Do you think Snowy Mountain will value you the 7th Peak's leader or the 3rd leader? There is another piece of information I need to tell you. Central Continent's Gu Immortals are getting restless. The 10 great ancient sects have formed an alliance to invade Northern Plains. Right now, the whole of Northern Plains is in chaos. I think with Fairy Li Shan's methods, she can borrow the power of Central Continent's Gu Immortals to kill her. It will not violate Snowy Mountain's oath, right? Chapter 698. Hey Chung, you are actually threatening me. If you anger me, I will make you do all these dirty things in broad daylight. Xue Songzi shouted furiously. He Chung sneered. Then do it quickly. I will tell you the truth. Su Xian is a pawn of your Snowy Mountain. Decades ago, she purposely arranged a trap for me to get close to me and enter He tribe's higher-ups. The so-called Su Xian night elopement was just a scheme. Not long after, Su tribe was exterminated. Do you think it was done by my He tribe? Humph! It was your Snowy Mountain who cleaned up the mess for Su Xian. What? Why do I not know about this? Hearing this shocking news, Xue Songzi was in disbelief. What do you know? You are only the owner of the 7th branch peak. Snowy Mountain's higher-ups will always only have 3 leaders. I know you do not believe me, but I have concrete evidence. He Cheng took out an East Window Gu and threw it to Xue Songzi. Xue Songzi received the East Window Gu and used his divine sense to inspect it. After a while, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He Cheng looked up at the sky and sighed, his eyes showing a trace of melancholy. Back then, although I was a publicly recognized Gu Immortal seed, I was young and ignorant, falling into a scheme. Su Xian night elopement. Su Xian night elopement. It was only a meticulously planned scheme by the righteous and demonic paths to infiltrate each other. I married Su Xian and had Lu Lan. I thought my days would continue to be blissful. But one day, a Gu Immortal suddenly appeared in front of me and gave me concrete evidence. What you've seen is only a portion of the evidence. How can this be? How can this be? Xue Songzi mumbled. With this evidence, everything was turned upside down. Even if He Cheng used the yin-yang life extension method, he schemed against his beloved wife, but this was a matter of opposing righteous and demonic paths. He Cheng's righteous action was justified. There would be no criticism. Instead, everyone would praise him. You tricked me. You tricked me. Xue Songzi pointed at He Cheng, extremely furious. He originally thought that he had always been in the active position and had something to use against He Cheng. He didn't expect that he would be framed by He Cheng instead. Xue Songzi followed behind He Cheng in a daze, hunting He Lulan, then fighting with Fairy Li Shan and the rest, causing him to be in a worrying situation. He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and the power of the ancient sects of Zhongzhou State had become a shadow in Xue Songzi's heart that could not be dispelled. He Cheng collected his emotions, turning his gaze back to Xue Songzi. And now, I've got new evidence. Do you still remember how He Lulan addressed Fairy Li Shan when she was undergoing her tribulation? Fairy Li Shan and Su Xian were very likely related by blood. I have Su Xian blood and He Lulan's blood in my hands. When he confronted the great Snow Mountain in the future, another solid piece of evidence. Shui Songzi took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. What a good black castle! It is indeed extraordinary. I have only extorted a few dozen immortal yuan stones from you, but I was already dragged down by you and jumped into the pit. That's right, I have to admit, even if you attacked He Lulan and tried all ways to capture her. You can also push the blame of being a father disciplining his children. I hope that she will realize her mistake and turn back. As long as you do not use yin-yang life extension method on He Lulan, I will not have any evidence against you. But your scheme ends here. You are alone. The other party is working together with Central Continent forces. He Lulan has already become a strength path extreme immortal. It will be even harder for you to capture her. He Chung fell into silence. The more Shui Songzi spoke, the quicker his thoughts became. My situation is worrying, but your days will not be good either. You harmed Su Xian Heir. He Lulan's desire for revenge is deep in her bones. Central Continent forces might also find trouble with you. So, the two of you are already tied together. Only by cooperating with us will you have a chance of victory. A female voice suddenly interrupted Shui Songzi and He Cheng's conversation. Who is it? Shui Songzi was shocked. A graceful figure gradually appeared. This was a female Gu immortal. She wore a purple robe and had an alluring smile on her beautiful face. Shui Songzi was not ignorant. He was stunned for a moment before reacting. So, it is Fairy Jiangyu. He then turned his gaze towards He Cheng. Northern Plains Gu immortals all knew that Fairy Jiangyu was He Cheng's 27th concubine. She was also a dark path Gu immortal. She had a mortal Gu dark limit. It could conceal spiritual opportunity and interfere with deductions. The reason why He Lulan could last for so long without self-detonating due to the great strength true martial physique was because Fairy Jiangyu had used dark limit immortal Gu to conceal and seal the aura of the 10 extreme physiques for He Lulan, preventing heaven and earth from sensing it. But when He Cheng saw Fairy Jiangyu, his attitude was extremely cold. He snorted, "You came after all." Many years ago, when I brought evidence of Su Xian's night elopement to you for the first time, I said one thing: when you need me to appear, I will appear. A mysterious smile appeared on Fairy Jiangyu's face. How about it? I said it before. You cannot capture He Lulan by yourself. It will only cause more trouble. You can only have hope by cooperating with us. Shui Songzi looked at He Cheng, then at Jiangyu, his gaze moving back and forth between the two. He Cheng and Jiangyu's attitude made him inwardly shocked. Fairy Jiangyu's identity was not simple. She seemed to be the representative of a mysterious force. The reason why He Cheng could see through Su Xian's night elopement was because of Fairy Jiangyu's reminder. He Cheng lowered his gaze. Fairy Jiangyu was able to get so close to him without being discovered. This made He Cheng's wariness towards Jiangyu increase by another level. Although Fairy Jiangyu was a lone cultivator of northern plains on the surface, and He Cheng's beloved concubine, she was actually shrouded in mystery. He Cheng fell into deep thought. He was not afraid of Fang Yuan's myriad self-army. In fact, he felt some disdain towards it. Even though he did not have methods to fight against the myriad self-army, Gu immortals fought in all aspects. Just from the fact that the myriad self-army could not catch up to He Cheng, the myriad self-army did not pose much of a threat to He Cheng. In the previous battle, if not for He Lulan's side taking the initiative to retreat, when the strength path phantoms dissipated, He Cheng would have undoubtedly gained the upper hand and even won the battle. Even Shui Songzi, after being chased around by the myriad self-army, he was not worried about fighting with Fang Yuan again. The reason was myriad self was an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan had invested too much immortal essence into it, but it could not truly kill the enemy. As long as Shui Songzi used a mortal killer move, he would be able to hold on. After expending it several times, As an immortal zombie, how much immortal essence could Fang Yuan have left? Once he loses, it would be time for Shui Songzi to show his might and take care of Fang Yuan. He Cheng was wary of Fang Yuan's background, Crane Gate, a central continent Gu immortal. He had not expected that the investigation of fixed, immortal travel would involve such a huge force. The collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower. Dongfang Naganori had already deduced that it was a central continent Gu immortal who was behind this. Central continent Gu immortals could even destroy giant sun immortals arrangements. Not to mention dealing with a mere He Cheng. Like He Cheng, Shui Songzi also had the same worries and worries. They were all frightened by Fang Yuan's background. If they knew that Crane Gate was trying to deal with Fang Yuan, by all means, they would not be so nervous. Now it seems that I can only succeed by cooperating with you. But before that, as a sign of sincerity, shouldn't you tell me which force you represent? He Cheng thought about it and asked Fairy Jiangyu. Fairy Jiangyu was silent for a while. She knew that He Cheng was a difficult person to deal with. If she lied or refused, the other party might just leave in a huff. Thus, she decided to tell the truth. There is no harm in telling you. The force I represent is spread across the 5 regions. It is called Shadow Sect. He Cheng and Shui Songzi looked at each other. Central Continent, who immortal blessed land. 28 green grape immortal essence beads, half an immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan inspected the wealth in his hands. After the battle of He Lulan's tribulation, the capital that Fang Yuan had painstakingly built up was immediately reduced to its original state. Before the battle, Fang Yuan had 91 green grape immortal essence beads, but Myriad Self-Killer Move had been activated close to 50 times, forming an army of 500,000 Strength Path Phantoms. During the intense battle, Fang Yuan had activated Delight in Mountain Immortal Gu, Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu, and others, expending over 10 green grape immortal essence beads. Thus, he had less than 30 green grape immortal essence beads left. Not only that, I still owe Fairy Lishan 15 immortal yuan stones and Land Spirit of Langya 15 immortal yuan stones. I will drag on Fairy Lishan's debt for as long as possible. I need to return the immortal yuan stones. I owe Land Spirit of Langya as soon as possible. The longer it drags on, the higher the interest. The relationship between Fang Yuan and Land Spirit of Langya was only ordinary. When Land Spirit of Langya lent Fang Yuan immortal yuan stones, although she did not ask for an exorbitant price, she still charged 10% interest according to convention. That is to say, Fang Yuan had to return at least 16.5 immortal yuan stones to Land Spirit of Langya. If it was more than a month, she would have to add another 1.5. 2 months would mean 3 immortal yuan stones, and so on. Even if it was less than a month, she would still have to pay a half immortal yuan stone. This was the so-called minimum interest. If there were no benefits to speak of, why would others lend it to others for no reason? Originally, Fang Yuan and Fairy Lishan had an agreement in the alliance agreement. If one side supported the other, the price they paid would be doubled. This agreement had been fulfilled when Fang Yuan fought He Cheng. But this time, Fang Yuan not only paid the price, he also obtained huge benefits. His strength path attainment rose to Grandmaster level. His transformation path attainment rose from nothing to master level. His flying attainment rose to quasi-grandmaster level. There was also the small family Qi Gu and the 15 immortal yuan stones that were waived. These benefits far exceeded the price Fang Yuan paid. Thus, Fairy Lishan would not compensate him. Now that I think about it, this He Lulan might have purposely set this up, trying to use the demon venerable's true meaning to make me work for her. Now that Fang Yuan thought about it, he felt that he had fallen into He Lulan's trap. If not for the demon venerable's true meaning, Fong Yuan would not have expended so much green grape immortal essence to form the Strength Path Phantom Army. If the situation was not good, Fong Yuan could retreat. After all, the alliance agreement did not have a clause to fight to the death. The Snowy Mountain Alliance agreement between him and He Lulan was very loose. Chapter 699. The underground cave was filled with the colorful light of wisdom. Short mushroom forests were growing everywhere. Wisdom Goo was lying on the Mushroom King at the center of the forest, not moving. Fong Yuan sat not far away, using the light of wisdom to deduce. After a long while, he let out a breath of turbid air. The second immortal goo recipe is completed. He looked at his green grape immortal essence. He did not have much to begin with, only over 20 beads. Now that he had deduced two 80% remnant recipes, he only had 11 beads left. The third immortal goo recipe is 86% complete. 11 beads of green grape immortal essence should be enough. Fong Yuan looked at the delight in mountain and forest immortal goo in his mind. It was shining brightly. There was nothing strange. Many days had passed since He Lulan underwent tribulation. Because it was used frequently during the intense battle, Clean's soul immortal goo was already weak from hunger. Delight in mountain and forest immortal goo had also been used many times, but it was in good condition and did not complain of hunger. Fong Yuan felt it was strange at first, but after asking Mo Yao's will in his immortal aperture, he understood the reason. It turned out that Mo Yao's fake will needed to be replenished from time to time. Mo Yao did not have fake will goo. He used many goo worms to transform delight in mountain and forest into fake will. Thus, during the feeding process, he first paid attention to delight in mountain and forest immortal goo. Delight in mountain and forest was fed by Mo Yao's fake will. It was not like Fong Yuan had guessed earlier. Thus, even though Fong Yuan had been using delight in mountain and forest immortal goo frequently, there was still some time before he could feed delight in mountain and forest immortal goo again. This was clearly a good thing. After all, if an immortal goo was hungry, it would cause the immortal goo to die. Clean's soul immortal goo was already complaining of hunger. As a result, the risk of Fong Yuan using myriad self-killer move had increased greatly. Maybe once he used this immortal killer move, Clean's soul immortal goo would not be able to hold on and be destroyed. Deducing immortal goo recipes was Fong Yuan's main method of making a living. If delight in mountain and forest immortal goo went on strike, Fong Yuan would no doubt fall into a predicament again. Fong Yuan activated delight in mountain and water immortal goo again, deducing the third immortal goo remnant recipe. This time, he had obtained the infusion of the demon venerable's true meaning. It was a great help in deducing immortal goo remnant recipes. This was because the true meaning imbuement absorbed the reckless, savage demon sovereign's understanding of cultivation, directly increasing Fong Yuan's foundation and raising Fong Yuan's cultivation realm. As for deducing goo recipes, it was based on one's own foundation. The stronger one's foundation, the higher the efficiency of calculation, although it mainly focused on refinement path. But there were many factors to consider, including strength path, transformation path, etc. 2 days later, Fong Yuan finished deducing and obtained 3 complete immortal goo recipes. He brought these immortal goo recipes with him. They arrived at Lang, Ya Blessed Land. He had completed the handover with the land spirit of Langya. Not only did he pay off his debts, but he also earned a net profit of 11 pieces of fairy yuan stone after deducting the loss of green grape immortal core. Everything was back on track. 8 days later, Fong Yuan handed the 3 complete immortal goo recipes to the land spirit of Langya, completing the 5th transaction. At this point, he had 36 pieces of fairy yuan stone and 27 beads of green grape immortal essence. Only then did Fong Yuan relax slightly. After the battle with He Chung, He almost went into a deficit, and his economy collapsed, according to the economic terms on Earth. He almost caused a rupture in his cash flow. Although the power of the immortal killer move myriad self is extraordinary, it consumes at least one bead of green grape immortal essence every time it is used. The more I use it, the greater the consumption. I need to use it cautiously in the future. Otherwise, I will become poor the more I fight. And even if I win, I will still lose. Fang Yuan warned himself inwardly. When Gu immortals cultivate, they need to consider all aspects, not just victory in battle. Just like the example of Lu Bang and Xiang Yu on Earth. Lu Bang could not defeat Xiang Yu and lost every battle, while Xiang Yu won every battle. But Lu Bang took care of the economy and had a stable base. Thus, even though he lost every battle, he had the capital to rise up again. Thus he could fight every battle. In contrast, although Xiang Yu won every battle, he did not have a good management. As time passed and the number of battles increased, the gap between him and Lu Bang shrunk. In the end, Lu Bang won every battle, and it was a complete victory. For Gu immortal cultivation, it was the same logic. Battle was only a part of cultivation. Victory or defeat was not so important. What was important was the benefits behind the victory or defeat. One had to look forward. They could not be short-sighted. Although Fang Yuan had sent He Cheng and Xue Songzi fleeing everywhere, he had invested too much green grape immortal essence. In contrast, He Cheng and Xue Songzi's immortal essence expenditure was much less than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan's economy almost collapsed, but He Cheng and Xue Songzi were in good condition. If Fang Yuan fought with them again, now, Fang Yuan's battle strength would definitely fall by a level or two. The more they fought like this, the more obvious the outcome of the battle would be. He Cheng had the rank 6 immortal Gu House Dark Prison. Could he not risk his life? It was not that he could not, but he had to assess the situation. Those who could become Gu immortals were not hot-blooded boars. They would calculate their gains and losses in every battle. Of course, if not for the demon venerables' will, Fang Yuan would not have expended so much green grape immortal essence. Even if I run out of green grape immortal essence, I can refine immortal Yuan stone again. But the demon venerable's true meaning is a rare opportunity. If I accumulate it step by step, it will take at least decades. Fang Yuan calculated clearly in his mind. When Fang Yuan perfected 2 more immortal Gu remnant recipes, Tai Bai Yunxing finally returned from Snowy Mountain. You did not see the scene of a super-grade blessed land. Sai, I saw it with my own eyes. It occupies an area of over 5 million square kilometers. The time flow in the blessed land is 38 times that of the outside world. It is full of vitality and great potential. Even I cannot help but feel jealous. I feel that the biggest winner of this tribulation is He Lulan. Tai Bai Yunxing returned and chattered endlessly, full of emotions. He Lulan had requested Tai Bai Yunxing to repair the super-grade blessed land. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing was fortunate enough to enter Lulan blessed land. It was an eye-opener. A super-grade blessed land is like this. After all, one of the 10 extreme physiques is treading on thin ice, seeking life in the midst of death. Compared to this, I am more concerned about how many immortal Gu He Lulan refined in the 3rd step of her immortal ascension. Fang Yuan asked. She used Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu to detonate her immortal aperture. This Strength Path Immortal Gu was given to her by Giant Sun's will. Flying Bear Strength Gu is now her vital Gu. She also raised her original core self-strength Gu to rank 6. Other than these, she also obtained a rank 6 strength Qi Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing answered. When Tai Bai Yunxing was undergoing immortal ascension, using the remaining heaven and earth Qi, he obtained man as before and landscape as before, 2 immortal Gu. Whether He Lulan had more heaven and earth qi than Tai by Yunsheng, outsiders had no way of knowing. But Fang Yuan knew that she had many small family qi gu. These gu worms contained a lot of heaven and earth qi. Fang Yuan evaluated He Lulan's assets. This means that He Lulan already has 4 immortal gu. They are flying bear strength gu, self-strength gu, strength qi gu, and slavery gu. The original rank 7 divert disaster gu. It was destroyed during the tribulation. But don't forget, she had once destroyed Flying Bear Phantom and seized Flying Bear Phantom gu to suppress it. From then on, I lost contact with Flying Bear Phantom immortal gu. I don't know if this immortal gu was seized by formless hands or if it is still in her hands. He Lulan's strength grew rapidly. She had at least 4 immortal gu. Now that she was a gu immortal, she soared to the sky with a bright future. Moreover, she had a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. With Fairy Li Shan's help, she directly surpassed the initial stage of becoming a new gu immortal. Fairy Li Shan did not lack immortal Yuan stone. With a large amount of resources invested, Lulan Blessed Land would develop rapidly. He Lulan, who has a super-grade blessed land, will greatly surpass me in cultivation. I have a high-grade blessed land. Compared to other gu immortals, it is already very fast. But He Lulan seems to have grown wings and is flying. Although we are in an alliance with them, the alliance has a time limit. If we exceed the time limit, we need to be careful. Fairy Li Shan has a wide circle of friends, while He Lulan is a formidable character. Tai Bai Yunxing said with a worried tone, as a genius, He Lulan's rapid growth gave Tai Bai Yunxing, a senior, enormous mental pressure. And Fang Yuan was in an even worse state. His cultivation had stagnated. As long as he did not get rid of his immortal zombie status, his cultivation would not be able to advance. As long as He Cheng does not die and Ma Hongyan's matter is not resolved, we will have the foundation to cooperate with He Lulan. Don't be too careful on this trip to Eastern Sea. Shark Demon is not someone easy to deal with. If you need help, just use Moving Perspective Cup Gu. Fang Yuan said to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng rested in her immortal blessed land for 2 days before rushing to Eastern Sea. He was poisoned by deaths and immortal gu. He had promised the Eastern Sea immortal zombie shark demon to explore Yulu blessed land. He had no choice but to leave quickly. Fang Yuan stayed in her immortal blessed land, deducing gu recipes and earning immortal Yuan stones, while also dealing with the feeding of immortal gu. After he completed the 6th transaction, the number of immortal Yuan stones had risen to over 60. Woman's Heart and Connect Luck also showed signs of weakening. It was evidently due to hunger. Together with Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had 3 immortal gu to feed. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu needed 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu to feed. Connect Luck Immortal Gu needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the habitat of the ancient desolate beast, the worldly sand gull. Poison Path Immortal Gu Woman's Heart needed the heart of a woman to feed it. He had no clue about the first 2, so Fang Yuan decided to start with the easier and harder ones. Western Desert. Sand dunes stretched endlessly. The land had a vast and soothing pulse. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. The air was so hot that it felt like it was going to steam people. A large caravan was moving forward. Camel bells were ringing, carriage shafts were making noises. The accompanying gu masters used all kinds of gu worms. Some lowered the temperature, some blew wind, some created clear water, and some scouted the direction. "Who is it?" the caravan leader shouted. In front of the caravan, a malevolent monster suddenly appeared. This monster was 6 meters tall. It had bulging muscles and a tall and sturdy body. It had 8 arms, a green face, and sharp fangs. Its eyes were red like blood. Anyone who saw it would feel their heart tighten. feeling a formless pressure. The caravan became restless. 2 rank 5s, 17 rank 4s, over 40 rank 3s. This is quite a strong group. The monster spoke. Its voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to hear. Sir, who are you? I am the leader of Mo clan's caravan, Mo Yen. One of the rank 5 Gu masters in the caravan had a nervous expression as he cupped his fists. Fang Yuan smiled malevolently. His 8 sharp claws spread out. The name of a super force, Mo clan, was useless against him. He was like a demon god descending, charging into the caravan and creating a storm of blood. Chapter 700. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the massacre finally ended. The stench of blood assaulted everyone's nostrils. Corpses were everywhere on the yellow sand. Fang Yuan stood among the corpses, summoning woman's heart immortal Gu. The immortal Gu rose up slowly, floating in the air as it let out a dark, purple light. The light covered the silent battlefield. After a few breaths of time, all the female corpses on the battlefield started to shake. The shaking of the corpses became more intense. Finally, with loud sounds, hearts broke out of their bodies, flying towards woman's heart in the air. Before they got close, these bloody hearts were assimilated by the dark purple light, turning into lumps of dark purple light. The lumps of light flew towards woman's heart like swallows returning to their nest. Poison Path immortal Gu woman's heart shook slightly, letting out a shrill cry, as if it was happy because it was eating. A moment later, all the hearts on the battlefield became food, feeding woman's heart. Fang Yuan called back woman's heart. This immortal Gu's hunger was alleviated, but it was still not full. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. According to this speed, to completely feed woman's heart immortal Gu, I need at least 4,000 more hearts. This caravan that I slaughtered is quite powerful. Such a large scale is rare in Western Desert. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment before flying into the sky. In the air, he stretched out his palm and pressed on the ground. Immediately, thousands of fireballs appeared out of nowhere, landing on the battlefield. With continuous explosions, rocks and sand flew, corpses burned. It turned into a sea of fire. This was not a killer move. It was just a simple stacking of Fire Path Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan threw out several brown and black oil dragons. The oil dragons flew into the sea of fire. He immediately increased the intensity of the fire, burning the battlefield and destroying all traces. After doing this, Fang Yuan flapped his light illusion bat wings, flying into the sky. He flew towards the northeast direction, passing several large oases, before finally finding his target, a small oasis. Looking down from the sky, the oasis was like a jewel embedded in the golden desert. There was a lake in the oasis. It was blue and clear. The surroundings were lush with trees. There were many people living inside. The market was bustling with people. It was a scene of prosperity and peace. Fang Yuan did not hide his tracks. He appeared in the cloudless sky. It was exceptionally eye-catching. A group of Gu masters rode on their seagulls. He flew up from the oasis. What kind of monster is this? It looks like a zombie. There was no lack of youngsters among these Gu masters, and when they saw Fang Yuan's sinister and terrifying appearance, they could not help but whisper. Almost all of them were rank 2, and only one was a rank 3 Gu master, the leader. This group of people flew until they were 300 paces away from Fang Yuan. The leader's face was full of wariness. He cupped his fists and said, "This is the Porridge Thin Oasis. It will be hosted by our Lan family. The area above the oasis is a no-fly zone. I hope you can land immediately." If he wanted to enter the oasis, we have related Gu masters in charge of receiving foreign Gu masters. You only need to follow the procedures and meet the relevant criteria to enter the oasis. Fang Yuan was still looking at the oasis. using his goo to scout. He was checking if there were any goo immortals hiding in the oasis. Only goo immortals posed a threat to him. According to normal circumstances, this kind of small oasis would not have any powerful forces and should not have any goo immortals. If there were goo immortals, they would have already expanded or modified the oasis. After the leader finished speaking, he saw that Fang Yuan was unmoved and frowned, saying coldly, "Did you hear that? Flying above the oasis is forbidden. This is common knowledge in Western Desert. You are flying above Lan family. This can be seen as a provocation. I hope you can land immediately, otherwise don't blame us." Bam! Before the leader finished speaking, Fang Yuan flicked his pinky finger and sent out a rank 5 attack. The rank 3 leader could not react in time and directly exploded into pieces of flesh and blood, scattering everywhere. Ah! Lord Elder! The other rank 2 goo masters were stunned for a moment before letting out ear-piercing screams. At this moment, incomparable fear filled their hearts. The family elder, who was usually very prestigious, didn't even have the chance to react before he was killed by the opponent in a single blow. This attack was too fast and sudden. The rank 2 goo masters could not even see clearly what killed the leader. Lord Elder is dead. He was killed in an instant. Retreat. This person is not someone we can deal with. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The rank 2 goo masters shouted loudly and scattered in the air, flying towards the oasis. Fang Yuan snorted, lightly waving his palm. Bam, bam, bam. Under the continuous sounds of explosions, these rank 2 goo masters exploded into pieces of flesh and blood without exception. Even their mounts, the sand gulls, were not spared. A deafening alarm resounded in the oasis. Everything that happened in the air was seen by the goo masters guarding the oasis. Fang Yuan looked down from above and saw the mortals panicking, running around, and the bustling market was in a mess. Large numbers of mortal goo masters came out of the buildings and looked up at the sky, looking at him with enmity. All living beings are like ants. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and put on his hair armor. The light illusion bat wings on his back flashed, and he charged towards the oasis like a meteor. Coming! Attack! Be careful! The enemy is very strong. He is at least a rank 4 goo master. He is very likely a rank 5 goo master. So what if he is strong? He is just one person. Attack! The Lan clan goo masters in the oasis roared furiously and attacked vigorously like fireworks. But Fang Yuan's momentum did not decrease and easily broke through these obstructing firepower, directly crashing into the clan leader pavilion at the center of the oasis. Boom! The loud sound was deafening, and the huge impact caused the ground to tremble. The clan leader pavilion was also defended by goo worms, but it was of no use and was completely destroyed in an instant. Rocks and soil flew, bricks and tiles flew everywhere, and airwaves surged, causing dust to soar into the sky. The dust gradually dispersed, and Fang Yuan's tall body, 8 monstrous arms, appeared in front of the Lan clan goo masters. He is not dead. Damn it! The clan leader pavilion was destroyed by him. The ancestral tablets are all inside. Kill this monster. Everyone was riled up and surrounded Fang Yuan tightly. All of you, shut up. Suddenly, an old man shouted and walked out of the crowd. Lord Clan Leader. The surrounding people bowed to the old man. The old clan leader was scared witless. No one understood the defensive strength of the clan leader pavilion better than him. The patriarch's pavilion was the core of a family. It had deep defenses. Even if 10 old patriarchs joined hands, they would not be able to withstand it. Even if 10 old clan leaders joined hands, they might not be able to charge in. But Fang Yuan directly crashed down, and with just one strike, he destroyed the clan leader pavilion. Destroyed in one strike. What kind of concept was this? The old clan leader forcefully suppressed his palpitations. He bowed deeply to Fong Yuan. Our Lan clan has been neutral for generations and can be said to be aloof from worldly affairs. I don't know how we have offended you, but our Lan clan will definitely compensate you to your satisfaction. Once he said this, it immediately caused an intense backlash from the Gu Masters. Lord Clan Leader, what are you talking about? This monster that is neither human nor ghost. He destroyed our patriarch's pavilion, and even Elder Lan Duan died in his hands. Clan Leader, our Lan clan is not cowardly. The other party is already riding on our heads. We need to chop him into pieces to vent our hatred. He. Fong Yuan laughed coldly. His voice was hoarse and ear-piercing. Everyone frowned when they heard it. There is actually someone who knows how to adapt to circumstances. That's right. Such a small oasis is sandwiched in between the other large forces. If he does not adapt to circumstances, he might not be able to stabilize his position as clan leader. Then listen carefully. I will give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to collect 6,000 hearts. Remember, these hearts should not be damaged. They must be women's hearts. Men's hearts and young girls' hearts are useless. What? He actually wants 6,000 women's hearts. This is a demon, a lawless demon. He actually wants to instruct our clan to be his lackey and collect hearts for him. The Gu Masters were in an uproar. The old clan leader's expression was also uncertain. 6,000 women's hearts was not a small number. There were indeed many mortal villages around this oasis, but the number of mortals was definitely not enough. Thus, to reach the standard of 6,000, Lan clan's clansmen must be sacrificed. This way, the old clan leader's position would come to an end. No one would support such a person as the clan leader. Your request is a little too unreasonable. Sigh. The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. How can you do such a vicious and sinful thing in broad daylight? Please forgive Lan clan for not being able to cooperate. The old clan leader sighed compassionately. Then there is no other way. Although this is a little troublesome, forget it. Fong Yuan laughed sinisterly, his killing intent pervading the air. Light illusion bat wings flashed behind his back, and the next moment, Fong Yuan suddenly appeared in front of the old clan leader. The zombie's monstrous claws stretched out like lightning, grabbing the old clan leader's neck and easily lifting him up. So fast. The old clan leader's face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. He was completely shocked. How did he get captured in the blink of an eye? Could it be that he was not a mortal, but a Gu immortal? A horrifying thought emerged in the old clan leader's mind. He quickly shouted, "One, everything can be discussed. Please have mercy, subordinate." Ugh. With a cracking sound, the old clan leader's neck was directly crushed by Fong Yuan. The old clan leader's head was crooked to one side. His eyes were wide open. He died with remaining grievances. It was not that he did not want to use Gu worms to counterattack, but Fong Yuan had many mortal Gu in his immortal aperture that could seal and suppress them. He killed the old clan leader. No, Lord Clan Leader, you cannot die. Take revenge for Lord Clan Leader. The Gu Masters reacted. They roared furiously and rushed towards Fong Yuan like a surging tide. At once, they displayed their abilities and unleashed dazzling attacks. Fong Yuan did not dodge. He stood on the spot and did not move, letting the endless attacks land on his body. Everyone's attacks lasted for 100 breaths of time before becoming sparse. Gu Masters had limited primeval essence. Such an intense burst could not last for long. Is he dead? He must have been smashed into pieces. Sigh, pitiful old clan leader, we did not manage to retrieve his corpse. However, when the smoke dissipated, the Gu Master's eyes were wide open as they saw Fong Yuan still standing proudly on the spot. Even though the surroundings were in a mess, The black armor on his body was still intact. Even the broken spikes were rapidly recovering. After a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan's hair armor recovered to its original state. There was not even a trace of smoke. Hair armor was a mortal killer move. It was activated by hundreds of goo worms. There were dozens of rank 5 goo worms. And with the immortal zombie body as the foundation, its defense was not something these goo masters could break. Among the people attacking Fang Yuan, the only rank 4 goo master, the old clan leader, was already dead. There were less than 10 rank 3 goo masters left. The rest were rank 2 goo masters and rank 1 goo masters. Their attacks were very chaotic. Many of them were exhausted internally. They could not pose any threat to Fang Yuan. This is your attack. It's not even enough to scratch an itch. Fang Yuan chuckled. His laughter was not loud, but it clearly resounded in everyone's ears. A boundless chill rose in the hearts of the surrounding goo masters, spreading rapidly. In this hot weather, they felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. You, who the hell are you? Everyone shivered, endless fear filling their hearts. Monster, this is a monster. Someone screamed, already on the verge of collapse. Escape, quickly escape. Their morale fell to the lowest point. One person escaping caused a large area of collapse. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The old clan leader was dead. They no longer had a backbone. At the same time, he purposely resisted the attacks. It was to crush the morale of these mortals. Swoosh! Fang Yuan laughed malevolently, immediately chasing after a female goo master. The female goo master's body froze, staring blankly at a monstrous claw growing out of her chest. Next, the monstrous claw retracted, taking the female goo master's heart with it. Elder Lonexian is also dead. Quickly run! The surrounding goo masters saw this, and were scared out of their wits, running even faster. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Large numbers of fireballs rained down in the sky, causing the houses to collapse and flames to spread everywhere. He waved his hand again. Countless wind blades flew, cutting and slaughtering along the way, leaving corpses in pieces. No, I beg you, don't kill me. It was a mortal woman. She had a beautiful face and a slim body. She had maintained herself well. She should be the wife of a goo master. Bam! Fang Yuan flicked his finger. The mortal woman's head exploded like a watermelon. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Fang Yuan walked past this corpse. He opened his hand slightly. The female corpse's heart broke out of her body and was grabbed by Fang Yuan. Woman's heart let out a joyful cry. It stopped on Fang Yuan's shoulder, letting out a dark, purple radiance. Be it the heart in Fang Yuan's hand or the surrounding corpses. As long as they met the criteria, they were assimilated by the purple light and absorbed by woman's heart. Fang Yuan moved like a chariot. Wherever he went, he slaughtered. Along the way, there were pitiful cries and rivers of blood. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo was already hungry. Using Myriad Self was risky and wasted immortal essence. Icy drill stardust could not be used either, because the explosions in the starry clusters would grind the fragile mortal bodies into dust. Even the hearts were no exception. Fang Yuan only used mortal goo. He did not use killer moves. It was purely a simple accumulation of numbers. But even so, the killing efficiency was not low. Western Desert's terrain was different from the other 4 regions. Fang Yuan had his reasons for choosing this place. There was a vast desert here. The oases were like islands. Even if mortals escaped from the oases, they would not be able to escape far. The desert was boundless. It was very easy for Fang Yuan to chase and kill. Chapter 701. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the Porridge Oasis. The smoke from kitchen chimneys in the past was replaced by thick smoke and flames today. The tranquility and serenity had vanished without a trace. The houses and buildings had collapsed and turned into ruins. In the ruins on the streets, by the lake, under the trees, pools of blood and corpses were everywhere. Fong Yuan returned to the clan pavilion. Standing on a pile of broken tiles, he stored the poison path immortal goo woman's heart into his immortal aperture with satisfaction. After slaughtering for half a day, woman's heart was finally full. Woman's heart combined nurturing and refinement. If he continued to feed it, woman's heart would enter the goo refinement process. The more women's hearts it ate, the stronger woman's heart would be. But Fong Yuan did not have any plans to refine goo for now. With his strength alone, slaughtering mortals was easier than slaughtering pigs and dogs, but there were so many mortals, he still wasted half a day. Moreover, woman's heart was a one-time consumable immortal goo. No matter how strong it was, it could only be used once. The investment prospects were not great. Unless Fong Yuan had the immortal goo recipe of woman's heart. Standing on the ruins of the clan pavilion, the hundreds of goo worms in Fong Yuan's immortal aperture were activated at the same time, investigating in all directions. After 2 breaths of time, Fong Yuan found an underground entrance. He walked close to the entrance and stomped on the ground, destroying it and revealing an entrance. This entrance could allow ordinary people to enter and exit, but it was too small for Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan forcefully tore it down. After hundreds of steps, the space became wider. It was enough for Fong Yuan to walk with his back bent. A moment later, a huge stone door appeared. It appeared in front of Fong Yuan. On the door, there were large words, "Restricted area of the clan treasury. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter." Fong Yuan sneered. He directly broke the stone door. Hundreds of golden blades of light slashed at Fong Yuan's body. At the same time, a sharp alarm sounded. This was Lan Clan's method to defend against thieves, but unfortunately, not even one of the barbs on Fong Yuan's hair armor was damaged. Fong Yuan entered the stone door and saw a large pile of yuan stone. Fong Yuan roughly estimated. It was more than 100,000 yuan. If Fong Yuan was still immortal, these yuan stones would be a huge fortune. Unfortunately, Fong Yuan was now an immortal. With unlimited Zhen yuan, the demand for yuan stone had dropped to the lowest point. However, he still kept the yuan stone in his immortal aperture. It was just a matter of convenience. After a while, he broke through the second stone door. Enter it. He saw a large pile of goo refinement materials arranged according to their categories. They were all ordinary materials. Although Fong Yuan needed them, there were not many of them. If Fong Yuan really wanted to refine goo, he would need a lot of them. They still needed existences like goo immortals to purchase them in large quantities. But it was better than nothing. Fong Yuan did not leave empty-handed. He also entered the immortal aperture. Then the third, fourth, and fifth stone doors. They were all goo refinement materials, but they were of different types. The storage requirements were also different. Fong Yuan collected all of them. At the sixth stone door, he finally found a goo worm. A large number of mortal goo were stored here. This was Lan Clan's goo worm storage, the foundation of the clan. Fong Yuan took them all. With his rich memories and experience, he could recognize these mortal goo. They were all dispensable. But for mortal goo masters, these goo worms were not lacking in rare goo worms. There were also rank 5 and rank 4 goo. If one of them was obtained, their entire life might change, or even their life trajectory might change. This was like how Fong Yuan obtained the liquor worm on Qing Mao Mountain, the bone-flesh connection goo on Bai Goo Mountain, and the all-out effort goo in Shang Clan City. There were 3 such goo worm secret repositories. There were 5 yuan stone storage. Other than these, there was also a storage within a storage and a small hidden storage. None of them escaped Fong Yuan's search. Some storage rooms were already in a mess. There were goo master corpses and traces of fighting. Evidently, when Fong Yuan massacred the living beings on the surface, some greedy goo masters knew that Lon Clan was finished, so they barged in and snatched all the resources they could use. They fought here, snatching treasures that could be taken away, and some died to the storage's defensive goo worms. Fong Yuan was calm as he walked past these storage rooms, following a main tunnel underground. Along the way, there were more and more goo master corpses. There were also sand gull corpses. These sand gulls were like the combination of ostriches and seagulls. Their legs were thick and muscular, and their wings were wide. They could use air currents to soar in the sky. Sand gulls could run quickly in the desert, and could also fly with people. They only ate water and grass. They were easy to feed and had a gentle temperament. They were the most common means of transportation for Western desert goo masters. The only flaw was that sand gulls had low fertility. 10 sand gull eggs. Only 3 or 4 could hatch into healthy sand gulls. However, Lon Clan raised a lot of sand gulls, surpassing other forces. When Fong Yuan went on a killing spree, he killed many sand gulls. He guessed that Lon Clan might have some unique method of breeding sand gulls. If they really had it, then this would be the only thing in the entire Lon Clan that Fong Yuan was interested in. Fong Yuan walked down thousands of steps. He saw more and more goo master corpses. Finally, at a certain area, he found a large number of goo master corpses, as well as many sand gulls. It seems that the goo masters who entered here were obstructed by sand gulls. After an intense battle, they all died here. They took the risk to come here. There must be huge benefits enticing them. Fong Yuan analyzed. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After walking another few hundred steps, Fong Yuan was attacked by a wave of sand gulls. There were over 100 sand gulls. The sand gull 100 Beast King among them had fresh injuries. It should have fought with the goo masters not long ago. How could a mere beast group be Fong Yuan's match? After a few breaths of time, Fong Yuan killed these sand gulls and continued forward. The tunnel clearly extended downwards. The depth surprised even Fong Yuan. After dealing with over a dozen waves of sand gulls, Fong Yuan walked out of the tunnel. His vision immediately widened as he arrived at a huge underground cave. This cave was so big that it was like a square. At the center of the cave, there was a huge stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a huge bird egg. It was the size of a house. It was sandy yellow in color, rough and dim. Around the stone platform, there was a thick layer of yellow sand. The yellow sand was extremely soft and slightly warm. Stepping on it felt like stepping on cotton balls. One by one, the eggs were laid out in the yellow sand, sinking slightly into it. Some of these eggs were big. Some were small. There were even broken eggshells. These eggs are sand gulls' eggs. This is the breeding ground of Lon Clan's sand gulls. Fong Yuan walked into the cave. In order to protect their homes and eggs, large numbers of sand gulls flew up and surrounded Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was indifferent. With a wave of his palm, he first scattered a wind blade, cutting down most of the sand gulls like cutting wheat, and then sprinkled a smear of frost to freeze the other half. The number of surviving sand gulls was small, and they were no longer as aggressive as before. Instead, they fled in panic. Fong Yuan was not in the mood to chase after them. As he got closer and closer to the stone platform, his eyes were gradually attracted by the giant egg on the stone platform, and his eyes revealed an even more joyful light. Could this egg be the egg of the sand gulls of heaven and earth? Fong Yuan stepped onto the stone platform and came in front of the giant egg. He reached out and stroked the rough eggshell. The eggshell was full of cracks, and at the same time, there were several small holes from which transparent egg white constantly flowed out. These egg white fell on the stone platform, flowed along the channels carved on the surface of the stone platform, and flowed under the surrounding yellow sand. This was an egg of the ancient wild beast sand gulls of heaven and earth. The life born in the egg had long died. The egg white was leaking out, It was clearly a dead egg. Sand gulls had a low hatching rate, and for the same bloodline sand gulls of heaven and earth, the hatching rate was even lower. But it was the life essence of an ancient desolate beast after all. Just using the egg white in such a crude manner greatly increased the hatching rate of the sand gull's egg. Feng Yuan did not obtain the hatching method he had expected, but he obtained the dead egg of an ancient desolate beast. This was an unexpected surprise. As expected, after connecting luck, there are fortuitous encounters. After slaughtering a small tribe, I obtained something useful to me. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. His connect, luck, immortal goo needed the sand from the habitat of the ancient desolate beast sand gulls. This sand was called sand gull soil. It was a special resource formed after ordinary sand was infected by the sand gulls of heaven and earth. If Feng Yuan wanted sand, he would have to buy it from others or find the nests of the sand gulls of heaven and earth, and take a huge risk to sneak in and collect the sand gull's soil. But now that he had the dead egg of the sand gulls of heaven and earth, he could use the life essence in this egg to turn the ordinary sand into sand gull's soil. To feed Connect Luck Immortal Goo, I need 5,000 kilograms of sand gull's soil. There is still enough life essence in this dead egg. It should be enough. Even if it is not enough, it can help me get through this difficult period. Connect Luck Immortal Goo does not have to be fed to its fullest. It can be used even if it is only half full. After all, for the next period of time, there will not be any suitable targets. Connect Luck Immortal Goo might not be used. With a joyful mood, Feng Yuan stored this dead egg. After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, he immediately started to make arrangements. He was a blood path grandmaster in his previous life, and now he was a strength path grandmaster. These two paths were related to life and blood. He quickly thought of a method, using over 600 mortal goo to form a goo formation and extract the life essence in the dead egg to form a huge amount of blood and qi. With the help of wisdom goo, Feng Yuan modified this method, condensing the blood and qi into a light yellow liquid. Ordinary sand would turn into sand gull's soil after soaking in this liquid for a day and a night. 3 days later, Feng Yuan obtained enough sand gull's soil to feed Connect Luck Immortal Goo. This way, he was only left with the problem of feeding Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. To feed Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, it needed the flesh and blood of over 10,000 white lotus giant silkworm goo, but white lotus giant silkworm goo were very rare. 100,000 years ago, during the late antiquity era, Soul Path was flourishing. This goo worm had once been very popular. Unfortunately, now, even in jewel yellow skies, white lotus giant silkworm goo were rarely seen. Chapter 702. Husband. Huang Air has already been like this for over 3 months. What should we do? If anything happens to her, I don't want to live anymore. Fairy Bai Qing looked at Feng Kim Hong, sobbing softly. She was a grand spirit affinity house goo immortal. She was graceful and elegant in the past. But now that it concerned her beloved daughter, she lost her sense of propriety. She no longer had her usual carefree demeanor. And in front of her, Feng Kim Hong was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. He was in a posture of polishing his aperture. She wore a phoenix coronet. Her golden eyebrows were long and slender. There was a red mole between her eyebrows. Her appearance combined the gentle beauty of her mother, Fairy Bai Qing, with her father, Feng Jioga's heroicness. She looked dignified and graceful, but also extremely handsome. She had outstanding talent, far surpassing her peers in the 10 great ancient sections. If not for Feng Yuan disrupting her ascension, Feng Kim Hong would already be the owner of Hu immortal blessed land. Her skin was white as snow, her eyes were closed, her breathing was even and long, as if she was sleeping soundly. Over 3 months ago, Feng Kim Hong was meditating as usual, nurturing her aperture walls. But during this ordinary cultivation, an accident happened. From then on, she fell into a deep slumber. No matter what method anyone used, they could not wake her up. Ever since they found out that Feng Kim Hong was in a strange state, Feng Jioga and Bai Qing had been thinking of ways to save their beloved daughter, but there was little effect. They invited spirit affinity houses, supreme elders, and tried all sorts of methods, but they were all helpless. Husband, do you think our Huang will never wake up from her slumber? Will she never be able to open her eyes to look at us? Fairy Bai Qing thought of the terrifying possibility. She could not help but feel sorrow. Feng Juga heaved a long sigh in his heart. He stretched out his arms and hugged his beloved wife. He consoled her. Qing don't worry. Didn't First Supreme Elder say so? Our daughter discovered the true use of Dreamwing's immortal goo. She fell into a state of emptiness. His entire soul had entered some kind of mysterious and unexplainable state. She did not lose her life. She was still alive and well. We should trust her. Maybe this will be a fortuitous encounter for her. Although Feng Jioga and Bai Qing did not wake up Feng Kim Hong, their attempts were not in vain. They had already ascertained that the reason why Feng Kim Hong was in a deep sleep was Dreamwing's immortal goo. Fairy Bai Qing leaned into her husband's embrace, feeling Feng Jioga's firm and strong chest. Her heart calmed down. She said hesitantly, "When Huang was 3, Dreamwing's immortal goo came to me of its own accord. My heart was constantly on tenterhooks. We have never seen this immortal goo before. Even after going through all of Spirit Affinity House's records, there was no information about it. The effect we found out before is that it consumes souls." A pair of dazzling wings appeared. Now it seemed that, "I'm afraid this is not the true use of Dreamwing's immortal goo." Feng Jioga nodded in agreement. "Your analysis is very reasonable. Goo masters nurture, use, and refine goo worms that they do not know of. They will often make new discoveries as they use them and finally understand the details of the goo worm. Even for famous goo worms, there are some aspects that are not known to others. And goo masters and goo immortals always keep the precious experiences they obtain to themselves to prevent others from finding out about them. When Huang wakes up, I am sure she will have great gains. I think we will definitely have great gains. We will know how to truly use Dreamwing's immortal goo. I will go to Northern Plains this time. I will be relying on you. When Huang wakes up, inform me immediately." Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had planned for countless years, expending countless manpower and resources, painstakingly making arrangements. Only then did they achieve some results in 88-point Shenyang Tower. In the end, Fang Yuan used his previous life's memories and plucked the fruits of their labor, turning these arrangements into his own. Eventually, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, and 88-point Shenyang Tower collapsed. When the news arrived, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, who had been planning for a long time, were undoubtedly a nightmare. As the leader of this plan, Spirit Affinity House, they were facing pressure from all directions, from the other 9 great ancient sects, and also from Spirit Affinity House itself. The plan to take 88-point Shenyang Tower started from the information left behind by Fairy Mo Yao. All these years, our sect has always been the leader, and we have the most crucial methods. Now that such a huge change has occurred, not only do we need to clear our suspicions, we also need to investigate the truth. As the number 1 battle strength of our sect, even though I want to stay by my daughter's side, regretfully, the other elders want me to investigate. Feng Jioga sighed. "Husband, you need to be careful in Northern Plains. If the situation is bad, retreat first. After all, that is not Central Continent. If something happens, there will be no one to help. Don't trust the goo immortals of the other 9 sects too much. Back then, you fought against the 10 great sects and won every battle without a single loss, causing so many people to lose face. All these years, you are publicly recognized as the #1 expert of the 10 great sects, suppressing them. If Spirit Affinity House loses you, they might let out a sigh of relief. Don't worry, for you and our daughter, I will be careful. Feng Jioge caressed Fairy Bai Qing's face, lightly kissing her lips. After their lips parted, he took out a rank 5 messenger green bird goo. This is a letter from who immortal blessed land. That rascal called Feng Yuan has accepted Huang Er's challenge. Feng Jioge said, "It's him? Since Huang Er was born, Feng Yuan was the only one who suffered a huge setback. After Huang Er returned, she was indignant and swore to take revenge. Earlier, she sent a challenge letter to him, but there was no reply. To think that he would suddenly reply now, what is his motive?" Fairy Bai Qing had a deep impression of Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge's gaze was solemn. "Ever since Huang Er failed, we have investigated this rascal Feng Yuan in detail. His background is not small. He has a mysterious force behind him. He actually dared to take advantage of the situation and take who immortal blessed land from under the 10 great ancient sects' noses. But Crane Gate thought himself clever and admitted that he is from Crane Gate, causing us to be unable to do anything. This way, Crane Gate can exclude our 9 sects and take back who immortal blessed land alone. If it were me, I would probably do the same." Fairy Bai Qing said, "More than a year has passed in Central Continent. Even Northern Plains' True Yang building has fallen. The laughable thing is, Crane Gate still did not succeed. Who immortal blessed land is still in this rascal's hands." "What a joke!" Feng Jioge sneered in disdain. "You can't say that. In the last year, Crane Gate had to expend a lot of effort to capture the ancient desolate beast spirit rhinoceros, and many of our Gu immortals were trapped in the reincarnation battlefield. Now, Great Heavenly Sword Sect, which is under our jurisdiction, wants to become independent. Crane Gate is overwhelmed and under pressure. Moreover, after our 9 sects learned of the truth, we secretly pressured them many times and indirectly obstructed them from attacking who immortal blessed land. Thus, who immortal blessed land did not fall." Fairy Bai Qing said. Feng Jioge shook his head. "The force behind Feng Yuan has always been shrouded in mystery. We have yet to find out. Yesterday, Crane Gate publicly announced that Feng Yuan was disloyal because he obtained who immortal blessed land and viewed him as a traitor of the sect. Clearly, their conciliatory tactic did not work. It seems that Crane Gate's big move against who immortal blessed land will happen in the next few days. I want to see what force can challenge our 10 great sections." Fairy Bai Qing's gaze flickered. She suddenly realized something, saying, "I know this Feng Yuan's intention. He is not a member of Crane Gate, but he seems to have sensed that Crane Gate wants to deal with him. Thus, he replied, and wants to establish relations with the outside world, using our Spirit Affinity House to restrict Crane Gate. But now, Crane Gate has the moral high ground, while Feng Yuan is a traitor of Crane Gate. Crane Gate can openly attack who immortal blessed land, but we cannot interfere in this matter." Feng Jioge said. Fairy Bai Qing was unresigned. "Is there really no way to interfere in this matter? If Crane Gate obtains Dang Hun Mountain, the entire sect's foundation will rise by several levels. Righteous sects naturally have their own rules and regulations. After all, there are so many other sects in Central Continent watching them. If the 10 great sects break the rules first, how will they be able to command others in the future? Although Crane Gate deceived them first, the 9 sects were indeed deceived for a while. After all, there is a Fengzheng in Crane Gate. We can make use of him. Since Crane Gate won, we have to admit it. At least this time, we cannot interfere. But if Crane Gate fails in their attack on who immortal blessed land, our 9 sects will have a chance to interfere. After all, everyone is aware of this situation. They are only feigning ignorance because of the rules and reputation. If Crane Gate fails this time and still wants to take Hu immortal blessed land for themselves, our 9 sects will not agree. Fong Jioga analyzed. He paused before continuing. Before going to Northern Plains, I intend to give my own way Gu to Crane Gate. Ah, husband, what do you mean? Fairy Bai Qing was slightly shocked. Fong Jioga strategized. Fong Yuan's strength is unknown. Whether he can protect Hu immortal blessed land or not is still unknown. If he wins and Crane Gate loses, our 10 great sects will work together and divide Hu immortal blessed land. If he loses and Crane Gate wins, we can use the reason of my own way Gu to get a share of the benefits on Dang Hun Mountain. Hu immortal blessed land, Dang Hun Palace. Declaring me as a traitor of the sect, this means that Crane Gate's attack on Hu immortal blessed land is imminent. Fong Yuan looked at the information in his hands with a heavy heart. Clean's soul immortal Gu was not full yet. In this situation, activating the immortal killer move Myriad Self was very risky. In the worst case, he might lose Clean's soul immortal Gu. This way, without Myriad Self, Fong Yuan would lose his greatest trump card. Crane Gate declared me as a traitor in advance, but did not attack immediately. They are clearly trying to lure the force behind me to make a move, so that they can have a good fight. This is indeed the style and confidence of the 10 great sections. Fong Yuan thought about it, and knew that Crane Gate's attack this time would be extremely fierce. To him, the most important thing now was to find the White Lotus giant silkworm Gu and feed Clean's soul immortal Gu. At the same time, he needed to gather funds and store enough green grape immortal essence. Most immortal Gu needed immortal essence to activate. Without immortal essence, no matter how many immortal Gu they had, they could not display their full power. What was war fought for? Money. In this world, what did Gu immortals fight for? Immortal essence. An immortal Yuan stone. Sigh, this is not a small problem. My economy, which had just recovered, is going to suffer a heavy blow again. 2 battles in a row will cause my weak economy to collapse. Chapter 703, Central Continent, Fei He Mountain. At the highest point of the mountain peak, discussion hall. Gu immortals sat in a circle. They were brimming with immortal energy. They were discussing the matters of Crane Gate. Ling Shi's condition has worsened. I need to purchase a large number of materials to refine healing Gu that can alleviate the condition. But to completely cure Ling Shi, I need a large number of healing Gu recipes to research. My initial estimate is 360 immortal Yuan stone. Gu immortal Shu, Gu said loudly. Immediately, a Gu immortal frowned and asked, Ling Shi is an ancient desolate beast. It is very strong, but its condition has already persisted for half a year. Why has it not recovered yet? Shu Zhige, are you purposely delaying Ling Shi's condition so that you can reap some benefits? A Gu immortal said loudly. Hearing this, Shu Zhige's brows furrowed, and he roared, Fan Shilu, go fuck yourself. Isn't this because you used a poison path immortal Gu to capture it? Back then, I had already persuaded you not to use it. Not to use it, but to save trouble, you poison Ling Shi. Now that there is trouble, I need to deal with it. You are the one talking nonsense. Do you know how hard it is to capture a Ling Shi alive? It's easy for you to say that. Fan Shilu did not back down. He shouted, ding. At this time, a bell rang. It was clear and melodious. The voices of the Gu immortals were assimilated by the bell's sound. Thus, the bell's sound became louder and louder. No matter how Shu Zhigu and Fan Shilu spoke, their voices would only become louder and louder. They shut up. Everyone's gazes turned towards the source of the bell's sound. That was the main seat at the center. An old man sat there. He was the most authoritative person in Crane Gate, the rank 8 First Supreme Elder, who was in charge of the overall situation. It was Crane Gate's first Supreme Elder's voice. His voice was deep and calm. Now, Shu Ji's suggestion is that we need 360 immortal yuan stone to purchase goo worms, goo recipes, and heal Ling Shi. I do not agree. 360 immortal yuan stone is too much. I only asked for 200 immortal yuan stone in my previous budget. Is it more important than healing a Ling Shi? More important than healing goo immortals? Fan Shi Lu was the first to object. A goo immortal beside him pondered. Ling Shi is important, but it is not a crucial moment. The urgent matter at hand was still the situation in the Northwest. I give up on this decision. Regarding the great Heavenly Sword School, there will be an important discussion. Right now, we're only discussing the matter of healing Ling Shi. The Grand Supreme Elder interrupted. I object, the third goo immortal said concisely. Before I give my personal advice, I would like to hear Madame Sang Xian's. The reason why my sect spent so much effort to capture the ancient desolate beast, spirit rhinoceros, was to use its blood to develop an even more secretive information path goo worm. I wonder how Madame Sang Xian is progressing. The fourth goo immortal looked at Madame Sang Xian. Lady Sang Xian was a rank 6 goo immortal. Hearing this, he smiled. I am ashamed. Currently, there is little progress because Ling Shi's body is covered in poisonous blood. The research on letter goo is progressing very slowly. The fourth goo immortal nodded. This means that the future of this area is bleak. In that case, I object. Of the 8 goo immortals present, 5 objected. In the end, Shu Gu only obtained 200 immortal yuan stones. Obviously, there was a big gap between the 360 yuan he asked for and the price he asked for. Shu Gu snorted coldly, muttering to himself. He expressed his dissatisfaction. Ding! Another bell rang. Regardless of whether Shu Gu was satisfied or not, the Grand Supreme Elder said, Next, we will discuss the matters of reincarnation battlefield. Lei Tan stood up from his seat. He had a tall and sturdy body, his blue hair reaching the sky. I have been in charge of the affairs of reincarnation battlefield for over 30 years. I believe everyone has a deep understanding of the importance of reincarnation battlefield. In the middle of this year, our sect suffered a huge loss in reincarnation battlefield. Even though we sent reinforcements in time and stabilized our situation, the current situation is still terrible. I need the support of a rank 6 goo immortal or 3 desolate beasts, and among these desolate beasts, there must be at least a 9 palace crane. He Fengyang immediately retorted, A goo immortal's battle strength? Do you know the current situation of Crane Gate? Mu Xiao is recovering from heavy injuries. Lin San Mei is in closed cultivation. Their battle strength is lacking. You still have the cheek to make such a request. Lei Tan snorted coldly. If Crane Gate is chased out of reincarnation battlefield, He Fengyang, can you take responsibility? He Fengyang sneered. We have already invested a lot of resources into reincarnation battlefield. We have 2 goo immortals inside. We can defend and maintain stability. Our reinforcements will not solve the problem because our competitors in reincarnation battlefield are the other 9 sections. If we send reinforcements, the other 9 sects will also send reinforcements, or even more. Shu Zhiga nodded. I agree. Reincarnation battlefield situation is already stabilizing. We should take a conservative approach and stabilize our territory first. The rest of the people looked around and expressed their opinions one by one. Eventually, Lei Ten obtained the support of 2 desolate beasts. He looked at He Fengyang with hatred, gritting his teeth. Ding. Next, we will discuss Great Heavenly Sword Sect. First Supreme Elder said. Gueli heard this, and his expression shook. He sat up straight. Facing everyone's gazes, he said, Great Heavenly Sword Sect has been subordinate to Crane Gate for close to 1,000 years. with our protection. They have been operating for a long time, and now have 3 Gu immortals. They want to get rid of their vassal status and leave our sect. Once they succeed, our sect's control over the northwestern region will be greatly reduced. Crane Gate's reputation will also be greatly damaged. Even though there is no evidence, I have deduced several times. I suspect that Myriad Dragondock is behind this. If Great Heavenly Sword Sect leaves us and joins Myriad Dragondock, the situation will be even worse. We are adjacent to Myriad Dragondock. The territory around Great Heavenly Sword Sect will be annexed to Myriad Dragondock. We all know the severity of this matter. There is no need for you to elaborate on this. I will ask you directly, which Gu Immortal are you planning to instigate in Great Heavenly Sword Sect to defect? How confident were they? Could it be a ploy by the other party? And most importantly, how much do we need to pay to instigate a Gu Immortal to defect? Second Supreme Elder asked. Great Heavenly Sword Sect was a large force. It could not afford the cultivation resources of 3 Gu Immortals. Central Continent's current situation was that the 10 great ancient sects were firmly in control of Central Continent. About 60% of Central Continent's cultivation resources were split among the 10 great ancient sections. Only the 10 great ancient sects could provide for a large number of Gu Immortals. Like Great Heavenly Sword Sect, it was a vassal of Crane Gate to begin with. It needed to pay a large amount of resources every once in a while. The Gu Immortals in Great Heavenly Sword Sect lacked resources. From this point, if they were given huge benefits, there was a possibility of them defecting. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had 3 Gu Immortals. If one was removed, there would only be 2 left. If their forces fell, they would not be able to cause any trouble. Gueli thought about his words before saying, "There is an old saying, there is no such thing as cheap goods. After all, we are not trying to recruit a mortal, but a Gu Immortal. I promised him the same treatment as us. After all, this is the standard for joining Crane Gate. Other than that, there are also some resources. They are worth about 75 immortal Yuan stones." After pausing for a while, Gueli continued, "In my humble opinion, it is best if we do not use force in this matter of Great Heavenly Sword Sect. After all, the deadline for Great Heavenly Sword Sect to be our vassal is up. They want to break this relationship and leave us. It is perfectly justifiable. We cannot forcefully interfere. There is no justifiable reason. Great Heavenly Sword Sect is also at the border. It might give Myriad Dragondock an excuse to interfere." From start to finish, Gueli did not reveal which Gu Immortal he wanted to recruit. The second Supreme Elder did not pursue the matter. The Gu Immortals present were all Supreme Elders of Crane Gate, but there were internal conflicts between them. Where there were people, there were conflicts of interest, and conflicts of interest led to conflicts. If Gueli said it now, there might be unnecessary twists and turns. The matter of Great Heavenly Sword Sect was an important matter that everyone in Crane Gate attached great importance to. After some discussion, Gueli's suggestion was passed. Ding! A bell rang. First Supreme Elder said slowly, "Next, we will be discussing the matter of taking back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He Fengyang, tell us." Lei Tan snorted coldly, immediately giving He Fengyang a malicious gaze. He Fengyang stood up from his seat, showing his solemn attitude. "Everyone, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a rank 6 blessed land. Although Hu Immortal did not manage it well, it has Dang Hun Mountain. As everyone knows, Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Gu can greatly increase the Sex Foundation. It is also very helpful to us Gu Immortals." Before he finished speaking, Gu Immortal Lei Tan spoke. "He Fengyang, it has already been over a year. Why have we not obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land yet? There is no progress at all. Don't you know, the other 9 sects are already laughing at us. He Fengyang was prepared. He said unhurriedly, "Those who achieve great things will have to endure the ridicule and mockery of others. If we cannot even endure this, how can we have any achievements? I am here to discuss matters, not to listen to lectures. No matter what, who immortal blessed land has not been taken back. This is an indisputable fact." Leighton said, "For the past year, I have been working on this matter. I have not relaxed for even a moment. A few days ago, I have already publicly announced that Fang Yuan is a traitor of our sect. He will be dealt with in a few days. These days, I have spread informants to monitor the other 9 great ancient sects, but I have not found any sect that is showing any special reaction. The crucial people for this mission have already been trained. We only need old ancestor Kenyang and fairy Tsang Yu's help to take back who immortal blessed land." He Fengyang said, "Old ancestor Kenyang has rank 7 battle strength, while fairy Tsang Yu is not bad among rank 6. You have the nerve to make such a request? You are also a grand Gu immortal, but you need the battle strength of 3 Gu immortals to deal with a mortal. You are using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Is this the result of your 1 year of preparation?" Lei Tan mocked without restraint. He Fengyang's eyelids twitched. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked around and said calmly, "To ensure nothing goes wrong, I have no choice but to make this request. I am sure everyone here is aware of the situation. My sect used Fangzheng to deceive the 9 great ancient sects, taking over who immortal blessed land in name. But after the 9 great sects found out the truth, they have been coveting Dang Hun Mountain and obstructed us many times in the dark. This mission must succeed. It cannot fail, otherwise they will interfere. At that time, the situation will not be something our sect can control." Hearing this, First Supreme Elder sighed. "They have already obstructed us. He Fengyang, I have a piece of bad news and a piece of good news." He Fengyang's heart shook. "First Supreme Elder, please speak." "Forget it. Take a look yourself." First Supreme Elder flicked his finger. A rank 5 messenger green bird Gu flew out. He Fengyang received it and sent his divine sense in, looking at the contents. His expression turned ashen. "Who is it? They actually want old ancestor Kenyang to go to Northern Plains?" In He Fengyang's plan, old ancestor Kenyang had the highest battle strength. He had offensive immortal Gu and was a heavyweight. But before He Fengyang even set off, he had lost this general. Second Supreme Elder said, "There is no way to reject him." Truyang Building collapsed for no reason. It caused our 10 sects alliance to fail prematurely in our plan to overthrow Truyang Building. Many years of hard work went up in smoke. Countless investments were wasted. This matter is too important. We need to organize a group to go to Northern Plains and investigate the truth. At the same time, all sorts of immortal Gu have appeared in Northern Plains. Thus, there is another important goal in this trip, that is to capture as many immortal Gu as possible. If the Gu immortals we send have low battle strength, not only will we not get any benefits, we might even be ostracized and turn into shields, suffering losses everywhere. Chapter 704. But Lord Kenyang's departure concerns Dang Hun Mountain and the ownership of Guts Gu. He Fengyang still wanted to fight for it. Fengjioga is publicly recognized as the number 1 battle strength of the 10 great sects. He is also the leader of the Northern Plains group. We have no reason to reject his request. You are clear about the sect's lack of battle strength. Even if we reject him forcefully, I believe the other 9 sects will use the excuse of not needing a burden to pressure us. Hearing First Supreme Elder say this, He Fengyang's expression turned ashen. Lei Ten smiled silently, not concealing his gloating attitude. He Fengyang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He forced himself to continue watching. Suddenly, his expression froze. He had mixed feelings. This Fengjioga is actually lending me one's way immortal Gu, and he has already raised One's Way Immortal Goo, to rank 7. Rank 6 One's Way Immortal Goo is an expendable goo worm. It can only be used 3 times. But rank 7 One's Way Goo can be used continuously. It just requires a lot more immortal essence. What? I remember that Hifunyan's One's Way Goo only has 1 use left. To think that Fong Jioga actually refined One's Way Goo to rank 7. No wonder he asked for One's Way Immortal Goo. It was premeditated. But his luck is really good. Immortal goo are hard to refine. The chances of success are very small. And One's Way Goo is not his vital goo, but he actually succeeded. Guili spoke. Shu Jigu said, Spirit Affinity House is a huge force. They have a close relationship with Celestial Court. Their foundation is much deeper than our Crane Gate. It is not strange for him to refine a rank 7 immortal goo. With One's Way Goo, he will not be suppressed by the blessed land. He can use mortal goo freely. Madame Sang-Xian looked at Hifeng. Fong Jioga is really scheming. On one hand, he borrowed One's Way Goo. After our sect successfully takes to a mortal blessed land, he will be able to interfere. On the other hand, he sent old ancestor Kenyang out. In fact, he lowered our sect's strength in attacking to a mortal blessed land. Second Supreme Elder analyzed. The third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, finished the Ascension wine in his bowl and crushed it. Damn it! The 9 great ancient sects have targeted who immortal blessed land and obstructed our sect more than once. Hifeng, the matter of who immortal blessed land was handled by you. I hope that you can succeed this time and not give the other 9 sects any chances. Hit them hard in the face. I want them to shamelessly cooperate with us for the guts goo. I understand. Third Elder. Hifeng nodded. The Goo Immortals discussed for a day and a night. They decided on the direction and actions of Crane Gate for the next few months. 2 days later, Fang Zheng pushed open the stone door and entered the blood pool. Fang Zheng, you've trained so hard, and you've finally come to this moment. Today we will take revenge for your clan, we will gain merit for the sect, and we will benefit the people. We must succeed. In the aperture, the spirit incubating flea trembled as Master Tenchiru's voice resounded. Yes, Master, we will definitely succeed. Fang Yuan clenched his fists. His expression was firm. He walked to the center of the blood pool, letting the boiling blood cover most of his body. Next, he breathed in deeply and activated iron blood goo. His blood turned black, and his skin also turned black. Next, Fang Zheng activated blood edge goo at the same time. Swoosh, 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 from all over his body, hundreds of iron blood flying blades shot out in all directions. On his body, there were hundreds of wounds as molten blood flowed out. An intense feeling of pleasure assaulted his heart. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth and proceeded to the crucial step, activating blood, mix goo. At the same time, on Tianti Mountain, 2 Goo Immortals arrived. One was a young man, gentle like jade, wearing a green robe and with a jade pendant hanging on his waist. The most eye-catching thing was his pair of eyebrows. They were dark green and slender, extending all the way to his waist. It was the rank 6 Goo Immortal of Crane Gate, known as Feather Crane Flying Immortal, Hifeng. The other was young and beautiful, with a graceful figure, a face like a flower, eyes like autumn waves. She wore a pink and blue flowery skirt, the hem of her skirt fluttering in the wind. She was also a rank 6 Goo Immortal of Crane Gate, Fairy Sanyu. The two slowly walked up Tianti Mountain, arriving at Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In front of them was a verdant forest. It was very ordinary. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a small world, different from the large world of Central Continent. As long as the Blessed Land did not have any loopholes or its doors were not open, there would be no abnormalities from the outside. If one did not know the details, Even if a goo immortal passed by, they would not be able to sense that there was a blessed land hidden here. Fairy Tsangyu looked around at the verdant green mountains, the occasional chirping of birds added to the tranquility. There was not a single person in sight. But she smiled at He Fengyang. There are quite a lot of people here today. There are many familiar faces. She and He Fengyang did not conceal their movements. In fact, if the commotion was too big, they would not be able to conceal it. Thus, when they moved from Fei He Mountain, the other 9 great ancient sects had already received information. Right now, the 9 Gu immortals from the 9 great ancient sects were already hiding in the sky and on the ground, observing He Fengyang and Sangyu's movements, gathering first-hand information. He Fengyang waved his Gu worms as he praised. I have long heard that Fairy has an investigative killer move called Microthought. It can be sold for 5 immortal yuan stone in jewel yellow skies. It is indeed very effective. Lord Flying Immortal is too kind. It was only a fortuitous encounter in the past. I obtained it in reincarnation battlefield. Fairy Tsangyu smiled charmingly. In today's battle, I will need Fairy's help. He Fengyang's attitude was very gentle. Lord Flying Immortal is too polite. How can this little girl's methods compare to the grand feather crane, Flying Immortal's myriad cranes soaring? It would be great if I could witness it today. Fairy Tsang, you clicked her tongue in admiration. He Fengyang smiled. While they were talking, he had already thrown out close to 10,000 mortal goo. After several minutes, the arrangements were finally completed. Next, we will wait for the opportunity. Fairy, please. He Fengyang waved his sleeve. A white cloud flew out. The white cloud was only 10 feet above the ground, forming the shape of a cushion. He Fengyang jumped up and sat down cross-legged. This was a white cloud cushion goo. Rank 5. It could assist goo masters in their cultivation and increase the effect of primeval essence nurturing the aperture. Although the effect was not great, it would accumulate over time and would be considerable. After He Fengyang ascended to Gu Immortal, the white cloud cushion Gu lost its effect on him. It was only used as a cushion. The white cloud cushion was huge. He Fengyang had specially left some space for Fairy Tsangyu. But Fairy Tsangyu only took a glance and did not get on the white cloud cushion. She flicked her finger and shot out a woodpath Gu worm. The Gu worm drilled into the ground, and in a few breaths of time, a peach tree grew out, its branches tangled together, and formed a comfortable bed with peach blossoms. Fairy Tsangyu giggled and climbed onto the peach tree bed, half lying down, her eyes closed as she dozed off. At the same time, in Fu Who Blessed Land, Fangzheng had already reached the final step. He activated failed blood demon flower goo. His entire body's flesh and blood became the nourishment and soil for the demonic flower's growth. Countless laughing vines drilled out of his skin and coiled around his body. Bright and bewitching blue chrysanthemums bloomed fiercely. Intense pain came from all parts of his body. Even iron blood goo had no effect. Fangzheng gritted his teeth. His expression was distorted as he endured with all his might. Quickly use cold blood goo to lower the temperature. Master Tenchiru's soul was monitoring Fangzheng's condition at all times, and after a while, he reminded. Fangzheng endured the inhuman pain and successfully mobilized his primeval essence, activating cold blood goo. His body shivered intensely for a while before the temperature of his boiling blood dropped, avoiding the tragic fate of being cooked alive. Use blood-sensing goo. Master Tenchiru instructed. Fangzheng gritted his teeth until blood flowed out. He activated this rank 5 investigative blood path goo with great difficulty. This goo allowed him to sense existences with the same bloodline as him. Moreover, the closer the bloodline, the stronger the effect. But this time, no matter how Fangzheng tried, he could not sense any image. How can this be? You are brothers with Fang Yuan. Your bloodline is the thickest and closest. Moreover, failed blood demon flower goo can increase the effect of blood path goo worms. Why can't you sense anything after so long? Fang Zheng was already in so much pain that he could not speak, but Master Tenchu was still trying to sense it. After a long time without any effect, he became nervous and shouted strangely, Fang Zheng, persevere. You have trained for so long, you have gone through inhuman trials. All you have to do is gamble on this. My Sex 2 Gu Immortals have already moved out. They are waiting for you to guide them. You must persevere. You cannot relax. Master Tenchu shouted anxiously. Fang Zheng's body was trembling intensely. He could not reply. He could only use his actions to show his obedience to his master. You still can't sense it? Strange. This is too strange. Fang Zheng, you need to follow the whole earth goo in the blood pool and extend your senses out. If that whole earth goo in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was not destroyed, then this whole earth goo is connected to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It will be of great help to you in sensing Fang Yuan. Master Tenchu continued to remind him, but Fang Zheng had already extended his senses along the whole earth goo, but there was little effect. To him, it was like he was in darkness. The target he was looking for was that bit of light in the darkness. But be it Fang Zheng or Master Tenchu, they did not know about the change in Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie. The blood in his body had already turned from healthy red to dark green and cold zombie blood. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of Fang Zheng's senses. No matter how hard Fang Zheng tried, he could not sense Fang Yuan's existence. Damn it! Damn it! Master Tenchu was extremely anxious, according to his past training experience. Fang Zheng had a limited amount of time. 90% of the time had already passed. He was about to reach his limit. Don't tell me I really have to use that trump card? Master Tenchu was conflicted in his heart. To ensure the success of this mission, Fengyang had secretly placed some blood path goo worms in Fang Zheng's body. Together with the goo worms placed in the blood pool, they formed a trump card that could prevent any accidents from happening. Chapter 705. Master Tenchu was hesitant. On one hand, he received orders from Fengyang. He had a difficult mission. Reason told him that for the sake of Crane Gate, sacrificing this mortal kid Fang Zheng was the best choice. But on the other hand, his emotions stopped him. Humans were not plants. How could they be emotionless? Spending time with Fang Zheng, watching him grow step by step, watching him make mistakes, sometimes watching him cultivate hard for revenge. He was very much like his past self. Master Tenchu could not bear it. Fang Zheng, you brat, how many times have I taught you? This is the most basic refinement path technique. I'm sorry, Master. Fang Zheng's palm emitted smoke. The goo worm in his palm had already turned into a pile of charcoal. Fang Zheng, practice, practice, practice again. I am Master Tenchu's disciple, but I can't even arrange the flying crane arrow formation. If this gets out, where would I put my old face? Master Tenchu shouted angrily. I'm sorry, Master. I will definitely work hard. Ugh. The more nervous Fang Zheng was, the easier it was for him to make mistakes. The two groups of cranes in the sky collided with each other due to his mistake. At once, the cranes wailed in pain. The sounds of bones breaking could be heard. They fell down like dumplings in a pot. Seeing this scene, the spirit incubating flea in Fang Zheng's aperture froze. It immediately flew into a rage. You big idiot! Master, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Locked in the confinement room, Fang Zheng faced the wall and apologized to Master Tenchu. Silly kid, why are you apologizing? Well beaten. Ah, Master, isn't the sect rule forbidding disciples from fighting? Humph, Zhang Nan's master is Xian Jizi. Back then, Master was already unhappy with Xian Jizi. You beat him into a pig's head. I have been locked here longer than you, although I am already dead. As my disciple, how can you be bullied like this? Master Tenchu sneered. Master, Fang Zheng choked with sobs. His eyes were red and tears were rolling down his cheeks. Idiot, what are you crying for? A man doesn't cry easily. Master Tenchiru lectured. Yes, Master. I'm sorry, Master. At this critical moment, time seemed to be stretched out endlessly. Scenes from the past. It appeared in Master Tenchiru's mind. The words Master echoed in his ears. Master Tenchiru roared in a deafening voice. Fang Zheng, you must do your best. Have you forgotten the pain Fang Yuan brought you? Have you forgotten that you were bullied by your fellow disciples when you first came to the Crane Gate? He had forgotten about the ghosts in his family. Have you forgotten that your uncle and aunt died in the hands of Fang Yuan? Your hatred, your hard work depends on this moment. You cannot fail. You cannot give up. I must sense it. I must sense it. Fang Zheng heard Master Tenchiru's roar, and his spirit was lifted. However, in his senses, there was still endless darkness. No matter how hard he tried, he could not sense any signs of it. Why? Fang Zheng's state of mind was in turmoil. Scenes of the past that he could not bear to recall appeared in his mind again. Ever since he was young, the shadow that Fang Yuan had cast on Fang Zheng seemed to have become one with the darkness in his senses. It gave Fang Zheng infinite pressure. Everything was dim. Fang Zheng seemed to have become a tiny dot in this vast darkness. Hesitation, helplessness, loneliness, helplessness, all sorts of negative emotions filled his mind. I'm sorry, Master. I failed. Fang Zheng cried. His body had reached its limit, and his state of mind was on the verge of collapse. No, you cannot fail. Absolutely not. Master Tenchiru was anxious as he shouted, but Fang Zheng could not hear him anymore. He was about to fall unconscious, just like in the previous training. Damn it! Master Tenchiru cursed in his heart. At this moment, he thought of his possession plan. He thought of the punishment Feng Yang would give him when he returned after the mission failed. Fang Zheng, you bastard. It's a waste of my effort to nurture you, but in the end, you are still unable to get rid of that man's shadow. Since that's the case, let me help you. Master Tenchiru's thoughts flickered as he finally convinced himself. The situation forced him to make this choice. He revealed his trump card. Instantly, the whole blood pool started to shine brightly, sweeping away the darkness. The goo worms hidden around Fang Zheng's blood pool started to activate. Fang Zheng's body shook like he was electrocuted. He raised his head and opened his arms, clenching his fists, his nails digging into his palms. An unparalleled pain assaulted his heart, causing him to roll his eyes. Almost at the next breath, Fang Zheng's screams stopped as he lost consciousness. But under the effect of the goo worms, he was still activating the failed blood demon flower goo and using the blood-sensing goo to sense Fang Yuan's existence. The blood pool started to boil and gurgling. Creak, the failed blood demon flower grew rapidly, emitting a hair-raising sound. Fang Zheng maintained his posture of raising his head and spreading his arms, motionless like a statue. The demonic flower's vines were as thin as needles. But now, these vines grew thicker than a finger. The largest vine grew out from the depths of Fang Zheng's throat like an anaconda. It burrowed out of his mouth and grew upwards. Other than that, vines also grew out of his ears and nostrils. Soon, vines drilled out of all the pores on his skin. Fang Zheng had completely turned into the demonic flower's nourishment. His flesh was torn, and his appearance was unrecognizable, like a well-trimmed flower statue. Brat! Seeing Fang Zheng in such a miserable state, Master Tenchiru's anxiety and nervousness vanished. He felt an emptiness in his heart. It was unbearable. Soon, this unbearable feeling turned into deep guilt. filling Master Tenchiru's heart. Brat, Master has let you down. Master Tenchiru's soul, which was hiding in the spirit incubating flea, was also shedding soul tears. Oh, He Fengyang's arrangements have been activated. In the depths of Fu, who blessed land. Crane Gate's third supreme elder slowly opened his eyes, muttering. He thought of what He Fengyang had specially asked him to do before he left. Thus, the third supreme elder, Lord Tiger Demon, expended his immortal essence and activated an immortal goo flying out of the hall in a flash. This immortal goo was not Lord Tiger Demon's. He Fengyang had borrowed it from Lady Sang Xian. It was a rank 6 information path immortal goo called Empathy. 10 breaths of time later, the immortal goo descended above the blood pool, above Fengyang's head. This is an immortal goo. Master Tenchiru stared with wide eyes, his heart shaking. Empathy immortal goo let out a gray-white pillar of light. The pillar of light was like fog, covering Fengyang. After a few breaths of time, the gray-white pillar of light was dyed blood red by Fengyang. Where is this? Fengyang's remnant consciousness. He looked around. It was complete darkness. No matter where he went, no matter how far he walked, it was still darkness, deep and vast. But at this time, a blood-red light appeared in front of Fengyang. Ah, that is... Fengyang tried to walk over, and as he got closer, he sensed a familiar aura from this blood-red light. He sensed a familiar aura. This is Big Brother. No, it is Feng Yuan's aura. Master, did you hear me? I succeeded. I finally sensed it. Fengyang was extremely excited. He tried to speak, but could not speak. His mouth was wide open, almost deformed from the thick demonic flower vines. But at the corner of his eyes, a tear of joy flowed down. Sensing this tear, Master Tenchiru's soul shook intensely. He fell into a deathly silence. Fengyang got close to the blood-red light. Suddenly, the light burst out with an extremely strong suction force. The unprepared Fengyang's remnant consciousness was completely sucked in. At this moment, Feng Yuan, who was into immortal blessed land, gasped lightly. He slowly opened his eyes. He sensed a blood pool. He sensed Fengyang's body. He sensed the flourishing failed blood demon flower. He sensed the spirit incubating flea in his aperture. He sensed the information path immortal goo above his head. So it was like this. Feng Yuan sneered. My adorable little brother, are you finally going to die? No, in the words of the righteous path, you are sacrificing yourself for the collective. He. What happened? Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was sitting at the side, quickly asked when he saw Feng Yuan speak. On his other side, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were also looking at Feng Yuan with questioning gazes. What a coincidence. I wanted to discuss the Guts Goo business, but the Crane Gate attack came knocking on my door. Feng Yuan laughed, intentionally lowering his eyelids as he waved his hand. The other party used my brother and also used the immortal Goo same sense. Everyone, leave Dang Hun Palace and lie in ambush. My senior brother will explain the details to you. Immortal Goo same sense could allow both sides to sense each other's situation. At this moment, Fengyang and Feng Yuan sensed each other's situation through blood sense and empathy immortal goo, of course, because of the difference in strength between them. Feng Yuan could see everything about Fengyang, but Fengyang could only see things through Feng Yuan's eyes. Fengyang's perception was limited. He could not even sense the location of Feng Yuan's aperture or immortal aperture. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other. They could see each other's heavy mood. Due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, they could not avoid it. They could only brace themselves and fight alongside Feng Yuan. On Tianti Mountain, He Fengyang, who was sitting cross-legged on the white cloud cushion goo, suddenly opened his eyes. The time is ripe. His eyes shined with brilliance as he took out an immortal goo. Expand space, immortal goo. Fairy Songyu heard the commotion and called out softly. This immortal goo belonged to the second supreme elder of Crane Gate. It could expand the blessed land space. He Fengyang borrowed it to use as the core of an immortal killer move. Immortal killer move, breaking door entry. Over 10 green grape immortal essence beads were expended in an instant. An enormous aura rose as translucent ripples appeared in the air. Crack, crack, like the sound of glass shattering. Space shattered in front of Hifengyang and Fairy Songyu, revealing a corner of Who Immortal Blessed Land's terrain. Hifengyang slowly put away Expand Space Immortal Goo. He looked at Fairy Songyu and invited with a graceful demeanor, "Fairy, please." Fairy Songyu smiled charmingly. She took a step forward and was about to enter Who Immortal Blessed Land. Chapter 706. Fairy Songyu immediately felt a great sense of danger. The lightning struck at an extremely fast speed, piercing through the sky and creating a thunderous sound. Although there are many Goo Immortals here, our sect's scheme one. According to the rules, the 9 great ancient sects should be watching from the sidelines. If not for the Goo Immortals of the 9 sects, which demonic path Goo Immortal would dare to risk universal condemnation and mess with my Crane Gate? In an instant, thoughts flashed in Fairy Songyu's mind like lightning. At the same time, her movements were not slow. Her slender fingers moved as she was about to activate a killer move to resist the lightning. But at the next moment, Hifengyang stopped her. "Fairy, wait." Saying so, he pulled Fairy Songyu to the side, opening up the hole into Immortal Blessed Land. The lightning did not care about the two of them. It followed the hole and plunged into Who Immortal Blessed Land. Using this chance, Fairy Songyu also saw the lightning's true appearance. This is the earthly calamity blue charm lightning shadow. Hifengyang smiled lightly. This is an earthly calamity targeting Who Immortal Blessed Land. After Fang Yuan cut off a large portion of Who Immortal Blessed Land, he also threw it out of the Blessed Land. To think that this blue charm lightning shadow did not dissipate. It has been hiding on Tian-Ti Mountain all along. Great. The blue charm lightning shadow's battle strength is not bad. It is equivalent to rank 6 middle stage battle strength. With it as the vanguard, we will have an easier time. Fairy Songyu's brows relaxed, showing a smile. This lad Fang Yuan is decisive. He is indeed a character. He actually gave up a quarter of the blessed land. Unfortunately, his strength is lacking no matter how many schemes he has. It is useless. Hifengyang sighed, stepping into Who Immortal Blessed Land with Fairy Songyu. Once they entered Who Immortal Blessed Land, a heavenly power was exerted on them, attempting to restrict all the mortal goo in their hands. But immediately, an orange-yellow light rose from Hifengyang and Fairy Songyu's bodies at the same time. This was the effect of the rank 7 self-way immortal goo on them. It allowed mortal goo to not be suppressed by the blessed land and could be used normally. Fairy Songyu closed her eyes, and after a few breaths, she opened them again. We are at the west of Who Immortal Blessed Land. The blue charm shadow is already heading towards Danghun Mountain in the center of the blessed land. Hifengyang nodded. As I expected, within Who Immortal Blessed Land, the safest opponent was Danghun Mountain. The blue charm shadow's first target was the blessed land's owner. Back then, Immortal Fox, caught off guard, he was killed by the blue charm shadow. Since it was heading straight for Danghun Mountain, it meant that Fang Yuan was hiding in Danghun Mountain. Let's follow it. All right, I've long wanted to see what the legendary Danghun Mountain looks like. Fairy Songyu chuckled. With the blue charm movie as the vanguard, we can also find out if the enemy has any ambushes. Hifengyang said. He activated Expand Space Immortal Goo and used another Immortal Killer move to mend the hole in the blessed land behind him. Immortal Killer move, Closed Door Bolt. Crane Gate is so stingy, they don't even let us take a look. In this round, if Crane Gate loses, we will take over regardless of whether the door is closed or not. If Crane Gate wins, whether the door is opened or not, we will retreat. Letting us take a look will not affect the big picture. Humph, they are gauging the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a petty person. Do they really think we will act out of greed? Outside T Mountain, the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 9 great sects were conversing with their divine senses. Bai Wang, do you think Crane Gate has a high chance of succeeding this time? Gu immortal Zhang, Wen Zhou casually asked. It might be quite high, even though we are secretly suppressing Crane Gate, forcing them to send only 2 Gu immortals to reclaim Hu immortal blessed land. But they have the battle strength of 2 Gu immortals after all, and they also used the blue charm lightning shadow. Fang Yuan, who controls Hu immortal blessed land, is only a mortal junior. How can he stop Crane Gate? Bai Wang replied, I don't think so. According to our Spirit Butterfly Valley's investigation, Fang Yuan refined fixed immortal travel in 3 kings' blessed land and came here alone. But how is that possible? He is immortal. How can he refine an immortal Gu? And how can he know about Hu immortal blessed land situation? There is clearly a mastermind behind him, since the other party could snatch Hu immortal blessed land like pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. Then the battle strength defending Hu immortal blessed land will be quite impressive. Maybe they can resist Crane Gate's attack. Rainbow Butterfly, Immortal Concubine Han Kai Xian said, Immortal Concubine's words are not without reason. Gu Immortal Du Tung chuckled. If Crane Gate fails this time, should we compete on the spot and decide the winner, or should we wait for the 10 sects to discuss before deciding? This was a crucial question. The Gu immortals of the 9 sects fell into silence. Of course we will wait for a later date. We are the 10 great ancient sects, not hyenas that snatch food. Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu immortal Guan Chao Zhe immediately spoke. Among the Gu immortals present, Guan Chao Zhe's battle strength was at the bottom. If they competed on the spot, he would be at a huge disadvantage. This is not good, this is not good. Green Phoenix, Boy shook his head. Cut the Gordian, not. It is only a blessed land. Let's settle it this morning and not waste time. Great Lord Blazing Sun pretended to be confused. Strange, didn't your Myriad Dragon Doc's vicious lightning fiend just come out of closed cultivation? Why did they send you for this contest, for Hu immortal blessed land? Poison Count Lu Yu sneered, directly pointing out Guan Chao Zhe's weakness. The Gu immortals immediately agreed that if Crane Gate fails, they would compete on the spot to decide the ownership of the blessed land. If Crane Gate wins, they would also compete, and the winner would compete with Crane Gate on the spot to complete the transaction of Guts Gu. Guts Gu could increase a sect's foundation. It was helpful to Gu immortals. No sect could monopolize it. The other 9 sects would work together to pressure them. They would have to sell it even if they did not want to. Guan Chao Zhe snorted angrily, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. While the 9 sects Gu immortals were scheming against each other in Hu immortal blessed land, He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu were also slowly flying towards Dang Hun Mountain. This is a blood pool. Halfway there, He Fengyang looked at the ground in astonishment. He found a huge blood pool in Hu immortal blessed land. It was so large that it could even be called a blood lake. Humph, another remnant of the blood path. Fairy Tsangyu frowned, speaking in a disdainful tone. Blood path cultivation harms all living beings. The crucial point is that it can increase one's battle strength. Thus, there are countless Gu masters. They choose this path. Every 10 years, the Celestial Court issues the Demon Judgment Board, and there are many blood path Gu masters. Bloodsea Ancestor, he really harmed many people. He Fengyang criticized without restraint. He pressed his palm down. Immediately, jade lightning crashed down. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the continuous explosions, the blood pool was destroyed and turned into ruins. After destroying the blood pool, the two immortals continued flying towards Dang Hun Mountain. Along the way, Fairy Tsangyu repeatedly shook her head. The management of this immortal blessed land is too terrible. It could almost be said to be a wasteland. I heard he used to be here. We've been flying for so long, but we haven't even encountered a single pack of 10,000 foxes. Fox packs are rare. There must be a lot of stone men. Fang Yuan was immortal after all. He only thought of using guts goo to increase the Rockman population. Little did they know that this was neglecting the essentials. Who immortal was an enslavement path goo immortal. Her blessed land mainly had enslavement path laws. He is most proficient in raising fox groups. He Fengyang sneered disdainfully. Who immortal blessed land has fallen into his hands. It was like casting pearls before swine. Now that you have joined our sect, who immortal blessed land will definitely develop greatly. But I wonder who in the sect can snatch such a juicy piece of meat. Fairy Tsangyu sighed. Speaking of this, He Fengyang also sighed. According to the rules, after we take it back, who immortal blessed land will become Crane Gate's public blessed land, and we will only be fighting for the management rights for a period of time. But this management rights is also very lucrative. It is all because of Dang Hun Mountain at the center of the blessed land. This is a huge gold mine. The most terrifying. This gold mine will never dry up. Fairy Tsang, you nodded in agreement. The two talked along the way, not meeting any obstructions. The scene of the blessed land's decline. This caused the two's confidence to grow. Their flying speed became faster and faster. When they arrived at Dang Hun Mountain, they were already talking about the topic of if a immortal blessed land was managed by them, what should they do? In the sky above Dang Hun Mountain, the blue charm shadow screeched continuously, sometimes diving down and colliding with Dang Hun Mountain. But although it was formed from an earthly calamity, it was still a living being. Dang Hun Mountain shook its soul. It was its forbidden land. Fang Yuan, come out. You should know that Dang Hun Mountain can block the blue charm shadow because it has no goo worms. Even if you use Dang Hun Mountain's power to its limit, it cannot stop two goo immortals. He Fengyang shouted, his voice resounding in the sky. Fang Yuan, a wise man, submits to circumstances. I am sure the land spirit is standing beside you. Then you should know by now that who immortal blessed land cannot suppress the mortal goo on us. Moreover, we have an immortal goo on us. Fairy Tsangyu immediately spoke, pressuring Fang Yuan. Thereupon, Fang Yuan walked out, standing at the peak of Dang Hun Mountain. He Fengyang's heart tightened, but soon relaxed. The one who came was a rank 6 immortal zombie. Immortal zombies had a huge flaw. They could not produce immortal essence, and their blessed land would collapse after a certain period of time. Thus their battle strength was lower than ordinary goo immortals. Crane Gate can't endure it anymore. You want my blessed land. Aren't you afraid that I will destroy Dang Hun Mountain? Fang Yuan spoke. You are. Fang Yuan. He Fengyang squinted, finding it hard to believe. It had only been a year. How did Fang Yuan become an immortal zombie? While He Fengyang was hesitating, Fairy Tsangyu beside him smiled and said, We came prepared this time. How could we let you destroy Dang Hun Mountain? If you think you can use Dang Hun Mountain to threaten us, then you are gravely mistaken. Oh, right, we can even weaken Dang Hun Mountain's power to the point where it is almost non-existent. At that time, we don't even need to make a move, just this blue charm shadow will be able to kill you. Fang Yuan looked at the blue charm shadow above him. This human-shaped lightning was roaring as it charged down, but was forced back by Dang Hun Mountain's power. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. Fairy Tsangyu immediately felt that there was hope, she urged. As long as you give up the blessed landowner position, our crane gate can let bygones be bygones. We can even accept you as our sect disciple. But I remember that crane gate's condition back then was to give me the position of an elder, right? Fang Yuan asked. He Fengyang sneered. Times have changed. Fang Yuan, you are a smart person. Don't tell me you can't see the current situation. Fang Yuan heard this and muttered, Oh, the current situation is like this. Let me take a good look. He had just finished speaking when the aura of immortal goo burst out from his body. This is... Fairy Song Yu's expression changed. Immortal goo, so many immortal goo. He Fengyang could not tell what immortal goo it was, but the aura was undoubtedly that of an immortal goo. His eyes shined with greed. But at the next moment, 3 figures appeared beside Fang Yuan. He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and Fairy Li Shan. 2 rank 6s and 1 rank 7s. Not only that, each of them emitted intense immortal goo aura. They did not conceal it. Fairy Song Yu's expression changed greatly. He Fenyang's gaze also turned from greed to shock that could not be concealed. The strength of Fang Yuan's side was beyond his imagination. Next, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 beasts charged towards Danghun Mountain from 8 directions. Ice Spike Divine Ape, Phoenix Feather Sowing Crocodile, Golden Sand Dark Centipede, Azure Dragon Vine. 8 desolate beasts formed an encirclement. This is a trap. He Fengyang growled, his body shivering slightly. Fairy Song Yu suddenly felt helpless, and her face turned pale, unable to say a word. Even the blue charm lightning shadow in the air stopped growling. Chapter 707. 8 desolate beasts approached, surrounding He Fengyang and Fairy Song Yu. It's all real. Fairy Song Yu had an excellent investigative killer move. After observing for a while, her beautiful face turned even paler. He Fengyang looked around, only to see. To the east, there was an ice spike divine ape. Its size was only slightly smaller than Danghun Mountain. It was overflowing with frost energy. As it moved, it left behind a path of pure white frost. Its fur was like icicles, covering the surface of its body, giving the 2 immortals an oppressive feeling. The sclera of its eyes was emerald green, and its pupils were a frosty blue. This showed that this ice-spiked divine ape's bloodline was very dense. If its eyes were frost blue, then it would be an ancient desolate beast icefall divine ape. Its battle strength could match rank 7 goo immortals. To the west, there was a phoenix feather crocodile floating in the air. This crocodile was only 2 to 3 times the size of an ordinary crocodile. It was not as large as the ice-spiked divine ape, but its aura was surging. Every breath it took caused a scorching heat wave. Its crocodile armor was thick. It was brownish-red in color. Its long and slender crocodile tail was over 6 meters long. There were no scales on it. Instead, it had phoenix feathers that were beautiful and colorful, like flames. To the north, there was a golden sand dark stallion. This horse was huge. Its head could reach the chest of the ice spike divine ape. It had 6 hooves that looked like they were carved from metal. Its muscles were bulging. Its body was strong like a dragon, and its whole body flickered with a dark golden luster. Only its 6 hooves were dark and deep. To the south, there was a green dragon vine. This vine was not a wild beast. It was a plant. The vine condensed into the shape of a long dragon. When its roots pierced into the soil, its defense and recovery were extremely shocking. It was most suited for prolonged battles. If it pulled out its roots, it could fly in the sky like an azure dragon. To the southeast, there was a swamp crab. It was the king of the swamp. Its mountain-like body could reach a quarter of Danghun Mountain's height. When it stood up, its eyes had regressed to nothingness. Its thick carapace made He Fengyang feel powerless in front of a tortoise's shell. It had a total of 19 pincers, especially the first pincer. It could break mountain rocks with a light pinch. Even with Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, he did not dare to try the power of this pair of pincers. Northeast, Squatting, there was a peach wolf. This wolf was the smallest, like a newborn puppy. It looked extremely simple and adorable, with a round body and chubby claws, a pink, tender tongue, black, round eyes. It looked harmless, but Hifengyang's pupils shrank. If he had to choose a direction to break out of the encirclement, he would first reject this direction. An iron-crowned eagle circled in the northwest. The eagle hovered in the sky, its valiance threatening. Its pair of eagle eyes locked onto Hifengyang and Fairy Tsangyu. Its wings were broad and heavy, and each of its feathers could be shot out like sharp arrows. The eagle's claws were hard and ferocious as it clenched down. It could crush rocks and tear apart dragons and tigers. Finally, in the southwest stood a desolate earth pillar beast. It had the body of a human and the tail of a snake. Its face was like that of a bat, and its nose was pointed upwards. Its ears were conspicuous, and its entire body was pitch black and covered in flesh armor. There were 50 to 60 meat whips around its chest. Each of them was over 60 feet long. On the surface of the meat whips, there were suction discs. Once one was entangled, it would be extremely difficult to escape. At the front of the meat whips, there were chrysanthemum-like holes that would shoot out milky white liquid at crucial moments. The liquid was extremely corrosive and contained many parasitic worms that could drill into a person's pores, entering their body and wreaking havoc. These 8 desolate beasts were all borrowed by Feng Yuan from the land spirit of Langya. More accurately speaking, Feng Yuan had directly borrowed the rank 7 beast enslavement goo of the land spirit of Langya. This immortal goo could control any wild beast, mutated beast, myriad beast king, beast emperor, as well as desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Desolate beasts could battle rank 6 goo immortals, especially when the wild goo in their bodies were unknown. They were even harder to deal with. The 8 desolate beasts surrounded Hifengyang and Fairy Tsangyu, eyeing them like tigers eyeing their prey. The two were silent. They no longer had the carefree attitude from before. Hifengyang turned his solemn gaze towards the peak of Danghun Mountain. Compared to the 8 desolate beasts, the true threat was still Feng Yuan and the rest. Desolate beasts could not use killer moves, but goo immortals had enough intelligence to use and research killer moves. Hifengyang's heart sank to rock bottom. He forced himself to remain calm as he shouted at Feng Yuan. "Who are you?" Feng Yuan and the rest. Other than Feng Yuan, the other 3 were wearing masks. He Lulan was wearing a black bear mask. Fairy Li Shan was wearing a green bird mask, while Taibai Yunxing was wearing a deer mask. The 3 were covered in a layer of light, concealing their true appearances and isolating Hifengyang and Fairy Li Shan from their detection. Feng Yuan chuckled. "Before asking for our identities, shouldn't the 2 of you first introduce yourselves?" Hifengyang was silent for a while. He looked at Fairy Li Shan, sensing the bitterness in each other's eyes. They had thought that this would be an easy task, and in the worst-case scenario, the other party had the battle strength of a goo immortal. But they had never thought that the other party's force would be so strong. Thus, they had an arrogant attitude earlier, persuading the other party to surrender and not introducing themselves. "I am Hifengyang, a rank 6 enslavement path goo immortal from Crane Gate. I am Tsangyu, a rank 6 water path goo immortal from Crane Gate." The 2 immortals spoke one after another. Their attitude was no longer as high and mighty as before. They called themselves I and I respectively. A wise man submits to circumstances. Those who could become goo immortals were all geniuses among geniuses. Now that Feng Yuan was forcefully pressuring them, Hifengyang and Tsangyu decisively changed their attitude, lowering their proud heads. Although goo immortals were easy to defeat, but hard to kill, Hifengyang had expand space immortal goo. He could destroy who immortal blessed land and leave directly. But they did not know Feng Yuan's background. If Feng Yuan had an immortal goo that could prevent him from escaping, it would be terrible. So it is brother, he ferried Song Yu. Fong Yuan's tone was very polite. I am Fong Yuan. Welcome to my blessed land. These words were somewhat piercing to He Fongyang and Song Yu's ears, giving them a feeling of mockery. He Fongyang could not help feeling stifled. He had clearly asked for these people's true identities, but Fong Yuan pretended to be confused and gave an irrelevant answer, saying his name. Who in the 10 great sects of Central Continent did not know his name. Fong Yuan purposely avoided this topic, but He Fongyang was in a disadvantageous position and did not dare to ask forcefully. I wonder why the two of you have come. Fong Yuan asked again. He Fongyang was silent. He cursed inwardly. What else can we come for? We are here to seize Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Dang Hun Mountain. This brat is asking even though he already knows the answer. Fairy Song Yu snorted coldly. Sir, why must you be so sarcastic? Where is your mockery? Sir's strength is beyond everyone's imagination. Since when did such a force appear in Central Continent? Today, the two of us admit defeat. After all, Your Excellency is the one with the strategy and skills. What will be the next course of action? If you want to fight, then let's fight. Why the need for such nonsense? We will accompany you to the end. At most, we will die here with our blood splattered everywhere. These words made Fong Yuan take another look at Fairy Song Yu. Shortly after, he smiled. Fairy is brave. I really admire you. I can roughly guess your purpose in coming here. It should be the Guts Gu on Dang Hun Mountain. That's right. He Fongyang admitted frankly. At this point, he had no choice but to admit that he had painstakingly planned for over a year to reclaim Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It had completely failed, but at the same time, he could not help but feel some hope. If Fong Yuan wanted to fight, he would have done so long ago. But now, he is clearly wary of Crane Gate's power. As long as I make good use of it, I might be able to escape easily. Fong Yuan clapped his hands and laughed. You came at the right time. I have been wanting to sell Guts Gu for a long time. What do you think of this Gu? Saying so, a rank 3 Gu worm flew out of his hand. The Gu worm was in the hands of 6 Gu immortals, 8 desolate beasts. Under the gaze of a blue charm lightning shadow, it slowly flew some distance away. It landed in He Fongyang's hands. He Fongyang did not know what was going on. He was worried that Fong Yuan was scheming, so he carefully received this mortal Gu. This rank 3 Gu worm was shaped like a ladybug. It was the size of a bowl. Its head was extremely small, but its stomach was huge, occupying 99% of its body. Its stomach was round like a light bulb. It was translucent. There was no carapace on its back and no wings. In this translucent stomach, there was a Gu hidden. A Gu within a Gu. Fairy Song Yu muttered. Evidently, this rank 3 mortal Gu was a storage Gu worm, specially used to store Gu worms. This storage Gu worm was very common. Like the earth treasury flower, it was of the same type. But this Gu worm in its stomach made He Fongyang's gaze seem to be glued to it. He stared fixedly at it. Next, his gaze wavered as he said, Inside, is it Guts Gu? Fong Yuan laughed heartily. Exactly. What? Fairy Song Yu stared with wide eyes, extremely shocked. Although she knew little about Guts Gu, she knew one thing. Guts Gu could not leave Dang Hun Mountain. Once it left, it would vanish. Thus, previously, Fong Yuan was not willing to trade Guts Gu, because if others wanted to use Guts Gu, they would have to personally come to Dang Hun Mountain, and allowing so many outsiders to enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land was undoubtedly a huge threat to Fong Yuan's life. Moreover, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects wanted to snatch Dang Hun Mountain. Because Guts Gu could not leave Dang Hun Mountain, controlling Dang Hun Mountain meant controlling Guts Gu. But now, the truth was in front of her. Guts Gu could actually be stored and left Dang Hun Mountain. Fairy Tsang Yu immediately realized the great significance of this unremarkable ladybug-shaped goo worm. Her gaze was tightly glued to it for a moment. This goo worm, what is it called? Fengyang raised his head, looking at Fang Yuan as he asked with a slightly trembling tone. In fact, Fang Yuan had not thought of a name yet. He casually thought about it and said, Air sac goo. Fengyang was silent. In an instant, he thought of many things. It was not that the higher-ups of Crane Gate had not tried this before. Back then, many goo immortals participated, but all of them failed. Now, the fruits of their efforts were in Fengyang's hands. Fengyang's palms were trembling. Once Guts Goo can leave Danghun Mountain, it can be sold to many places: Jewel Yellow Skies, Haishur Blessed Land, Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains. How huge of a profit would that be? Even our Crane Gate could not research this, but the force behind Fang Yuan succeeded. What is their background? Maybe they had planned this for a long time, using all sorts of methods to snatch Hu immortal blessed land, just to sell Guts Goo. Fang Yuan did not attack. Could it be that he wants to with our Crane Gate? Fengyang was thinking when Fang Yuan spoke, since you two are so interested in my Guts Goo, why don't we do business in this aspect?